A huge dragon with curved horns and sharp teeth was furiously devouring the corpses scattered across the floor, its long, snake-like tongue greedily collecting the remains. At that very moment, a volcano erupted in the sky. Hot rocks rushed down with a roar, and blazing fire burst from the mouth. Amidst this apocalypse, a stranger appeared. In his hand was a blade, dripping blood. He said he had found the last man. At the same time, a figure in massive armor forged from the bones and scales of a dragon proclaimed with confidence in his voice that victory would be his. He concentrated his power and his palm burst into flames. The magic was directed towards the knight, wounded and exhausted, lying on the cold ground. The knight looked up with difficulty. His face was covered in jagged scars and he was coughing and spitting blood. His eyes were blazing with anger as he looked at the remains of his broken weapon and realized the world had come to an end. For a year now, his team had been losing the war against the demons. Almost all of humanity had been destroyed with horrific cruelty. The few who survived became vessels for the birth of monsters. He, the last of the resistance, continued to fight, clinging to every shred of hope. Until this very moment. A huge demon towered before him. He recognized him, Tartaros, the Demon King. The demon, looking down at him, mockingly noted that the man looked too exhausted. Then, as if out of pity, he lit a spark in his hand. A bright yellow glow with ancient runes wrapped around Jaffir's body, granting him a few moments of peace. It was a temporary offering, a chance to talk. Tartaros remembered the name of this stubborn warrior, Jaffir. He was the first one who had so persistently caused him inconvenience. This aroused in him admiration, albeit with a touch of anger. Many would have considered a senseless fight against an obviously stronger enemy stupid, but he also despised cowards who surrendered without a fight. And Jaffir, though weak, was different. He was the strongest among men, and so the demon decided to offer him a deal. The offer was simple: come over to his side. He extended his hand. Together they could leave this decayed land and conquer new worlds, including the home of the gods. The demon spoke with conviction, as if he saw Jaffir as an equal. Jaffir, barely holding on to consciousness, asked if Tartaros was really ready to accept him. The Demon King nodded affirmatively without lowering his hand. In response, Jaffir, on the brink of life and death, said that it sounded tempting, but only for fools. He knew perfectly well that he was dying. His body was exhausted, wounded, and it was already impossible to heal it. He did not believe in this offer. It was not sincere. The demon simply wanted to see the man give in, humiliate himself, fall to his knees. But Jaffir was not one of those. He could not beg the enemy who had destroyed everything he loved. And yet he extended his hand as if making a pact. The demon, pleased, prepared for victory. His face lit up with a grin. But Jaffir remembered the girl who once reproached him for his difficult character. She told him not to swear, to listen. But he never listened to anyone and decided to cast one funny spell. With cold determination, he suddenly grabbed the demon's hand and pulled it towards him. If he does something with his hand, the force beyond his capabilities will simply tear his body apart. His body couldn't handle that kind of force, but that was his answer. His hand burst into a bright blue flame, and the next second a fiery whirlwind exploded between them. Tartaros flew away, stunned. He saw his own hand burn and be torn off. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds, until anger took over his entire being. His eyes blazed, the veins on his forehead bulged. At this time, Jaffir lay in charred armor, smoke rising from his body. The king screamed about how dare he do such a thing, and he is a rotten man. The demon, spewing rage, dealt a crushing blow. But the man's body crumbled to dust. Thus ended his battle. He failed to take revenge. He failed to save those he swore to protect. It all ended in shame. Everything was supposed to end exactly this way. But fate decreed otherwise. Jaffir opened his eyes abruptly. He lay on the cold stone floor, looking at his hand in confusion. All the wounds were gone, the armor was intact, the body was unharmed. He stood up, feeling himself, not believing what was happening. Majestic statues of gods towered around. He was in the temple, but he didn't know where exactly. Gradually it dawned on him. This was not just a temple, this was the afterlife. Something makes him wary, but suddenly a voice came from behind him, denying his guess. He heard that he was on the lower level of the pantheon, in the very abode of the gods. He turned around and saw, as if from a magic circle shining with a mysterious light, A beautiful girl in a white robe with angel wings emerges from it. She slowly opened her eyes, and a bright blue light shone in the depths of them. Light emanated from her very essence, filling the room with a radiance that made Jeffer instinctively take a step back. He raised his hand, trying to block out the sudden brightness, but immediately noticed that his sword was not responding. The magic had not worked. The girl introduced herself as Mercedes, the senior angel sent with a message. Her task is to convey the will of the gods. According to her, Jeffer is indeed dead, and according to established procedure, must be sent to the underworld. However, due to persistent requests from several high-ranking deities, an unprecedented decision was made. Instead of eternal oblivion, he would be given a second chance. These words alarmed Jeffer. He did not understand what all this meant. The angel explained, he would be sent back in time to where the path of the great battle began. All the memories would remain with him. He would know how his path would end, and perhaps he would be able to change the course of history. However, he will return without his former abilities. He will become what he was before his ascent. But she is sure that a person who once reached the top can do it again. Tartaros, as far as he knew, did not have illusion magic, and yet this could be the last vision before death. Jeffer could hardly believe what was happening. He sighed heavily, still hesitating. He needed an explanation. Why was he given this chance? After all, in this world you have to pay for everything. He says he believes her, but he just wants an explanation. What is behind this possibility? Do the gods really have an interest? When demons were slaughtering humanity by the thousands, when people were begging for help, the gods turned away from them. They stopped hearing prayers, stopped accepting sacrifices, and deprived the priests of their divine gifts. The army, deprived of support, fell in the blink of an eye. The gods abandoned them as useless pawns. Are such beings capable of giving a second chance for nothing? Mercedes, without losing her cool, declared that she was only conveying the will of the gods. And their will is still bread and circuses. Hearing this, Jeffer was stunned. Mercedes continued, the gods rarely see a man who fights to the end, knowing that only death lies ahead. His struggle lasted 5 years. He faced the most terrifying creatures, created tactics, sacrificed himself, and they watched it all with growing interest. And the closer he got to the end, the more often he got lucky. It wasn't a coincidence. They were helping him. They were helping him because he was funny. He's a man who doesn't give up. But the girl didn't have time to finish. A stream of light rushed through the hall. Jeffer gathered the rest of his strength and attacked. Anger raged in his soul. He remembered his beloved, who fought with him for the right to live. And now all this seemed like fun to the gods. He was not a puppet in their theater. He did not fight for someone's entertainment. Mercedes, without blinking, extended her hand forward. At that very moment, a giant leg appeared behind Jeffer's back, dark, bound with chains, mutilated. She came down with a deafening force, pinning him to the ground. He felt his entire being almost crumble under the force. But at the last moment, the pressure stopped. The foot froze a few centimeters away from crushing him. And then the angel stopped the giant leg, leaving it in that position. The angel reminded him with restraint that the gods were watching them, and he should be more polite. She explained that when the gods spoke of interesting, they meant only him. Humans were not their concern, but he was an exception. If he can prove his worth, he can have anything he wants. It doesn't matter if it's personal or for the sake of saving humanity. Everything has a price, and if he's willing to pay it, the opportunity is open to him. She snapped her fingers, and the massive leg disappeared into the haze. As she continued speaking, Mercedes revealed that among all the deities, there was one who was particularly vehement in insisting that Jeffer return to the past. His motivations remained unknown, but he was persistent, and suddenly the whole room shook. There was a crash. Debris rained down. Inkwells were knocked over. Books flew across the floor. The Demon King stormed into the sanctuary, destroying everything in his path. His voice echoed throughout the hall, demanding that he be spoken to immediately. He was angry. He had gained more than 10 worlds, but he had been defeated by one man. And now he was not going to wait. Everything that was happening unfolded before the eyes of the angel girl and Jeffer himself, who was watching what was happening through a magic mirror. The devil Tartaros, the essence of destruction and chaos, was the one who wiped 10 worlds from existence without mercy. including the one where Jaffir once lived. His goal was to destroy everything, to erase every shred of order from existence. Until recently, he had never known defeat. He was a warrior who could not even be wounded. And it was Jaffir who left a crack in this perfect facade. Jaffir was shocked to see the demon's reaction. He found it hard to believe that Tartaros was acting like a madman just because of one defeat. The angel reminded him with cold calm that the demon was striving for a new meeting, for a battle where he would receive a clear victory. And she asked the man what he would say to this. Jaffir, despite everything that had happened, did not hesitate in his answer. He clenched his fist with iron determination. It was an obvious choice. Since the demon wished to die, the man would readily fulfill his wish. The angel announced that the arrival point would be chosen randomly, but there would be enough time to prepare. The gods, despite their cruel nature, decided to give him a gift. This gift he would be able to use immediately upon arrival. The transfer process was initiated. Space and time responded to the call of the constellations, and confirmation of arrival was received. The angel girl wished him good luck and expressed hope that the future would be interesting for him. A blinding light enveloped Jaffir. His body began to dissolve in a whirlwind, spinning in a stream of energy. He was almost losing consciousness, hearing vague, muffled voices in the distance. Then a sharp jolt, a flash. His eyes widened as a scream rang out above him. Before he could understand what was happening, he felt cold water being poured on him. A red-haired man stood in front of him, continuing to water him. He smiled slyly, and a huge scar was visible on his face. Jaffir had difficulty recognizing him. Everything seemed blurry, alien, but at the same time painfully familiar. Then his gaze fell on the tattoo on the redhead's chest, and then everything fell into place. A flash of memory flashed through his mind. He recognized the brand. He remembered everything. Laughter escaped him of its own accord, a laugh of relief, shock, and even joy. He really came back. It all happened for real. Life stood before him again, but 10 years ago. He was a 20-year-old youth, and this was the time when he still served in the temple as a slave. A man with a flashlight came out of the darkness of the tunnel and asked what was going on. The answer sounded familiar and routine. Everything was fine. They would finish soon and disperse. One of the men, with a scar on his face, turned threateningly to Jaffir, warning that he could pay with his life for another offense. But Jaffir, not being frightened, only answered with a grin and a hint of sarcasm. The others, not wanting to stir up the conflict, hurried away. Jaffir himself did not feel the need to waste energy on a quarrel with the scum that fate had already punished, what they had become. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. In front of him he saw a child sitting on the floor. The child thanked him for standing up for him. The past seemed to be fading from his memory like old parchment. He didn't remember all the details after all. 10 years had already passed, and it would probably take time to get used to it again. He was about to leave, but then he remembered. A gift from the gods. The angel said that he could activate it by saying certain words. He turned around and looked after the child as he walked away, and then he uttered the cherished spell. The world around him changed. The air thickened. His body was surrounded by a soft, magical glow. For a moment he didn't understand what was happening. Everything inside him seemed to turn upside down. But then he smiled. This power, this glow, this feeling, it was real. He got something he didn't expect. Is it possible? The other mine workers, watching the newcomer, began to realize that this was not just another slave. His work with a pickaxe was admirable. His movements were quick, precise, as if honed by years of practice. In a short period of time, he was able to fill several bags of coal, while others needed much more effort to do this. In their eyes, he became someone who could not only strengthen their team, but also, perhaps, change the balance of power in the hard mining routine. Jaffir could not fully believe what was happening to him. Just recently, he activated the so-called special advantage, a gift from the gods. At first, he was overcome by a severe headache, but then a stream of information instantly flashed in his head, as if someone had poured all the knowledge directly into his consciousness in one instant. A storehouse of skills opened before his inner gaze, incredible, powerful skills, many of which were previously unavailable to him. He wondered, could the gods really have decided to give all this away for free? His thoughts were interrupted by the mine manager. He reminded them with his usual rudeness that the workday was not over yet. Approaching them with a whip in his hand, he shouted a warning in rage. The newcomers should not be distracted from their work if they did not want problems. Seeing that Jeffer was not reacting, the chief tried to teach him a lesson by swinging a whip, but he easily intercepted the blow with his hand. Shock flashed across the overseer's face. He couldn't believe that anyone could catch a whip in midair. However, Jeffer, not wanting to provoke a scandal, calmly apologized and returned the weapon, after which he headed back to his place of work, continuing to look at his hands in amazement. Thanks to his combat experience from the past, he now saw every movement of people and could predict their reactions. His body remained unharmed, all thanks to one of the skills he had acquired, Iron Wall. This skill not only significantly increased his defense, moreover, his body did not feel tired. He could work all day long without feeling any pain or exhaustion. This gift, although strange, turned out to be truly valuable. In total, he received 9 unique abilities. Combined with his knowledge of the future, this gave him truly limitless prospects. With each passing hour, he carried more and more sacks of coal, easily surpassing the others. The man in charge of accounting was stunned by what he saw. He had never seen such efficient work in his entire career. When the day came to an end, all the workers were gathered to hear the results. The results were summed up, and first place was awarded to the F team, which included Jeffer. Next to him stood the same boy who had previously sat on the floor, staring at him with gratitude. Team B came in second place, and it was clear from the expressions on their faces that they were not happy with this result. Afterwards, the other positions were voiced. Some were happy, while others, on the contrary, were upset by the defeat. According to the rules of the mine, the team that came in last place lost its share of resources. Money and food were redistributed among the first 3 teams. After this, the obligatory prayer to the great goddess of light, Arya, was read. The workers humbly bowed their heads, offering thanks and prayers for salvation. Jeffer also stood in the ranks of those praying, hiding the pain and determination inside. On the continent, Arya was the most revered of the 3 great goddesses. She was considered a savior, a protector of the weak and the poor, but she was also the greatest creditor. Most of the continent's inhabitants lost their homes to monsters or fell into trouble for other reasons. Many, like himself, were once adventurers, but finding themselves on the brink of death, accepted the help of the temple. The price of salvation was a slave debt that had to be worked off for years. As long as the slave mark remained on the body, the person could not leave the labor zone. If someone dared to break the rule and escape, his heart stopped in a matter of seconds. To regain freedom, the debt had to be paid off. Only then could plans be made. Only then could he think of revenge against Tartaros, the devil who had destroyed his world. Jeffer remembered how he once held the hand of a girl whose face was full of fear and pain. He couldn't hold her. The black abyss carried her away, and left on his palm only a feeling of loss and a vision of tears in her eyes. Now, given a second chance, he vowed, he would become stronger to protect her, save her, and take revenge. After some time, a nun approached the workers. She reminded them that they could visit the store or go to confession, inviting those who wished to go with her. Jeffer noted to himself how much the prices had risen. Everything seemed prohibitively expensive. Suddenly, the same boy came up to him from behind. He sheepishly offered to buy him a beer. Jeffer was surprised. Did the child really have money? He admitted with a smile that he had just received his first honestly earned money. He couldn't afford anything expensive, but he wanted to share it with the one who protected him in the mine. Thanks to Jeffer, their team won first place for the first time. Before that, they usually ended up last, because the team consisted only of weaklings and outcasts. This day became a real holiday for him. And then Jeffer understood the real reason why the other slaves beat that boy. If even one of the workers in the group became ill or unable to work, it affected the entire team. He brushed off the offer, saying he had no intention of accepting treats, especially from children, especially if they were intended to get him into trouble. After that, Jeffer headed to a nearby trading post. He was met by a friendly, talkative salesman who immediately noticed that he was a newcomer. He curiously asked what he wanted. Jeffer asked without hesitation if he had a restorative potion. Hearing this, the merchant was surprised. A new recruit and such a request right away. He noted that the potion was not cheap. 1 glass costs gold and a full bottle costs 4. But Jeffer didn't argue. He laid out on the counter everything he had, 1.5 gold coins. The rest, he said, he was ready to borrow. He even offered to draw up a receipt, certifying it with his signature and seal. The boy watched everything that was happening with amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. After all, it seems that Jeffrey deliberately got into debt, despite the fact that a large part of his earnings was immediately deducted to pay off the old loan. He tried to explain that the interest rates on additional loans were monstrously high, and that you could end up in the red and never get out of it. The restorative potion was popular. It restored stamina, helped the body recover from heavy physical exertion. However, few people knew that with regular and controlled use of large doses, this potion could reveal a hidden effect, a gradual increase in magical energy. For ordinary people, the effect was almost imperceptible. But Jafir now had a special body that could perceive such enhancements differently. He drank potions one after another without thinking about the consequences, and at the same time continued to train until he was completely exhausted. Each training session was accompanied by pain, but each time he felt his body becoming stronger, the magic inside him becoming brighter and denser. At some point, he came to the head of the mine and reported that he heard a strange howl coming from the depths of the tunnels. He calmly suggested sending the hunters, as he could lead them to the place where, according to him, the monsters could be hiding. This move was not just an act of initiative, it was a calculation. Working in the mine did not bring him enough money. The only real way to make a quick buck was to go underground. Monsters are creatures born from unstable magical flow. Over the long years of war with these creatures, people have suffered enormous damage. Their bodies, saturated with magic, contain valuable crystals, minerals, and their skin, bones, and organs began to be used to create weapons, armor, and artifacts. Thus, every cave in which these creatures lived concealed not only mortal danger, but also potentially huge profits. The hunters, hearing the alarm signal, immediately jumped up and rushed towards the mine. There were 3 of them, and each was armed to the teeth. These fighters were not ordinary warriors. They are slaves with combat skills, specially selected to fight monsters. Their service was considered one of the most dangerous. Jafir still did not understand why he, a former adventurer, was assigned to the miners, because it was obvious that his skills were much closer to combat. Soon he found himself back at the shop, where the same salesman came out to meet him. With an irritated look, he declared that he would no longer lend to Jafir. His current rank was too low. Suddenly a nun appeared nearby. With calm and cold politeness, she offered an option. If he wanted to open a new line of credit, he could sell some of his internal organs. The man gave her a nasty look, but she didn't seem at all embarrassed and continued speaking as if she were offering a simple favor. Moreover, she offered to show all the necessary documents. The operation would be scheduled for the following week. If he returned the proceeds by that time, the deal could be cancelled. The seller, hearing this, only chuckled, deciding that Jeffer had completely gone crazy since he was ready to sell his organs for vials of potions. The nun, on the contrary, appreciated the man's determination and called his actions a manifestation of true fortitude, while the salesman sarcastically called him another guinea pig. She glanced at the amount of potion he had drunk and was shocked. No ordinary person could withstand that. But Jeffer, on the contrary, was beaming. The effect had finally worked. He felt the magical energy spreading throughout his body, strengthening every cell. It was at this moment that one of the hunters approached him, asking if he was going to accompany them to the lair. The man, noticing how well everything was going, nodded. The leader among them introduced himself as Goth and pointed to his comrades, Dale and Marco. Jafir, in response, extended his hand, adding that although he did not have night vision, he was able to use a magical pulse, an ability that enhances perception due to magical energy. These skills were key in underground combat. One allowed one to see in complete darkness, the other to sense movement, energy, and even hidden traps. Goth noted that night vision potions were not cheap, but since everyone was ready, they could move on. One of the hunters, the tallest and strongest, casually dropped his pack and ordered Jafir to carry it, testing his endurance. The second, a young guy with blonde hair, was clearly impressed that an ordinary miner possessed a magical pulse. Jafir looked at all 3 of them. 2 were unfamiliar to him, but he recognized one. This was the same warrior who was transferred to the hunters a month after the cleansing in one of the caves. Then 2 died, and the young man understood perfectly well how he could now use knowledge about this. They reached the last hill before the entrance to the lair. The group met a few more hunters. They were the support waiting at the entrance. One of them, without wasting any time, asked everyone to extend their hands to them. He approached each one and began to tie a thin thread around their wrist. When he reached Jafir, he was slightly surprised. It turned out to be a magic bracelet. If something happens to one of the fighters, the thread will break, and the headquarters will receive a distress signal. It wasn't something to be hoped for, but knowing that they might be found out if things didn't go according to plan was at least some consolation. Plunging into the darkness of the cave, the squad began moving along the narrow, winding passage. One by one they moved deeper, feeling the tension growing. And suddenly, a paw. Narrow, bony, with massive claws, it landed on the stone floor ahead. They turned out to be two animal-like monsters. At that moment, there was a blow near the wall. A stone flew into the rock, bouncing off with a loud sound. The two monsters shuddered and stared in that direction in surprise. Suddenly, hunters appear silently behind them. Goth, with a deft movement, intercepts one of the monsters and quickly cuts his throat. His comrade, not lagging behind, delivers a fatal blow with his sword. The main task of the reconnaissance group is not to engage in direct combat. The bodies of the slain monsters, still warm, lie at their feet. The hunters look at the results of their work with satisfaction. This data will form the basis for the subsequent formation of the main strike group of the cleanup. Jafir, confidently navigating the space, points out the further path. He knows perfectly well that each such raid is subject to a certain sequence: reconnaissance, cleanup, collection of trophies. As they progress, the route becomes more difficult. They have to overcome sections with steep walls, climb, using all available skills. They soon come across another monster lying on the floor. Apparently, it is the same one that survived last time. Earlier, on the opposite side of the mine complex, the lair was partially cleared by groups A and B. But it is likely that some monsters managed to survive and break through here through the dug tunnel. Goth, meanwhile, draws a plan of action right on the ground, drawing a diagram of the cave and indicating the proposed routes of advancement. He decides that if the scouts feel strong enough, they can try to eliminate the remaining monsters on their own, without additional reinforcements. This turn of events causes obvious unrest in Dale and Marco. One of them wonders why they should go into direct conflict when they can simply collect data and pass it on to headquarters. He fears that there may be a more serious threat lurking in the depths of the lair, which the three of them, even with Jepper, will not be able to cope with. After all, he is just a porter. Are they really going to fight him? However, another hunter, trying to calm the argument, suggests listening to the commander. Goth keeps his cool and asks Jafir to get a certain item from his bag. It turns out to be a branch of actinidia berries with leaves, an unusual ingredient. If you grind it and mix it with the excrement of a cabalt, you will get a smell reminiscent of the pheromones of a female cabalt in heat. This smell is incredibly persistent and spreads up to 100 meters. And now one of the monsters is already starting to lick his lips, not hiding how much he likes the smell. Goth holds his nose and holds the bowl of bait forward. The idea turns out to be unexpectedly effective. One of the monsters, having already smelled the scent, begins to approach with obvious interest. The plan works. The monster, unaware of the trick, steps into the trap, and then he immediately falls into a trap with the rest of the already dead Cabalts. The team, delighted with the result, vied with each other to praise the commander for his intelligence and preparation. Goth himself modestly attributes his success to life experience, but Jafir understands that it was he who suggested this technique to him. In his past life, Goth was a new member of their hunting team. He strove for recognition, but for a long time he had no opportunity to prove himself. Now everything is different. After a successful episode, Goth asks his partners what the situation is in the rest of the areas. Jafir, turning around, confirms that he went down into this cave the day before and discovered a compact lair of surviving monsters there. The commander expresses doubt. Is Jafir really so self-confident that he would risk going there alone? But he calmly explains that he used to be responsible for reconnaissance and specialized in finding hidden paths and secret passages. This skill comes in handy. Goth agrees that such experience can be useful, especially if they follow his instructions strictly. Although the final decision remains with the commander, Japhir hopes that the two of them can handle it without the need for additional forces. After all, the cave could bring significant profit, and sharing it with others would be a shame. The commander notes that actinidia is not easy to obtain, but Japhir is clearly well prepared. He likes that he gave him the initiative, and as a sign of recognition, he hands the young man a blade, a symbolic gesture signifying acceptance and trust. Japhir gratefully accepts the weapon. Goth, however, remains wary. He feels that the whole plan was set up to make an impression. However, even if this is true, Japhir's aspirations deserve respect. He is clearly not a nobody, and there is no point in worrying about a couple of monsters. Soon the team destroys another monster, and Goth announces that the bulk of the work is done. Most of the opponents have been eliminated. The hammer-wielding hunter admits that he didn't expect how fun and easy the mission would be. Japhir emerges from the passage, announcing that the way is clear, and the others decide to follow him. But at that moment, the fair-haired hunter notices something strange lying right on the floor. These are bones lying at the entrance to the cave. He picks one up, deciding that it is probably the remains of some wild animal left after a fight. But at that very moment, the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble as if on the threshold of something monstrous. A huge paw bursts out from under the ground with a deafening jerk, powerful, covered in thick skin with claws like daggers. She grabs the hunter with her massive, almost humanoid hand and throws him away with unnatural ease. His body rises into the air, covering a considerable distance before slamming into the cave wall with crushing force. Marco reacts instantly. He activates his magical power, filling the weapon with energy, and gets into a fighting stance. He orders the others to hide behind him, believing that the threat is already over, and they are dealing with only the last remnants of resistance. However, he does not yet realize that the true horror is just beginning. A massive tail emerges from the depths of the cave. Thickly scaled, flexible, and swift, it crashes with incredible force onto the magical shield erected by Marco. But this time, the expectations are not met. The tail easily breaks through the defense, as if it was not there. Marco flies to the side, knocked off his feet, and the remains of his barrier crumble into the air like dust. The commander, seeing this blow, realizes in horror who this tail belongs to. The heart sank. This is not just a monster. It is an ancient predator, a creature that carries within itself the traits of everyone it has ever consumed. He doesn't have time to dodge. The next blow falls on him. Goth falls, overcome with pain, barely holding on to consciousness. Meanwhile, one of the hunters, noticing how the magic bracelets on his wrist are starting to crack, becomes confused. These artifacts react to the pain of their allies and are now crumbling, indicating that 3 soldiers have been seriously injured at once. They cast anxious glances into the depths of the cave, overcome with growing excitement and incomprehension of what is happening. The commander, bloodied and exhausted, can barely stand on his feet. His wounds are bleeding. Every breath is an effort, but he is not going to give up. Japhir comes to his defense. He resolutely takes a fighting position, shielding the commander with his body. The magic spell Iron Wall that he had activated earlier had failed. This monster easily broke through even his powerful defense. Despite his youth, Japhir had no illusions. He guessed that the confrontation with this creature would be much more difficult than they initially thought. Meanwhile, the monster's tail reaches for Dale's lifeless body. The creature grabs him, lifts him into the air like a toy, and finally emerges from the cave, appearing before the hunters in all its terrifying glory. The monster is impressively huge. Its skin is blue, like that of deep-sea creatures, and sharp, unnaturally long teeth protrude from its mouth. This is a predator, a rare and dangerous type of monster that can absorb other monsters, using their pheromones to grow and evolve. Japhir does not hesitate to borrow a spear from the commander. The commander, confused, does not understand what he intends to do. He confidently twirls the spear in his hands, taking a fighting position and standing sideways to cover the commander. He decides it's time to warm up a bit in a real fight. Magic begins to gather in his palm, the concentrated energy of his last will, filled with determination. He looks up at the monster, his eyes filled with determination and defiance. Before he engages, he asks the creature how exactly it plans to meet its end. Japhir activates his unique level 3 ability called Silver Key. This ability allows him to retrieve a variety of items at any time. In a word, it was a space outside of time and matter, accessible only to him. He summoned 2 objects and threw them at the commander's feet. One is the herb dragon heart, which has a natural tonic effect, can calm the mind and enhance the effect of other drugs. The second is a simple-looking but strong rag. Jafir confidently took the spear, began to wrap it in a rag and tie it to his hand. This was a preparatory touch before entering the battle. He assumed a fighting stance and was ready for the upcoming brutal fight. Goth, watching this, was perplexed. He did not understand what Jafir had planned. After all, he was not a fighter in the traditional sense, and now, in the face of horror, he did not want to die. But hiding behind the back of an ordinary miner also seemed humiliating. Suddenly, everything went dark before my eyes, and my consciousness became clouded. From the depths of the cave came a terrible roar filled with ancient primal rage. It was more than just a scream. It was a wave of fear, a magical attack that paralyzed the mind. The beast used its ability to awaken deep-seated terror in its opponents. Got remembered a story that the elder had once told him about those distant times when this beast attacked unarmed villages. Back then, people had only pitchforks in their hands, and the monster had a destructive tail that broke bones and hopes. The monster mercilessly tore people to shreds. The inhabitants could not even blink from fear, and those who lost the ability to move became easy prey. They couldn't even close their eyes and just watched it, until they themselves became victims of the monster. Now everything was repeated, only the victims were different. But through the darkness and the roar of fear came sounds, rapid steps, heavy blows, and a dull roar of pain. It was Jafir. He, using all his strength, fought with the predator. He moved with lightning speed, as if merging with the air. At the moment of the jump, he spat out a twig of dragon heart, feeling how its power penetrated into his body, strengthening his resistance and increasing the effectiveness of hidden elixirs. Although he only had one weapon out of his 9 unique abilities, he knew that using it required too much mana. But he had a plan B. He began to conjure and summoned a powerful potion, the Poison Virial, the 68th on the list in the arsenal of the Poison King Fade, a very powerful remedy. He doused the spear with poison, allowing the potion to soak into the metal. Memories came flooding back to me. A conversation with Fade by the fireplace, discussing the recipe for this poison. Then Fade said that the world was doomed, and if it is possible to destroy even a little bit of evil with the help of his knowledge, then it is already worth it. And Fade has nothing more to wish for. The tip of the spear sank into the monster's skin, and then Jeffer tears it out of the flesh, leaving a huge wound. The poison began its destructive journey. The monster screamed, arching its body in agony. Dark blood gushed from its mouth and its eyes filled with malice. He turned to his back, where blood was pouring from a deep wound. The poison had already entered the bloodstream and was beginning to destroy it from the inside, causing excruciating pain. Jafir had only 3 minutes left. He had to hold on. He struck again, but the monster threw him away with its tail. The boy crashed into the stone wall with a loud thud. He was in pain, but he wasn't going to give up. The face of a monster appeared before his face, distorted with malice, filled with rage. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to eat him, but Jafir acted with lightning speed. He pulled out the last ampoule of poison and threw it straight into the open mouth. The liquid exploded inside, poisoning the monster from the inside. It lost its coordination and crashed into the wall. The monster screamed. His body shook with pain. Thick blood splashed across the walls. He tried to reach the hunter, but his strength was rapidly leaving him. There was only a minute left before the poison took its final effect. Or maybe even less. With his current skill, it was extremely difficult for Jeffer to dodge the monster's furious attacks. Only a minute had passed, and he had no choice left. Either hold out until the end, hoping that the deadly poison would finish its work, or deliver the decisive blow earlier. But there was no time to think about the options. The monster attacked again with its powerful tail, leaving no time for reflection. Jeffer barely managed to grab the monster's tail, and it jerked him into the air. He held on with all his might, clenching his muscles until they hurt. Every second seemed like an eternity, but he had to hold on just a little longer. When the moment came, he released his tail and, falling rapidly downwards, aimed his spear at the ready. There were only a few centimeters left until the monster's head, and he struck with precision, straight into the crimson, pulsating eye. The tip of the spear tore through the flesh, penetrating deep inside. The monster exploded in pain. Blood gushed from the eye socket, shaking everything around. One of the spearheads cracked and flew off to the side, but Jafir managed to intercept it in midair. With unprecedented determination, he plunged the second tip straight into the same eye of the monster. Without wasting a second, he pulled out his dagger from his bosom, the last weapon left with him. With suppressed fury, he delivered the final blow, roughly thrusting the blade into the monster's already mutilated eye hole. The monster stirred, trying in agony to throw the enemy off itself. A roar of pain echoed throughout the cave, but Jafir did not release his grip. He held on with one hand, scratching the beast's skin with the last of his strength in search of support. Soon he found himself hanging only by the handle of a knife stuck in his eye. His body shook with the strain, but he knew the time was near. With a jerk, he rose up on the beast. When the moment came for the decisive blow, he gathered all the magical energy remaining in his body. A blast of magic shot through his hand, wrapping his fist in a brilliant blue light. It struck straight at the shaft of the spear, fixed in the monster's eye. There was an immediate burst of energy, with sparks and magical beams cutting through the air, accompanied by a roar and a crackle. From a distance, Goth watched what was happening in a state of semi-shock, turning into nervous laughter. He realized his mistake. This guy didn't need anyone's protection. He was born to fight. Hunters will certainly recognize his strength. He remained just a minor, not even allowed to set foot underground without official permission. But now he has that permission. But now he has this pass, Commander Gott. It was he who became the ticket down to the depths where glory was born. Jafir suggested that the commander have a little chat. The crippled man trembled all over, clinging to the remnants of hope, while his dead comrade lay next to him. Before him stood a giant with a massive body, clutching a heavy mace on a chain in his hands. The young man, paralyzed by fear, trying to justify himself and prove that he had nothing to do with what was happening. He desperately recalled how he had entered the temple with these people. A man of smaller stature stood nearby, but with a special mark burned into his forehead. His lips trembled in a predatory grin, and his eyes showed icy confidence. He remained silent, allowing the guilty one to hysterically shout out excuses, trying to prove that they were not serving the demon at all, that this was a mistake, slander, a misunderstanding. But there was no doubt left, one order, and everything was decided. The comrade, without a moment's hesitation, raised his mace and brought it down with a crash on the seated man's head. The skull cracked with a terrible sound, and the body fell lifelessly to the others. Several corpses were already lying at his feet, their blood merging into a single dark stream on the stone floor. One of the corpses suddenly twitched, its chest shook, and a huge insect crawled out of its mouth, an ominous locust with a crimson mark on its forehead. The creature made a vile crackling noise and immediately exploded, showering the fighters closest to it with streams of dirty blood and fleshy liquid. The man with the mark already held a dagger in his hand as if he had foreseen this. There was no doubt for him, the dead man was infected. He had long suspected him of serving the devil, and this vile creature only confirmed his suspicions. Some time later, the same man, now calm and collected, sat at headquarters opposite the commander-in-chief. In his report, he briefly outlined the essence of what had happened. Everything pointed to the fact that these 7 were connected to a cult, but even that seemed a frighteningly high probability. He noted separately that they had to burn even the straw buildings. Speaking of this, he turned to the inquisitor, mentioning that most of the remaining members of the group had most likely already been converted to a foreign faith. There was only a month left before the raid, and if the heretics hiding in the temple were not destroyed in time, the consequences could be catastrophic. Bloody retribution awaited them all. The inquisitor listened to the report in silence. He remained silent for a while, pondering what he had heard, and then gave his order. He promised to take control of the group of hunters and temporarily suppress any possible unrest. But in return he demanded a result, precise, impeccable, worthy of the Inquisition's trust. No mistakes were allowed. The man with the mark nodded, accepting the order, his face stone still. He knew it wasn't just the raid that was at stake, but his own fate. Meanwhile, across town, Jafir and Gott arrived at the HR department. They submitted an application. Since they were hiring a new employee, they had to provide his name and position. If Goth really intends to hire a person from another unit, he must understand that he will become a full member of their group. Responsibility for the actions of the new recruit will fall on him. She asked if he was ready to accept such conditions. but Gott did not hesitate for a moment. In his eyes, if a newcomer works well, then all the achievements he achieves will be credited to his name. And if fate has given you such a chance, it would be a sin to refuse it. Yesterday, shortly after clearing the dungeon, Goth, still confused, asked Jafir if he was really going to hush up the incident and pretend that there was no battle and he didn't kill the monster. He was especially surprised by Jafir's intention to take the creature's corpse with him. He explained that he would only take the traitor's body and leave the cobalts, citing the fact that when compiling the report, the dungeon could be presented as a lair of low-level monsters. Anything that was mined in the dungeons, monster corpses, magic stones, artifacts, automatically became the property of the temple if it was discovered by slaves. For people like him, the law was clear. A slave had no right to anything other than the official reward for the cleanup. Only in the case of special merit could he receive a bonus. However, Goth immediately declared that this was impossible. He knew that such trophies were too valuable to be left unattended. It was in such cases that a waiting group was on duty outside to collect the loot. Jafir listened to all this but showed neither surprise nor alarm. He just looked at his hand, where the key-shaped icon was still emblazoned. He extended his palm towards the traitor's body and activated his magic. A faint blue glow wrapped around his fingers, forming a vortex. At that moment, the monster's body disappeared, leaving no trace of blood. It all happened in a matter of seconds. Subspace magic was his secret. Usually, such spells could not contain anything larger than a weapon and a few bags, but now the entire monster was absorbed without a trace. This amazed the commander. He had never seen a subspace pocket withstand such a load. But before he could ask a single question, Jafir coldly said that the goods had already left. Then, with an unexpected intonation, he looked at Gott and asked if he was interested in a promotion. Later, when they left the HR department, Goth was thinking about the future. He had long wanted to move up in the ranks, but their reconnaissance team rarely went into combat, so there was no progress. Regularly clearing the dungeons, even if it was just the lairs of the cobalts, could dramatically change the situation. Especially if there is an experienced hunter in the team. They will be able to enter first and take everything without waiting for other units to intervene. Gott knew he needed a promotion, and Jafir needed money. Their goals coincided. All that was left was to not get caught. In that case, everything would be exactly as they wanted. In turn, Jafir was making his own plans. The traitor's trophy could cover all his debts, especially if he managed to sell it at a high price. A month later, a major raid by the Knights of the Temple was to take place, an event that would shake the entire continent. According to the information he had, an artifact capable of changing the future itself would be found during the raid, and Jafir was determined to be among the participants at any cost. To do this, he needed to get into the raid group, and best of all, in advance. As the sun set, the streets became more and more lively. The sky turned golden and bloody. Crowds of people filled the embankment. In this stream, two people, Gott and Jafir, walked shoulder to shoulder, each immersed in their own thoughts. Jafir remembered how he had missed the raid the last time. He had been appointed a hunter too late. This time, about 20 people from the hunter squad would be assigned to the raid group. To get there, he would have to act quickly and decisively. He had a plan. The problem was choosing the right moment. His thoughts were interrupted when Goth pointed to a building ahead. There was a line of people there, which looked like the supply department. He said he was going to check it out. He also began to explain what things he wanted to take with him, but did not have time to finish. Important people were passing by, and he turned Jafir's head sharply, forcing him to bow as a sign of respect. The people around froze. Many lowered their heads, bowing in honor. These were the inquisitors, figures of fear and ruthless power. Their appearance immediately cooled the air. Jafir's gaze caught on one of them. A mark was clearly visible on his forehead. His face was hidden under the hood, but his very gait, confident and silent, betrayed something dangerous about him. Goth exhaled heavily. A clear relief flashed in his eyes. He knew who it was. The authorized inquisitors of heresy and their special slaves, who were allowed to conduct especially sensitive operations. These creatures, officially listed as slaves, had exclusive rights, They could kill without warning under the pretext of hunting heresy. Among them, one stood out in particular, nicknamed Sahak. He was called the Mad Dog of the Inquisitors. Horrible rumors circulated about him, that he went to serve the Inquisition only in order to kill without restrictions. But just at that moment, Sahak's voice rang out over the street. He stopped and called out to them. Goth immediately turned pale. He immediately thought of the worst. Could the Inquisitors have heard their conversation? The man turned around slowly, as if considering whether to explain himself at all. His gaze was heavy and cold. He pointed his finger at Jafir. His interest was directed exclusively at him. Without ceremony, he removed his hood and introduced himself. He was a trusted person of the Inquisitor of Heresy, and his name was Sahak. And he asked what the stranger's name was. Goth, sensing danger, immediately tried to stand up for his protégé. He knew that the recruit was in his group, and therefore responsibility for him lay with him. However, this only made him angry. He did not like it when people contradicted him. The energy that suddenly rose around him seemed to hit Goth's body. The commander felt a mortal threat and immediately fell to his knees, as if knocked down by an invisible hand. His breathing became ragged and black spots began to flash before his eyes. Sahak watched Jafir in silence. He saw something strange in him. Even though he stood calmly, there was no fear in his posture. Calm? No, it was experience. He immediately understood this was no ordinary slave before him. Such a look, such endurance do not come for nothing. Jafir was not a random person. This guy is no slouch. His clothes spoke volumes. The miner's clothes, plain and worn, indicated that he had only recently been transferred to the hunting party. Usually, new slaves were sent to the temple based on the results of tests. Physical indicators, magical potential, everything was taken into account. But this guy apparently had a different path. First, he ended up in the mining unit, and only then he switched to the hunters. And this transition, as Sahak noted, happened too smoothly. It was too natural. Something about it didn't add up. He felt like there was a hidden meaning here that wasn't on the surface. There was movement all around. Sahak's comrades reacted quickly. All together they surrounded Jafir as if on command. The tension in the air became almost physical. However, even despite the numerical advantage, Sahak knew that the guy in front of him was a serious fighter. And then he decided, instead of brute force, he would start with an interrogation. He needed to find out who they were dealing with. Sahak's eyes flashed with predatory interest. He was going to ask questions and demand completely honest answers. Jeffrey realized that this guy was crazy, but if something happened to him, he would have only himself to blame. Sahak said he intended to ask several questions and warned him not to lie. There were still other inquisitors standing around Jafir, tightly surrounding him, leaving no chance for escape. Then Sahak asked a direct question. Does Jafir know anything about the followers of the demonic god? He knew about them better than anyone. They were traitors to humanity, capable of leading it to destruction in the coming Great War. Although they were officially declared enemies of the Church Order, Jafir knew that they had special traits that made them easy to spot among ordinary people. However, for now they are known only as heretics hostile to the current religious order. They have several differences from all other people. It was for his ability to recognize these differences that he received recognition, becoming one of the closest subordinates of Inquisitor Matias. His intuition told him that Jafir was dangerous. Without thinking, Sahak pointed a sharp knife at him, declaring that at that moment he was the representative of the executive power of the Inquisition and had every right to interrogate him. At the same time, he made it clear that any word or movement of Jafir could be used against him. However, before starting, Jafir politely asked for some clarification. One of Sahak's assistants reacted sharply, accusing Jafir of insolence, but Sahak himself unexpectedly allowed the question to be asked. The guy asked if it was possible to conduct the interrogation in another place. There were too many extra eyes, and what was happening could take an unpredictable turn. His argument was simple. If something inappropriate happened, it could put Sahak himself in an awkward position. Sahak chuckled, noting the confidence emanating from Jafir, and guessing that he probably hoped to handle 5 at once. But Sahak often encountered people like him, and each such case only confirmed the importance of his work. With these thoughts, he activated the spell. A huge seal flashed on the floor, binding his three comrades and creating a magic circle, in the center of which was Jepper. It was a special skill known as the Red Field. Its power depended on those present within. By enhancing the abilities of allies, it restrained the target and limited its actions. Jepper studied what was happening with interest and finally decided to show something in response. He took a fighting stance which puzzled Sahak. The technique looked unusual and strange. Instinct told him to watch, but Sahak threw caution to the wind, thinking that was what any cowardly fool would do. He rushed into battle, confident in his invulnerability within the red field. With a swift dash, he approached his opponent, attacking with a knife, trying to deliver a precise blow. However, Jafir deftly dodged, reflecting the attacks with his hands. Sahak did not give up, changing the trajectory of his blows, trying to hit the face. But his opponent reacted instantly, dodging with frightening precision. In response, his outstretched arm delivered a precise blow to the forehead. Sahak was forced to retreat, doing a backflip. Sahak rose into the air and launched a kick, aiming for his opponent's legs. And he was already celebrating. He considered himself the winner. But I was surprised to discover something. Jafir's body turned out to be incredibly strong, as if forged from iron. Now it was Jafir's turn. He launched an attack with lightning speed. Precise, fast blows rained down on Sahak, causing him to choke on blood. His knife slipped from his hands, and his body sank to the ground. Despite this, Jepper still stood in a fighting stance, not giving up until the end. At this moment, Goth, who was watching what was happening, shouted, warning of an attack from the right flank. Jafir reacted instantly, putting his hand out and blocking the powerful blow with the mace. His new opponent acted differently, without getting closer. He struck from a distance while playing with Jafir, and then he grinned evilly at him, wanting to play with him. Jafir was surprised. The man hiding behind this animal behavior was able to speak. He sarcastically noted that he should do it more often. These words angered the enemy, and he furiously rushed into the attack. His weapon easily pierced the asphalt, turning it into crumbs. But Jafir did not lag behind. He dodged every blow with amazing dexterity. The crowd of onlookers watching the fight began to scatter in panic. Shrapnel was flying in all directions, creating a threat to everyone around. Goth, watching the carnage, came to the conclusion that his partner was not just strong, he was truly dangerous. He had understood this back in the dungeons, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Jafir had laid out Sahak in a matter of moments, using unusual techniques. And even now, against a massive opponent with a mace, he easily repelled not only blows, but also stones flying in all directions. Will he really win? And what will happen to Sahak himself? When he comes to his senses, he will be consumed with shame. For Jafir, victory was not just a matter of survival, but of salvation. Lose, and he would be considered an accomplice in the heresy and arrested along with it. He could not afford that. There was a stranger standing next to Goth. He calmly noted that Goth's partner was clearly unlucky, despite the fierce resistance. Jafir had been having problems for a long time. It's just that those around him haven't noticed it yet. And then the moment came. The red field came into full force. The chains around Jafir's wrists tightened and tightened, restricting his movements. The enemy standing before him rejoiced and, swelling with anticipation of victory, began to advance. His muscles filled with blood, veins appeared under the skin. He rushed forward, attacking with a heavy mace attached to a chain, and Jafir, pressing his feet into the ground, tried with all his might to maintain his balance. While the field was active, the inquisitors became stronger with every second. Sahak, having come to his senses, grabbed his weapon and stabbed Jafir in the back. And then he said that the toys were over, and he will make him regret that he did not ask for mercy from the very beginning. A scarlet haze enveloped his body, and he charged again, this time much faster than before. Jafir was trapped, his hands were chained, he could neither attack nor defend as before. And Sahak, like a blur, scurried around him, cutting his face. With every movement he became faster and more confident. His abilities increased by almost 80%, and he was sure that no tricks would help against such speed. His goal became to cause as much pain as possible. Hysterical laughter filled the air as blows rained down on Jafir's body, one after another. But everything changed in an instant. When Sahak was too close again, Jafir dealt him a sharp blow to the back of the head. The blast of force threw the Inquisitor back, and he crashed into the concrete with a thud. The young man, without giving him time to come to his senses, grabbed him by the hair, and he suddenly hit his face against his knee. Sahak fell backwards, his nose broken, his face bloody, his mind in turmoil. He didn't understand how this was possible. Neither his speed nor his magic-enhanced defense helped. Everything collapsed. Jafir stood unhurriedly and glanced at his fallen opponent. He dropped a remark that if Sahak wanted to demonstrate his speed, it would be better to work in a team. It was at that moment that the massive enemy reacted. He yanked the chains sharply, pulling Jafir towards him. But he did not lose his composure and, looking straight into the eyes, doubted, was this giant really afraid of close combat, preferring to keep his distance? In his previous life, such subordinates did not last long. They would have been destroyed long ago for failure. In response, the guy activated the simplest magical technique, reinforcement. Concentrating his energy, he tore the chains from the giant's hands, and he pushed him back with force. He, not expecting this, flew away, knocked down by the blow. The crowd watching the fight was stunned. People could not believe their eyes. It looked as if the very air was shaking from the power of Jafir. He was barely breathing, but he stood there, and there was a steely determination in his gaze. Sahak, struggling to come to his senses, covered his face with his hand, and unable to cope with the shock, asked the question out loud. Who is he really? What is his appearance behind the mask? This young man could not be a mere mortal. But Jafir, breathing heavily, only glanced to the side. He was not impressed by either the attacks or the spells. He knew. These people didn't need to know the truth, especially those who wanted to lock him up or destroy him. At the same time, in one of the buildings nearby, a stranger was watching everything that was happening through a dusty window. He covered his face with his hand as if trying to stop a headache. This was not going according to plan. He couldn't interfere, couldn't check the details, but his suspicions grew stronger. Jafir hadn't arrived on his own. It seemed he had really been sent by that very man whose name they didn't dare pronounce out loud. The witnesses of the battle stood in stupefaction. The shock they were in was almost physically tangible. They could not understand how this was even possible. Mr. Sahak, one of the strongest, has just been defeated. His face expressed not so much pain as rage. Sweat was streaming down his forehead, and his eyes were blazing with a burning anger. He watched as Jafir left, shouted after him, trying to maintain at least the appearance of control, but it looked pathetic. He was humiliated. Jafir understood that the first stage of the plan was complete. He had achieved what was necessary. He had survived, shown his strength, and diverted suspicion from himself. However, the joy was premature. He knew that sooner or later the news of what had happened would reach a very unpleasant guy. It was only a question of time. The snag was always in that. But suddenly something changed. Jafir suddenly became wary. He sensed something was wrong. His legs gave way and he sank to the floor, barely keeping his balance. A wave of aching pain began to sweep through his body. He couldn't even move a finger. Everything spoke of something familiar. Complete immobilization. It was mana freezing. And indeed, an unknown creature appeared out of nowhere. Its appearance was alien, but it radiated ancient power. It introduced itself as the spirit Shylock, a representative of the family of the great god of debt, USR. Analyzing Jafir's condition, the creature stated, "The mana level is 0, and that means the time has come. The activation of the skill Iron Wall has started." But it wasn't just a spell. It not only increased defense and stamina, but also had a terrible side effect. All the damage inflicted and received that had accumulated during fatigue. And when the magical energy reached 0, all accumulated damage was returned to the owner in one moment. Countless adventurers have tried to cope with this, using the skill with caution, but in the end, one thing awaited them: bankruptcy, which in a magical context meant death. Jafir was sure that Ursa was watching him now. The debt god Usra was like a double-edged sword, alluring, powerful, and merciless. He was eager to devour all those who were mired in magical debt. And yes, he was watching. Sitting on his dark throne, stroking his beloved turtle, he watched with satisfaction, smiling slyly. Everything was going according to his plan. Meanwhile, the spirit finished measuring the accumulated damage. A toy yo-yo with a tiny bell appeared in his hands, and the next second it turned into a giant artifact. The countdown began, second by second. Jafir couldn't move. He felt his body becoming heavier and heavier, as if he had merged with the earth, glued to it. There was nothing to be done. The countdown was inexorably approaching 0. But gathering his last strength, he fell on his side. His teeth sank into the bandages wrapped around his arm, one of which contained a stash, a small bottle hidden for emergencies, a restoration potion. The count reached 3. The bell, symbolizing the onset of magical retribution, trembled in the air. God watched this with anticipation, filled with joy, almost anticipating the death of Jafir. The bell fell huge, heavy, inevitable. But at the last moment, Jafir managed to open the potion and swallow its contents. A wave of energy rushed through the body. The bell stopped, just a few centimeters from his body. The spirit detected the presence of 1 mana point and immediately cancelled the procedure. The debt collection was delayed. He disappeared, dissolved, leaving behind only a shadow of a threat. Jafir was breathing heavily, lying on the ground. He was alive, miraculously. He had just escaped death. The remnants of the bell ringing still thundered in his head. He cursed USR silently. He survived far worse. When humanity was wiped out, he lasted a year alone. Evade the harvest? Easy. He moved with difficulty and continued to think. How much did this damn ability cost? If memory serves in the past, about 500 gold. It's a fortune and he can't afford it. And then he showed God the middle finger. Meanwhile, the god Usra was beside himself with rage. His hands were shaking, he clenched them into fists, unable to cope with his disappointment. Even an innocent turtle died from his wrath, crushed in a fit of impotent rage. And at this time, Jafir, having barely regained consciousness, opened his eyes. He didn't understand where he was. Everything around him was blurry, as if he had entered another space. However, the surroundings quickly brought him out of his oblivion. Right in front of his face appeared an unfamiliar face, smiling, even too much. It was a nun, with an overly cheerful look. He tried to move, and only then realized that he was tied to a bed. On the right side stood a man with a gun, on the left, the same nun, with an unpleasantly good-natured smile. The girl's voice was cheerful and almost playful, but there was something alarming in it. The woman reported that he had slept very soundly and must have been very tired, and explained that the debt repayment period had ended an hour ago. With these words, she took out a knife, and she brought it close to Jafir's very eye. The amusement on her face instantly turned to cold fury, and her eyes flared as she leaned closer. And so Jafir, sensing danger, began to think feverishly. His magic was running low, and if he used it now, the gathering procedure that nearly killed him last time would start again. The nun, however, was adamant. She pointed out that even if he had something, the interest on the debt would continue to accrue every day. It seemed that in another second, the massacre would begin. Judging by her look, there was no doubt she was ready to go all the way. The woman gave a sign, and 2 of her assistants approached the bed. They cut the ropes that bound Jafir's hands with businesslike severity, but not out of mercy. One of them immediately took his brush and laid it on a wooden table. Everything happened quickly and smoothly. The girl said she would start with the fingers, not because it was a ritual, but because she felt he didn't take her temple seriously. A couple of severed fingers, as she put it, were supposed to set his mind straight. Jafir's breathing became heavier. Panic was rising. He struggled to remember her name. It was somewhere on the edge of his consciousness, as if it had a key meaning. But there was no time. The nun's assistant held his hand tightly, raising the knife, and the woman gave the order. The metal gleamed in the lamplight, only a moment left, and then Jafir whispered, quietly, almost soundlessly, but this spoken word was enough. The nun froze when she heard him. Her eyes widened and horror flashed in them. She gave a sharp signal to stop. The blade froze in midair, frozen a few millimeters from the skin. She turned to Jafir with a face that no longer showed any amusement. The look became wary, almost predatory. What he had just said had shaken her confidence. Everything in her expression screamed, "This is impossible." But the fact remained. He had said something he shouldn't have known. And now the situation had changed. She walked slowly towards him, still stunned, and demanded an explanation. Who was he? The assistants, noticing the tension, rushed to clarify what had happened, but the nun sharply ordered them to leave. The door slammed behind them and they were left alone in dead silence. And then she forces him to admit how he knows her name. When the tension reached its peak, Jafir, with a hoarse half-smile, reminded that it was simply impossible not to know about such a famous person as she. He spoke her full name, Anna Primrose, nun of the Temple of Light, also known by her shadowy nickname, White Rose, the infamous monster broker. Through her dark connections with the denizens of the underworld, she acted as a middleman, trading in stolen artifacts, equipment, the bodies of rare monsters, and other loot. For anyone who wants to survive a raid, going into dungeons with cheap weapons is simply suicide. Therefore, it was worth trying to come to an agreement with her, to bargain for something more serious. Jafir noticed that he was just about to go to her and thanked her for the unexpected delivery. He finally asked her to untie him because making a deal lying down and tied up is not a very comfortable position. But before anything could happen, there was a noise in another building. Someone was throwing food, clattering dishes, and the cooks were shouting. In the wing, Sahak lay on a bed, breathing heavily. Doctors leaned over him, urging him not to strain himself. He needed rest. But Sahak didn't hear them. His mind was still stuck on the last words Jafir had spoken to him before he left. The words sank deep like splinters. Anger gradually replaced the pain. He didn't just want revenge. He wanted to tear the offender apart, feed his remains to the pigs. At that moment, a stranger entered the room. He leisurely surveyed the devastation and calmly asked what kind of madness was going on here. It was Ned Som. His presence instantly cooled the atmosphere. Sahak tried to rise, but Ned gently stopped him, saying that he would take control. The doctors retreated. Ned reminded that he had heard about the incident and had now come to investigate. Sahak quickly apologized, promising that it would not happen again. But before he could finish speaking, a knife flew into his mouth. The man barely managed to clamp it between his teeth. Ned, his expression unchanging, asked if everyone really thought there was no need to worry right now. For some reason, he noticed, everyone kept telling him that, like a mantra. However, Mr. Matias had clearly ordered that no disgrace should be allowed, and the fact that Sahak had disgraced himself in front of everyone was already a fact. But Sahak still allowed himself to be beaten in front of a gathering of slaves. Ned silently pulled the knife from his mouth. His words were clear. Sahak was tolerated only because of his early successes. When he caught his first devil worshipper, he was given a chance. But in 6 months he found only 2. The excuses ran out. The entire top brass began to lose patience. His actions had made the inquisitors look like a laughing stock, and now the consequences were inevitable. Sahak fell to the floor and began to beg for mercy. He begged for one last chance. He was ready to do anything just to be forgiven. Ned nodded before discussing further punishment. First, we need to deal with the one who disgraced him, Jafir. He must be destroyed. Only then can we talk about forgiveness. Otherwise, Sahak will be forced to take off his red uniform of an authorized inquisitor. Ned tossed him a bag and told him to use its contents. Sahak opened it with trembling hands. Inside were 2 objects, a purple orb and a red artifact. They belonged to the same devil worshipper he had captured earlier. He couldn't believe he was allowed to use them. Ned noted that choosing now was not a privilege. There was no time left to think. He must make a decision he will not regret. Then he turned and walked away, slamming the door behind him. Sahak was left alone, looking at the strange artifacts in his hands. He remembered who he was, Mad Dog, a public enemy of slaves and hunters. In the last 6 months he had killed 26 runaway slaves. Returning to slave status would mean certain death. He was just beginning to rise, clawing his way out of the mud. He squeezed the ball in his palms. It can't end like this. No, it's not he who must die. It's Jafir who must die. With these thoughts, he activated the artifact. A laugh burst from his throat, hysterical, insane. Ned could hear it coming from inside the door. After the door closed behind him, Ned gave his assistant a short but clear order to keep an eye on Sahak. He had to be kept within the bounds of common sense, because if he continued to act on the dictates of emotion, he would eventually be thrown away like useless trash. All the talk about his talent was not worth a dime. After all, he did not even understand that he was transferred to the hospital solely to create a smokescreen. Ned's assistant, observing the situation, noted with slight satisfaction that, thanks to Sahak's outburst of madness, the commander of the Temple Knights detachment involuntarily relaxed his vigilance. This created ideal conditions for their next step, secretly infiltrating the Knights' squad. There they had to steal the artifacts and at the same time get rid of the commander himself in one of the dungeons. If all goes according to plan, power in the Temple of Light will gradually pass into the hands of the devil worshippers. This task was key. It was supposed to strengthen the influence of the demonic order. Meanwhile, Ned focused on the new unknown element, Jeffer. He used a combat technique that belonged to their sect, and only disciples or their teachers would know that. This raised suspicions. Perhaps he was someone sent by the teacher, a kind of intermediary. But then the question arises, why did he almost make contact with the Order through official channels? Something didn't add up here. If it turns out that Jeffer has nothing to do with them, he should simply be eliminated. At this time, in another room, Anna was in confusion. She nervously bit her nails, unable to believe what was happening. Jeffer's behavior was beyond common sense. But when he showed her the trophy, the body of a slain monster, she froze in amazement. She had never seen such a catch. It wasn't just effective, it was epic. Jeffer noticed her reaction and wasted no time in getting to the point. The nun began to process the goods. He gave her a list of items he wanted to exchange for trophies. It included the most powerful artifacts, fragments of a predator's body, magic stones, and top-grade potions. There were also sacred herbs, blessed by the sun and moon, ingredients that are not only rare, but have almost ritual value. Anna quickly calculated the cost. Altogether, it was worth 5,000 gold. However, to complete the set, Jeffer would have to bring the bodies of 3 more of the same predators. He nodded willingly. 3 weeks would be enough. Let her begin preparations. The deal was on. But before he left, he paused. His gaze slid around the room and lingered on a glass bottle in the corner. He turned around, his voice a little quieter. He needed something else. He wanted to ask about a personal matter. There were 4 men sitting at the table. The atmosphere was tense, and one of them, coughing into his hand, drew attention to himself. It was Goth, a dark but charismatic guy with a sense of tact. He suggested that despite the fact that they already knew each other, they introduce themselves again to strengthen the team spirit. He introduced his comrade Marco first. In their group he played the role of tanker, the man who could take a hit and cover the others. He then pointed to the next member, Dale. Despite only being with them for 3 months, he was a master of the blade, which earned respect. And finally the gaze of those gathered stopped on the newcomer, Jeffer. Goth, with a slight smile, cheerfully raised his mug of beer, offering everyone a drink. It seemed that, instead of helping to establish a relationship with the newcomer to the group, they, on the contrary, distanced themselves from him. Although he had already managed to bring significant benefits to the team, no one was in a hurry to recognize him. The confusion in the atmosphere was aggravated by the state of Jeffer himself. He was not in a good mood. They might not be happy with the food, but at least what they had now was the best he could get, especially since they were all deeply in debt, and there wasn't much choice. The awkward silence was broken by Jeffer himself. He silently reached into his bag, pulling out a massive bottle of amber-colored liquid. Picking it up, he noted with a hint of disdain that he would not drink the cheap, tasteless swill. His comrades immediately perked up, their eyes sparkled. The drink looked first class from the outside. But Jeffer did not reveal all his cards. He only thought that it was a gift from the White Rose. The slave had never even dreamed of such a thing. Everyone cheerfully poured the drink into mugs and clinked glasses, creating the illusion of unity. In reality, Jeffer was helping these 3 earn achievements, no matter how they felt about him. In return, they helped him with not entirely legal things, stealing monster corpses. Jeffer had worked with Goth in a team in a previous life, and had an idea of his character. He understood that in order to rise up, he needed a reliable teacher. However, Marco and Dale were still a mystery to him. Considering that both of them should by now be dead by all rights, he didn't know what to expect from them. They should either be trained properly, or just get rid of it. Although he left the decision for later, to act as events unfolded, He knew one thing: man by nature is benevolent to those who give him what he wants, be it money, fame, or simply the opportunity to look better than others. However, wherever they go, there is always at least one splinter, and he is not one to please those who seek conflict. At this point, Dale was watching Jeffer closely. He clearly realized that he didn't like the newcomer. Even before this, Gott had spoken to Marco and Dale that there would be a big benefit from this deal. Now Gott was rank 4, while Dale and Marco were rank 5. Gott was counting on their help and asked them not to show hostility. Marco, in turn, expressed surprise that some miner not only saved everyone, but also pulled off such a profitable deal. Dale acknowledged that as a commander, Goth had the right to accept new recruits, but he believed such decisions should be discussed. Personally, he thought that Jeffer had just gotten lucky. While the others were unconscious, he pretended to catch the traitor. But he was more concerned with the deal itself. Marco asked everyone to quarrel more quietly. You never know who might hear. The newbie has already become part of the team, and the reward for the cleanup will be divided between only 3 permanent members. Maybe it's worth just watching him. But Dale thought it was stupid. One had appointed a newcomer, the other had succumbed to a bottle of alcohol, and now they were just going to wait. He didn't recognize Jafir. Why would some outsider come in and start establishing his own rules? If he really is just a crook, they will quickly realize it. Someone who only knows how to talk will not last long here. This is what he was going to teach him. He was a hunter, and hunters do not forgive weakness. And so together they headed into the dungeon. Marco couldn't even imagine that such a place existed just 2 days' walk from the temple. Everyone was curious. Do people still live here? Gott enthusiastically explained that everything inside was arranged much better than one could have expected. There was literally everything here. Moreover, there was even a hotel here at one time, where the lucky one stayed. Marco, hearing this, complained that at the time he should have been taken along. Now, as he noticed, everything had changed. This place had turned into a lair of monsters. Jeffer was the first to enter the cave. Around him, objects were scattered everywhere, covered in a thick layer of cobwebs. To assess the situation, he decided to use one of his skills, magical perception of mana. This technique enhanced his senses, allowing him to wrap his body with mana. Once within the radius of perception, objects and movements, especially magically charged ones, became perceptible, as if they were touching his skin. Earlier they had discussed that there was likely a dark steel spider living inside. Jafir confidently voiced this assumption, looking at the tracks at the entrance, and suggested a strategy. He drew a schematic plan on the ground, explaining that they would first carefully walk inside, trying not to touch the web. Then they would approach the door, behind which, according to his calculations, the spider's babies lived. He added that the task was not easy, as it would require maintaining active perception for a long time. However, given that spiders usually sleep during the day, they would have an advantage, provided they were careful. But before he could finish speaking, Dale interrupted him. He expressed doubt not about the complexity of the task, but about the very expediency of the mission. If there really is a dark steel spider inside, the 4 of them won't be able to handle it. This monster had tough, almost iron skin and incredible strength. Its defense was so strong that it seemed impossible to penetrate it with ordinary weapons. This place is beyond the ability of even a well-organized team to defend, let alone 4 of them. If the threat is confirmed, they should immediately report the situation and wait for reinforcements. Jafir didn't object. The idea of reporting made sense. If one of them wasn't sure of success, then it wasn't worth the risk. He stated that he could clear out the lair on his own. This self-confidence shocked Dale. He had not expected such a statement. Each time he became more and more convinced that this was not a warrior before him, but a smug fraud. Never before had he heard of anyone hunting a traitor alone or receiving the powers of an inquisitor of heresy without proper evidence. It sounded ridiculous. Based on these statements, Dale came to the conclusion that perhaps the dungeon was not as dangerous as it was described. He hoped that Jeffer did not expect the team's unconditional support after his threats. Instead, he decided to simply see how long he could play the hero. However, suddenly Dale caught on a thin wire stretched between the walls. How could he have done such a stupid thing? Besides, the web was now firmly stuck to his hand, and it was impossible to get rid of it. As he frantically tried to pull his hand away, his gaze fell on a multitude of lights flickering in the darkness. They were eyes. Dozens, if not hundreds of spider eyes, glowing in the dark. He instantly realized his mistake and was horrified. From the depths of the cave, a huge spider, surrounded by her offspring, rushed towards him. Her movements were swift, and her gaze was directed straight at him. Jafir, noticing what was happening, reacted instantly. He suddenly reached out, grabbed Dale by the collar, and pulled him back with a jerk, saving him from certain death. At that very moment, the spider and her numerous babies bit into Jafir's hand. The mother spider, not wanting to let go of her prey, furiously tried to gnaw through the bandages on Jafir's hands with her powerful claws. However, her teeth could not penetrate the unusual fabric, and this seemed to confuse her. The last thing that remained of them was a soft, wet slime that splashed onto the floor right in front of an astonished Dale. Without wasting any time, Jafir ordered everyone to gather. Within moments they were standing in a circle, their backs pressed tightly against each other, surrounded by dozens of spider eyes glittering in the darkness. From all sides, spiders began to release sticky, foul-smelling webs intending to capture them. A clear strategy was adopted. No one knew exactly what awaited them in this dungeon, but there was a plan. When the decisive moment came, everyone had to act in unison. As part of the training, Marco had to wrap his hammer in Jeffers' cloak to prevent it from getting stuck in the web. Dale and Goth had to do the same with their blades. Conventional weapons could not cut the strong threads, which meant that it was necessary to protect them from the web in advance. The main task was to prevent the sticky fibers from immobilizing them. Marco, watching the events, was pleased to note that everything was going according to plan. Despite the fact that the web was sticking to his hammer, he could still swing it. The spiders seemed weak. At the same time, Gott was in doubt. How many of them were there? Dozens, hundreds, or maybe thousands? But despite his doubts, Dale fought just as steadfastly and bravely, continuing to crush his enemies. When the bulk of the spiders were driven into the center of the cave and killed, the warriors stood breathing heavily, exhausted by the battle. Dale was wounded, a deep cut in his shoulder reminding him that he couldn't relax. He felt especially awkward because Jafir came to his aid. At that moment, Jeffrey came up to him and handed him a bottle of liquid, and he said that it was a restorative potion enriched with medicinal herbs, a kind of magical tincture for healing wounds. Dale couldn't help but realize that all this time, Jeffer, with the help of his magical perception, had been seeing what was happening through the walls, with incredible accuracy, predicting events. Jeffrey consoled Dale by reminding him that anyone can make mistakes, and next time he just had to be more careful. He himself thought that everything was not so bad. Dale, despite his hot-headedness, realized his mistake and began to change. In his past life, Jafir had to train unpromising fighters more than once, and often, despite all efforts, they did not make progress. But Dale was different. He not only realized his mistake, but also gathered the strength to correct it. It seems that there really is hope for him. Now Dale, of course, did not trust Jafir, but after clearing this dungeon he would undoubtedly draw the right conclusions. Meanwhile, the decisive battle began. Dale, having once again seized the sword, fought shoulder to shoulder with Marco against the huge spider. Marco rained blows down on the monster's head with the back of his massive hammer. At this time, Goth reported that the paralyzing potion had worked. The spider's movements had slowed down. Dale remembered what Jafir had said about the spider's soft belly being its weak point, unlike its armored back. So he struck there and found the technique effective. Now he knew not only the vulnerable spots, but also the habits of these creatures, as well as the tactics of fighting them. And yet he wondered, how did Jafir know all this? Who is he really? These thoughts did not leave him even in battle. Reflecting, he cut open the spider's belly and watched as the life left the monster. After the victory, everyone was overwhelmed with joy. They managed to defeat the huge spider. Jafir, sitting on a pile of bodies of fallen monsters, declared that for a first time, this was an excellent result. The rest were amazed. They killed one, while he dealt with many. Jafir, having descended from the spider heap, suggested taking a rest and asked Gott to get provisions. Soon they sat down to eat. While eating, Marco couldn't help but ask who Jafir had been in the past. He brushed it off, saying that he had simply been an adventurer. But Marco insisted. He was interested in whether he was a student of some great master or a member of a powerful guild. Dale found this conversation interesting. Jeffer, still chewing, just grinned. At that moment, his thoughts flew back to the past, to the image of his teacher. He remembered how he had driven him to exhaustion in training, sparing neither himself nor the student. His face was hidden under a hood, from under which yellow eyes glowed. However, something else was more important now. There was one last room left, the one where the Spider Queen was. It was necessary to act decisively. Approaching the body of one of the dead spiders, Jafir took out a knife, and he cut off 2 of his paws. They became improvised weapons, 2 clawed limbs with sharpened, strong ends, primitive but deadly. He stood up, looked around at his companions, and calmly announced that he had had enough for today. It was time to leave. And his 3 comrades, hearing these words, could not hide their surprise. 4 years. That's how long got spent in the ranks of hunters. During this time, he experienced a lot. Many of his comrades died, facing monsters to which they were no match. But Gott survived, and the reason for his survival was simple. He never took risks. He always avoided dangerous bridges, chose the safest routes. This approach allowed him to stay alive, but it did not give him the opportunity to grow. He never got a promotion. After all, no one would defend someone who always retreats in the face of difficulties. Now everything has changed. Jafir, the man they came into this dungeon with, has openly made it clear that he intends to act alone. Goth understood at first glance that he was not going to wait for help. Perhaps his original plan was to defeat the monster alone. However, not everyone agreed with this approach. Marco, one of the group's fighters, expressed confidence that since they had come here together, they should go to the end shoulder to shoulder. Goth himself felt like a superfluous person. With his skills, he would only be a burden, an extra wheel in the cart, and it would be better to simply step aside. Dale also advocated teamwork, arguing that even just being in each other's presence can be more beneficial than going it alone. Goth, however, remained of the same opinion. He knew how dangerous it was to overestimate one's own strength. One wrong move, and the whole group could be dead. He waited anxiously for Jafir to say something, hoping he wouldn't give them another chance to prove themselves. But Jafir seemed to be misunderstood. He wasn't kicking them out to leave them behind. He just didn't want them to sit idle. They had to share the responsibilities. While the others were coming to their senses, Jafir was already entering the lair, covered in thick layers of cobwebs. His steps were quiet but determined. Inside the cave, he discovered the center of the entire dungeon, the heart of the spider's lair. There was the queen's clutch, giant eggs and larvae hidden in chitinous cocoons. Around them were the spider knights, elite guards who guarded the nest in which the queen laid her offspring. The strength and structure of these creatures commanded respect. Jafir calculated a safe distance beyond which the spiders had not yet attacked, and acted in cold blood. The spiders did not leave their positions, guarding the mother and her offspring with fanatical devotion. It was impossible to get closer without provoking an attack. He called upon the magic of the silver key. As if on command, sacks fell from the sky. Inside them was ordinary flour. Jafir began to swing the bag. One by one he picked up the sacks and threw them with force into the depths of the lair. The bags burst, releasing clouds of white dust that filled the air. Flour covered the surface of the cave, turning the entire space into a potential trap. Without wasting any time, Jafir pulled out his crossbow. He took aim and released the arrow. It hit the spider, only slid along its chitinous shell, but that was enough. The impact causes a spark to fly, igniting the dust-filled atmosphere. The resulting explosion is a powerful one, a classic example of the flower dust explosion effect. The entire area is engulfed in flames, and Jafir quickly retreats to avoid being engulfed in flames. However, this was not enough. The spider knights, despite everything, were not destroyed. One of them, furious and engulfed in flames, rushed forward, pursuing Jafir. But then he was met with several well-aimed shots. The arrows hit him right in the head and fangs. Each of them was laced with a rare poison created at the court of the 72nd Poison King, poison number 68, known as Virial. The spiders that had received a dose of this substance began to writhe convulsively and squeal, writhing from the unbearable sensations. Those that were behind jumped over their suffering brothers and continued moving forward. One of the knights, engulfed in flames, continued the pursuit. He raced almost on the heels, threatening to overtake the prey. They turned the corner at great speed. But there was a trap waiting for the monster, a thick web spread out in advance. Before this, Jefir had been instructing his comrades. He had told them how to use the spider iron, the dark steel from which the iron entrails of insects were created. If you squeezed one of these paws like a cooking bag, a sticky web would come out. He ordered these devices to be placed along the escape route to hinder the enemy's advance and force them to come out. After all, in the depths of the lair, the web is too dense, and fighting the monsters there is suicide. Now everything was working according to plan. Jefir used his new weapon, spider legs transformed into blades. With one deft movement, he thrust them between the fangs of the pursuing spider, and with great force he tore his mouth apart. There was only one knight left in the lair, but suddenly something alerted him. Confidence vanished, replaced by anxiety. The last spider knight, with surprising dexterity, overcame the obstacle. He simply crawled over the body of his fallen comrade. And at that moment a heavy claw fell upon him. It was the mother spider. Realizing who he was about to face, Jefir did not linger. He rushed to the exit. The spider mother was already on his trail, not giving him a moment's respite, not retreating or stopping. Behind him the fire was blazing, and ahead the unknown. Her scream echoed throughout the cave, piercing, monstrous, distorting space itself. The mother spider was so huge that she touched the walls and vaults of the cave with her body. Goth stood at the very exit of the cave, tense but collected. He urged Jefir on, demanding that he speed up. And at that moment, the Spider Queen opened her terrible mouth and collected a huge volume of purple liquid in it. Jefir rushed, realizing that hesitation could cost him his life. He immediately recognized this liquid. It was the poison of the Spider Queen, not just dangerous, deadly. Anyone with low magical or physical defense would simply melt in a matter of seconds. Poisoning with this substance meant certain death. With his last strength, Jefir pushed off the rock ledge, deftly bounced off and flew out of the cave, dodging the jets of deadly liquid that literally melted everything they touched. Behind him, the cave shook. The huge body of the spider, trying to squeeze through after him, broke the arches at the entrance, pushing the stones apart like paper. With a dull thud, the queen burst forth and landed directly between Marco and Goth, her massive limbs digging deep into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, Jefir gave a signal to his companions. It was time for battle. His three comrades immediately became combat-ready. They knew that the outcome of the battle depended on their actions. Jefir himself, without wasting a second, rushed towards them, holding a new weapon in both hands, spider claws transformed into deadly blades. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air and, with the precision of a surgeon, plunged the blade straight into the monster's eye. A thick green liquid gushed from the punctured eyeball, and the queen howled in pain so loudly that the earth shook. Blinded by rage, she rushed forward, trying to trample everyone who got in her way. However, Goth managed to jump back in time, avoiding death. Jefir, armed and focused, continued his attack, swinging his weapon dangerously. He let out screams, calling the spider to him, forcing her to focus only on him. Her anger reached its limit. Slime flowed from her mouth, her eyes filled with tearful rage. She screamed as if she was trying to scream the whole world. But Jefir was ready. He understood that he was the one who had to take on the role of tank, the one who distracted the enemy so that the others could strike. He explained to his companions in advance how they should act. While he holds the beast off, the others, Dale, Marco, and Goth, are required to attack and finish it off. It's a well-coordinated strategy, where everyone has a role to play. Goth felt an internal conflict. All these years he avoided danger, convinced that his life was priceless. He always walked away from battles with the most deadly monsters. But now everything is different. Now he is not alone and he has no choice. They are here together, and together they must finish what they started. Will they be able to defeat this monster? At this time, Dale was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy and intermittent. He couldn't help but remember how, in the past, people had treated them with contempt, without giving them the slightest bit of honor or respect. No one had bothered to cook their food or take care of their equipment. Marco was thinking at the same time that everything had been going according to plan up until now, as long as they followed Jaffir's orders. He was convinced that trusting him once again was the right decision. That is why, gathering all his remaining strength, he resolutely insisted on moving forward, no matter what. Meanwhile, Goth, observing the inability of his comrades to obey orders and act in a coordinated manner, was shocked. He felt a sharp sense of shame. Unable to remain on the sidelines any longer, Goth decided to launch an offensive. It was at this moment that a major turning point occurred. The outer layer of the monstrous spider's shell, which until recently seemed invincible, cracked from a powerful explosion. Goth loudly proclaimed that the monster's true strength lay not in its outer armor, but in its insides, and that only this cracked outer layer served as an illusion of invulnerability. Hearing these words, Marco, filled with inspiration, rushed into battle. He accurately thrust his knife into the place where the shell was already cracked. And then, gathering all his strength, he dealt a crushing blow with a huge hammer. Just a few moments ago, Jaffir had been pointing to the nerve bundle running down the center of the spider's leg, explaining that this was where he should aim. He emphasized the importance of striking with a blade carefully lubricated with paralyzing poison to weaken the monster's defenses. Dale, following all the instructions, felt his sword break through the cracks of the armor like butter, bringing joy from a successful strike. But suddenly, a huge web appeared behind him and he froze in fear, not understanding how to escape its trap. And at the most critical moment, Jaffir entered the arena, rushing to attack the Spider Queen from the side. Under the powerful pressure of his blows, the spider flew away, forced to remove her sticky web. She tried to regain control, pulling with her long paws, trying to attack the attacker. But Jaffir skillfully repelled her every attempt, demonstrating incredible skill. Dale, watching this dynamic, was stunned. He had always been famous for his fighting skills. He knew how to fight off attacks, but even he had difficulty following the rapid movements of the enemy. Remembering the early warnings that their powers were not limitless, he could not believe that Jaffir seriously intended to take on the sole destruction of the monster. Earlier, Jaffir stated that until he burned all the eggs near the queen, she, overcome with rage, would not pay attention to the events happening behind her. Of particular significance was another unusual ability of the Spider Queen, forged from black steel. This fact confirmed the reality of what was happening, because the fight had already dragged on for 5 minutes, and the opponent showed virtually no movement from the place where she fell after the powerful blow. The reason was that, being in the narrow room intended for raising eggs, the queen had a habit of hardly moving her hind legs. Unlike the deadly web or devastating attacks, the most effective strikes were those aimed directly in front of her sharp gaze. It was a pattern Dale had become accustomed to while fighting giant spiders in labyrinthine dungeons. Especially now that Jaffir is successfully distracting the Spider Queen, it becomes clear that if they manage to immobilize her with the help of paralyzing poison, then ending the battle is only a matter of time. Goth, inspired by what was happening, also entered the battle with full dedication, sincerely believing that they would succeed. At one point, he furiously thrust his spear straight into the vulnerable, unprotected flesh of the giant spider. However, the answer came instantly. The monster raised one of its massive paws, and Goth, still holding onto the shaft of the weapon, soared into the air. The spider suddenly pulled her paws towards herself, and now the man was hanging in the air, held only by his grip on the spear. In response to the pain and aggression, the queen let out a piercing, furious scream that shook the air. Meanwhile, the spider again attempted to attack with her front limbs, furiously trampling the ground beneath her, as if trying to trample Jaffir. He quickly dodged her blows, and at this time Goth, having broken free from the death grip, flew to the side. The queen roared, filled with rage, and shouted that she would not forgive her offenders, some insignificant yellow people who dared to encroach on her offspring. Her anger was so great that she promised not only to destroy them, but to do it slowly and painfully, allowing the poison to spread through their bodies, destroying them from the inside. Suddenly, when the vulnerable area, her abdomen, was exposed, Jaffir took advantage of this moment without hesitation. He rushed forward and forcefully tore the flesh in the abdominal area. He thrust his hand deep inside. His aim was clear. He grabbed the poison gland located in the area of the monster's neck, and with a powerful jerk he tore out the purple, foul-smelling organ. Without wasting a second, Jafir reached for his belt, pulled out the strap, losing everything that was attached to it. He quickly and deftly wrapped the belt around the extracted gland, tying it tightly to completely block the spider's ability to use poison. Then, without losing momentum, he jumped to the side, using the monster's claws as a support for movement. With a powerful leap, he somersaulted in the air and then, turning in flight, rushed back towards the enemy. He felt no fear, only concentration and confidence. Thoughts of possible failure were cast aside. As he soared toward the enemy, he knew clearly there was nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. In the next split second, he delivered a precise kick, aiming where it could cause maximum damage. At such moments, haste could cost lives. It wasn't strength that mattered, but precision and accuracy. Only one could win this fight. Victory will go to the one who can keep his cool and focus until the very end. And then the decisive blow of the sword rang out. The Spider Queen fell to the floor with a dull thud, limp and dead. Marco and Goth looked at each other triumphantly. They could not contain their joy. Together they managed to defeat the monster. However, their joy was not without a touch of annoyance. The final fatal blow was dealt by none other than Jeffer. It was his triumph. At that moment, Dale realized that the success of the hunt directly depends on who is leading it. Perhaps if he kept a closer eye on Jeffer's actions, he himself could learn a thing or two. Jafir understood that it would be impossible to hide the traces of such a large-scale hunt. Unlike the case with the traitor, the spider could not be carried off entirely. She was too large. These were the ones he intended to give to the first rose. From the queen's body, he intended to take only the most necessary things, resources that could be used or sold. Dale, wiping the sweat from his forehead, took out a blanket and invited Jeffer to sit down and rest a little. He noted that he had worked hard and could now leave all the routine to him, in particular to take care of the butchering of the carcass. After all, as he knew, Jafir had always been a master at this. He also offered water and help with processing the material along with other comrades. At that moment, Jafir realized that, thanks to working in a group, he had managed to save a significant portion of his mana. This meant that he did not have to worry about being pursued by Usra's debt collectors anytime soon. He turned his gaze to his companions and realized that these three, although not ideal fighters, were not as weak as they had seemed at first. However, at this point they clearly lacked both equipment and training, especially for a one-on-one fight with an opponent like him. They needed serious support and concrete measures to strengthen them. Having given the nun the agreed fee, Jefir added a little extra. Let this money serve for good. The girl thanked him and noted that the goddess saw his generosity. He had brought enough bags of spatial expansion with him, and the nun could borrow them if necessary. Illegal transactions taking place in broad daylight near the temple have long ceased to surprise anyone. In modern times, it was naive to believe that the temple is a place exclusively for prayer and piety. Mountains of offerings from the faithful filled the vaults. But the truth was that the city had grown around the temple for one reason only: to have battle slaves and temple knights destroy monsters. Security has always had to be paid for. Today, with money. Tomorrow, you may have to sell your own life for the sake of your children's future. The nun informed Jeffer that he was lucky. Buyers for the predator and black steel spider carcasses had arrived in time. All of the specimens were in excellent condition, and they were able to sell for a good price. The girl couldn't believe that he managed to catch one of the black steel spiders so quickly. But despite the admiration, the guy immediately got down to business. He asked how things were with money. It turned out that he received 48% of the expected amount. Of this profit, 20% is withheld to pay off the debt to the temple. In addition, he was assigned to clean the alchemy lab. The equipment in the laboratory was extremely expensive and valuable, so it could not be simply handed over for use. After 7 p.m., the premises were vacated, and from that moment on, they were completely at their disposal. This was a great opportunity for him. It was much safer to use the cleaning as cover than to try to sneak in. Besides, the lab was in dire need of labor, and his help would come in handy. Jafir just sighed. There was no other way anyway, so he had to use this one. The nun encouraged him, reminding him that he was paid hourly for every hour worked. And then their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger. A voice came from behind, which Jafir immediately recognized. He turned around and saw a man with bright red hair standing in front of him. He turned to the nun and said that he had something important to tell her urgently. He asked for a little time. Jafir's attention was immediately drawn to his eyes, yellow, piercing, with a slight metallic gleam. Jafir was surprised that he met this man so soon. Before him stood one of the 12 trusted representatives of the Inquisitor of Heresy. Among all the fighters recognized by the temple, he was considered a fighter of the first class. For Jafir, this figure had great significance. The nun jokingly asked why he had come. Perhaps he had decided to ask her out on a date, or had he come for advice on a legal matter? But unfortunately, she was very busy at the moment. The nun immediately realized that this man had not come to see her. His real goal was not a conversation at all, but the client she was working with, or rather the same boss named Sahak, whom Jafir had recently given a good beating. But everything turned out to be much more straightforward. Here he was, with an impudent expression on his face, daring to stage a provocation right in front of the temple priest. He approaches the girl with an offer to chat, and at the same time, without hiding his irritation, asks if he can ask her an important question, at the same time inviting her to have tea with him. Then, as if by chance, he invites her friend. He asks if he knows what happened to Sahak. To this, Jafir, feigning absent-mindedness, replies as if he doesn't remember who he is at all. He says he's gotten old, his memory isn't what it used to be, and all sorts of garbage doesn't stay in his head. There is a moment of tense silence. And then, in the next moment, they both activate their powers. The air around them seems to thicken, as if two poles collided, light and darkness, order and chaos. The nun watches in shock, unable to believe her eyes. The magic they unleashed wasn't just powerful, it was downright terrifying. What Jafir demonstrated was already beyond the capabilities of an ordinary combat slave. Perhaps he was at the level of the temple knights, or perhaps even higher. No, now it became clear why Sahak did not dare to pass by him just like that. Standing next to Jafir, the man understood why Sahak had paid attention to the young man. And of course, Ned didn't come for the fight. But the opportunity to play clearly seemed tempting to him. However, suddenly a nun's scream is heard. She loudly orders both of them to kneel down. And at that very second, a magical seal is activated. A slave brand left by the will of the Priest of Light. This brand is capable of subjugating the bearer, forcing him to obey unconditionally. They both feel the impact immediately. The magic in their bodies fades. They fall to their knees, gritting their teeth in humiliation and pain. The nun, without hesitation, swings her hand, and he hits Jafir in the face. A scarlet mark remains on his cheek. Then she roughly grabs him by the collar and shakes him sharply, indignantly shouting, "Does he even realize where he is? Is he really tired of life if he does this in the temple?" After that, without looking back, she turns to Ned. Coldly, but without a shadow of a doubt, she says that Jafir is her toy, and if he lays a finger on him, she will turn him into a cutlet. He doesn't answer. He just smiles crookedly, not hiding his sarcastic pleasure. The nun takes Jafir aside, sits down on the stone steps, and, clasping her hands, sighs heavily. She begins to talk about why he is so easily provoked. After all, Ned is dangerous, extremely dangerous. Her hands are still shaking from what she went through. He is a first-class confidant, which means he is incredibly strong. No one really knows how exactly he fights, because everyone who saw it is long gone. She laments that all these worries, all these adventures will bring her to the grave. If anything happens to her ledger, she will personally send Jafir to his forefathers. But a moment later he just sighs heavily, and softly, almost affectionately, she places her hand on his injured cheek. She warns him that he must be careful, especially outside the temple, where she will not be able to protect him. Jafir takes her hand away. Smiling, he says that this incident can be considered a kind of greeting. If that guy really decided to act seriously, then no amount of protection would help. Everything would happen too quickly. Since he started showing himself, it means that the preparations are almost complete. He heads towards the laboratory, but suddenly stops and says that he has one more request for the nun. Meanwhile, Ned slowly rises. He feels the effect of the brand on his shoulder. The feeling was much heavier than he expected. His mind returns to the conversation with the teacher when he invited him to enter the Temple of Light, putting a shameful brand on himself. At first, he flared up with anger. How could he suggest such a thing? After all, he hated these scumbags with all his soul. But the teacher interrupted his angry torrent. Then he said that 2 of their comrades, followers of the devil, were exposed in the temple and repressed. After that, the scrutiny of the priests increased, and now none of the remaining ones take risks. The old methods no longer work. But there was another way. The teacher drew symbols on the floor and said that they still had a way out. The priests of light do not monitor those who bear the mark of slavery. They are smugly convinced that it gives them complete control, and this can be used. Ned must willingly brand himself, infiltrate the temple, and steal the artifact from the raid dungeon. Only he can successfully complete such a mission. The priests of light will not even guess that he has found a way to temporarily neutralize the slave brand. However, at the moment Ned could not put his plan into action. He had to wait for the right time. He knew that when the time came, he would make all the priests pay for their sins. Without exception, all their lies, hypocrisy, and ostentatious righteousness would be punished. Meanwhile, in one of the remote settlements, surrounded by a wooden fence and watchtowers, everyday life was going on. Local residents patrolled the territory, keeping order as best they could. One man suggested to another that they take a break and have a snack, reminding him that it was already lunchtime. The other was surprised. Time really did fly by. Conversations among the villagers revolved around the monotonous but difficult life. They all complained that every half-month they were forced to work hard, strengthening the village's defenses. One of the men, suddenly overcome with irritation, shouted how much he hated the monsters. He swore that if they appeared again, he would personally kill them all. But suddenly a message came. Someone from the temple had arrived in the village. Everyone immediately became wary. A man appeared on the horizon on whose body there was a red artifact, strange and obviously magical. As he got closer, it became noticeable that his lips were crossed by scars. One of the guards took off his hat as a sign of respect and asked in confusion what such an important person was doing in such a godforsaken place. It was Sahak. His face expressed satisfaction. He looked closely at the settlement and asked, "How many people live here?" They answer, "More than 50,000. Sahak accepts what he hears with undisguised joy. This number suited him perfectly. He whistles, activating the artifact, and the next second the ground begins to vibrate. From under it, a huge monster bursts forth, ugly, slimy, covered in a foul-smelling mass. His arms, stretched forward, reach greedily towards the villagers. The next moment turns into a tragedy. Monsters mercilessly tear people apart. Screams, panic, blood, and horror, all merged into one. Sahak stood in the middle of the carnage, looking at his hands covered in blood. His face lit up with delight. He relished his newfound power. The recent humiliation he had suffered, especially at the hands of Jeffir, had left a deep wound in his pride, and he vowed to have his revenge. Consumed by the thirst for revenge and enjoying the destruction, Sahak bursts into evil laughter as his monster continues to destroy all living things in its path. The remains of green grass covered with mold, the bark of the leda tree, the secretion of a rotten kobold, sulfur, a centipede, corpse mushrooms, all these ingredients lay on the table. If you mix them and then boil them, you get poison hash 61 Zagan, one of the 72 active poisons known at the court of King Fade. Jeffir sat on the floor, leaning against a piece of log. A nun watched his actions closely. He had warned her earlier that if Ned's minions interfered, there would be chaos. So she had pledged to help. She had sworn an oath to protect him from the temple, and now she could not back down. The nun had a papyrus in her hands, which she looked at with alarm. It depicted a human figure with marked dots and signatures, a diagram for the upcoming ritual. Meanwhile, Jeffir concentrated and drew a grid on the top of the log. The log was made of lasso wood, which is so strong that it is comparable to steel. So he used magic and then hit the tree with all his might. It crumbled into many thin sticks. The nun wondered why he did this, but he explained, "Now they are needles, medical instruments widely used in the East." He dipped the needles into a solution of poisons, Belial and Zagan diluted in a ratio of 1:100, and left them for 10 minutes. The poison was deceptively simple, a substance designed to weaken and kill. That's what everyone thought. But after the invasion of hellish creatures and the seizure of power by the gods, people increasingly relied on poison as a means of survival. Jafir took the poison needle and inserted it into his shoulder. Then I repeated this many times with new needles. There were sparks in his eyes. He was in pain. The poison penetrated under the skin, and green patterns appeared on the body. He coughed up blood. The nun looked alarmed, but Geoffrey raised his hand, making it clear that there was no point in interfering. He had warned her earlier that it didn't matter if he passed out as long as she stayed sane. She had an important action to perform when he gave the signal. She didn't fully understand what exactly she would have to do, but Jafir only said that he was trying to become stronger. Of the 72 poisons of Fade, each, depending on the concentration, could transform into another substance. If the saturation was calculated correctly and the resistance effect was triggered, the poison would transform into a medicine. However, there was a danger in the combination of these poisons. One caused acute pain, the other, instant physical changes. Hellish pain was followed by a drop in resistance. To create a stable potion, Jafir lacked both the materials and the craftsmanship. This was the only way left. His body was enveloped in steam from perspiration. He sat in the lotus position, controlling the magical flow with the help of the spell Small Heavenly Circle, one of the Eastern methods of Qigong. By continuously circulating magic, he tried to resist the poison's effects. If successful, his skills would increase. If unsuccessful, his body would explode. But he didn't consider it suffering. Past horrors came flooding back to him. How someone had tried to cut his throat, how he had survived on the edge. Everything that was happening now was nothing compared to that. Above him in the past hung a man with fire magic and yellow eyes, and even that could not compare with the torment of the present moment. The nun noticed how the color of the veins on Jeffir's body changed. The man began to return to normal. He had said earlier that he might lose the ability to move. Then she would have to act. And then the moment came. He gave the signal with difficulty. The nun panicked. She had to stick the poisoned needle into his head, one of the points marked on the papyrus. She didn't dare ask what would happen if there was a mistake. It was clear enough. Death. She stood hesitating, wondering if she could handle it. Several hours passed. In the northern forest, not far from the Temple of Light, a scarlet light suddenly pierced the air. It was a distress signal. 3 hunters were running through the forest. They were being chased by huge birds of prey. They had long, sharp, dagger-like beaks and powerful claws, not as strong on the wings, but still deadly. One of the fugitives cursed the scouting party. They claimed that there was only one nest. But what was happening now said the opposite. There were too many monsters. He had just fired a flare and knew that reinforcements should be on the way. The hunters were trying to get to the temple, hoping for protection, but their path was abruptly cut short. One of the birds grabbed the man by the neck, and she lifted it into the air, and the other one caught up with the second one, tearing it apart right in flight. There was only one left. He was running as fast as he could, not looking where he was going. There were about 5 kilometers left to the temple. Even at a good pace, the journey would take at least 20 minutes. But he didn't have time. His foot caught on a root, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Turning around, he met dozens of bloodthirsty eyes. The monsters only hesitated for a couple of minutes before they pounced and left him reduced to nothing but bones. One of the birds opened its mouth, preparing to swallow its prey. The hunter barely managed to cover himself with his shield and screamed. And then the sky lit up with blue light. A bright flash, and a strange weapon plunged into the bodies of the predators, piercing them through and through. Something fell from the sky like a comet, and fell towards the earth with a roar, raising dust and leaving behind a crater illuminated by magical light. It was Jafir. He stood up, the slightly damaged earth cracking under his feet. A powerful magical aura surrounded his body. The birds howled and rushed towards him. But Jafir moved with incredible speed. He knew no fear. He grabbed one of the monsters by the neck and squeezed. The magic did its job. The neck broke with a crunch. He tore out the other one's beak along with the spine. Everything happened with terrifying precision. Many other birds surrounded him, intending to eat him. There were still 12 monsters around. Jafir counted them, and a smile flashed across his face. That was exactly how many he had expected. He summoned magical beams. concentrated clots of energy that pierced the birds' bodies, tearing apart flesh and knocking out brains. The only surviving hunter saw all this. He noticed a mark on Jaffir's shoulder, the symbol of the temple. It was reinforcements. Only he came alone. When it was all over, Jaffir turned to the hunter, demanding the location of the nest. He, unable to resist the pressure, immediately pointed in the direction. Jaffir disappeared from the scene, leaving behind only traces of dust. It was as if he was submitting not to a person but to something much greater. The hunter himself did not understand how it happened. The hunter stood there, lost in thought and remorse. He had not warned the stranger. He had not stopped him. His group consisted of 7 people, but 4 had died in the dungeon. Of the 3 survivors, he was the only one left. His hands shook with memories. The dungeon had been deadly. He reproached himself for not insisting on waiting for reinforcements and for not forbidding them from going down there alone. My thoughts were interrupted by a bright light. Powerful explosions began to erupt from the area where the nest was located. A figure slowly emerged from the clouds of smoke. The man stood up and stared in that direction in surprise. It was Jaffir, dragging behind him the head of a huge bird, the boss of the dungeon. He looked calm, emotionless, as if he had just done something ordinary. There was not a single scratch on his hands. His body moved easily. It was clear that his skills had increased almost 2.5 times. The effectiveness of his actions was obvious. If he had the right equipment, he would become truly unstoppable. He took out a flare and fired it into the sky. A green light flashed upward, indicating that the emergency had been resolved. Meanwhile, in one of the villages, engulfed in chaos, Sahak sat surrounded by a monster that grew and devoured all living things. The monster had engulfed almost the entire village. A red artifact was glowing in Sahak's hands. The men whispered that one of the slaves had single-handedly cleared out a nest of black basilisks. Moreover, he had managed to finish off a huge creature, a monster about 30 meters tall, guarding the entrance to the dungeon. The testimony of the sole surviving witness coincided with the results obtained during the inspection of the cleanup site. It turned out that this mysterious fighter had recently been extremely active in hunting. Matias Grimer, the senior heresy inquisitor of the Third Circle, dressed in the robes of an inquisitor, spoke with concern. He believed that it was necessary to interrogate this man. The commander of the Third Circle Night Squad, Lucius Giornetti, walked next to him. He did not share Matthias's fears. In his opinion, there was no reason for suspicion yet, and the man should remain at the disposal of the temple. Matias insisted that before the raid began, everyone who might be connected to the devil worshippers had to be identified. However, Lucius interrupted him, stressing that no matter how thoroughly the investigation was conducted, it was impossible to identify absolutely everyone. According to him, if the mysterious warrior turns out to be one of the followers of darkness, it will be even better. It is useful to have such a person nearby during a raid. The follower of the devil cannot cope with the main creature on his own. He only paves the way with theft and deception. And this can be turned to your advantage. Use him as a guide to get to the lair, and then destroy both the creature and the traitor at once. Matias objected. He spoke not only as a security officer of the raiding party, but also as a friend. This approach was foreign to him. Lucius, anticipating this refusal, nodded silently and headed for the door. He swung open the heavy doors and motioned for Matias to follow him. When the Inquisitor crossed the threshold, he froze in amazement. In a spacious hall, hidden from prying eyes, stood a majestic statue of an angel holding a spear of light and a winged shield, artifacts of Archangel Michael. Lucius found them at a cost of 1/3 of his entire fortune. They were legendary relics that Matias had only read about in books. With such weapons, the raid will no longer be a waste of effort. 11 years of unsuccessful attempts are over. This time, Lucius was determined to finish off the dungeon once and for all. His determination was unwavering. In the coming battle, he would be invincible. Meanwhile, on the training field, the 3 hunters, Dale and his companions, were finishing up their warm-up. Dale lamented his lack of preparation and marveled at the crowds that filled the arena. His comrades explained that the reason was the approaching raid. They said that there were only 2 or 3 months left, and everyone was eager to prove themselves. Suddenly a nun appeared in front of the hunters. All 3 quickly bowed in respect. The girl, passing by, reminded them not to forget to pay off the interest on their debts on time. Dale watched her with surprise. He couldn't understand why she had left their room. The next second he noticed that there, in the shadows, sat Jafir. There was a ring glittering on his hand that immediately caught everyone's attention. The hunters were amazed. This was clearly something special. They began to wonder if it was connected with the appearance of the nun. Jafir did not go into explanations. He only mysteriously noted that the ring was given to him by one person. It was an artifact, the Ring of Purity. It increased magic resistance, strengthened the circulation of the owner's energy, and allowed the use of a curse removal spell once a day. The nun, speaking to him earlier, advised him to choose the appropriate equipment to match his new strength. Jafir was surprised. He hadn't asked for anything, but she had already prepared everything. Her insight was amazing, and he felt the scent of gold in the air. While he was thinking, the nun slowly walked along the corridor between the chambers. Her thoughts were focused on the rumors about the mysterious black market informant. The guild in question was the Assassins' Guild known as Persephone. These legendary assassins enhanced their bodies with poisons and mastered deadly combat techniques that could destroy anyone. Now things were starting to add up. Jafir's exceptional hunting efficiency and fortified body were suspicious. He may have been one of the surviving members of Persephone, a once powerful organization that fell apart due to internal conflict. However, rumors claimed that high-ranking clients, including aristocrats and officials, were still looking for surviving mercenaries willing to provide their deadly services for large sums of money. For the nun, this was her chance. She knew that if it really was Persephone's member in front of her, she couldn't miss the moment. The next step was to prepare her equipment. However, it seemed that the nun had misinterpreted Jafir's origins. He was not an assassin from the legendary Persephone Guild, but he didn't try to convince her otherwise. He didn't see the point. Moreover, perhaps there was even a hidden advantage to it. If she really spread rumors about his supposed past, then one person would definitely hear about it. And that person had to come. At that moment, Goth put his hand on Jafir's shoulder. With an ironic grin, he asked since when he had such a close relationship with the nun that she gave him artifacts. Jafir only frowned in confusion in response, not understanding what was being said. Meanwhile, Dale, judging by the expression on his face, had already put together a picture of what was happening and understood why Jafir had not returned last night. He, however, was going to change the subject, hinting at the upcoming trip to the dungeon. But he didn't have time. An unexpected knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Dale walked over and opened the door. But there was no one behind her, only an empty corridor in which silence reigned. On the door itself, however, hung a sheet of paper pierced through with a knife. It was an urgent order. Goth's group was ordered to immediately move to the designated location and conduct reconnaissance of the area. The three gathered around and began to examine the strange document. It looked official. It had seals and even the signature of the head of the hunters. However, the appearance of the order in such a manner was questionable. Here Jafir intervened, quietly asking for the paper to be given to him. He carefully studied both the order itself and the map on it. After a closer look, he said, the signature did indeed belong to their commander, but the handwriting was Ned's. This meant only one thing. The call was addressed to Jafir personally. Therefore, he had to go there alone. A short time later, Jafir was already racing through the dense forest, heading towards the designated point. There were only about 20 days left before the raid organized by the Knights of the Temple of Light. And the upcoming dungeon was not an easy one. This place had an ominous name, the Tomb of the Abominable Princess, one of the 8 greatest world disasters, the product of ancient magic and horror. The ruins belonged to the once prosperous, now vanished kingdom of Medea. Due to the incredible difficulty of fighting in these ruins, the assault has been going on for over a decade. That's why the criteria for selection into the raid group were so strict. Only hunting teams that were at least in 5th place in the annual ranking could participate, or those who received a letter of recommendation from a slave who was directly subordinate to the priests involved in the raid. On his way, Jafir reached the edge of the canyon. He took a running start and crossed the gap in one powerful leap. His thoughts were dark as he flew. No matter how hard his team tried, it was practically impossible to take 5th place in the remaining time. He knew he had only one real chance of getting into the raid, using Ned. He was a slave, subordinate to the senior heresy inquisitor Matias. If he could be convinced or deceived, it would be easier to get a recommendation. A cleansing mission of such a high level could not pass by such a person. Interest bordering on suspicion should have prompted Ned to check out Jeffir personally. He couldn't help but want to find out who was in front of him. A reliable ally sent by a common teacher, or a criminal who had stolen the sect's martial arts. Finally, Jeffir reached the designated place. His sudden appearance sent columns of dust and debris into the air. He stood up, brushed himself off, and looked ahead. A silhouette was visible through the cloud of dust. Someone had already been there, watching him emerge. A familiar voice came from behind a thick swirl of wind. The tone was slightly mocking, as if commenting on Jeffir's dramatic arrival. He recognized the voice immediately. Sahak stood before him. His thoughts began to spin. What was he doing here? He shouldn't have been involved in this. Not now, and certainly not against him. But now it was too late to retreat. Tension hung in the air. Fate began to move like the gears of an ancient mechanism set in motion by an unknown will. 10 days passed, but Sahak could not forget what had happened. Every night he was tormented by a dull, aching pain in the wound on his face, the mark left by Jeffir's blow. Sleep no longer came to him. The torment seemed to grow worse with each passing day. All this time Jeffir watched silently. He did not say a word, but there was determination in his gaze and something else, something heavy, almost mournful. Sahak, filled with rage and pain, pulled out his knife, declaring that he would now show what he was capable of. But before he could take a step, Jeffir appeared in front of him. Like a shadow, he darted forward and delivered a precise blow with the edge of his palm to Sahak's neck. The latter's body fell face down like a puppet with its strings cut. But Jeffir knew that this could not be the end. Ned was a calculating and cold-blooded man, and he would not trust only one-foot player. He shouted into the void, calling on all those hiding to come out and fight. His voice boomed through the dust and echoed through the ruins. But all he heard in response was laughter. That laughter belonged to Sahak. From under his cloak, a black substance covered with eyes slowly emerged. It breathed, writhed, and seemed to whisper in the language of madness. Sahak took out a red artifact, an instrument similar to a flute. The man started screaming about how dare Jeffrey ignore him. He began to play the flute, and the black mass obediently lifted him into the air with its giant hands. Sahak spewed threats, shouting that he would tear Jeffir apart slowly and painfully. He then ordered his monster Shoggoth to devour the boy. Events began to repeat themselves like a nightmarish cycle. Jeffir couldn't understand where this monster came from. The monster pounced on Jeffir, and he seemed to disappear into its mouth. Sahak bursts into mad laughter again, celebrating his victory. But this time, too, the joy was short-lived. The next second, a blue beam of incredible power crashes into the monster's body, tearing it apart from the inside. Sahak did not understand how this was possible. From the clouds of magical energy, Jeffir emerges, alive, resilient, unbowed. He has fought off the monster that was supposed to be his end. Now, everything became clear. It was Shoggoth, the living weapon of the devil's followers. Jeffir knew about it from legends, but he did not expect to meet such a creature here in this place. The creature, shaped like a giant egg, woke up to the sounds of the ocarina of hypnosis, a special musical instrument with which one could control the monster. Combinations of melodies turned into orders that the creature carried out without thinking. The Shoggoth had no mind, only an endless hunger that drove it. He was immune to physical attacks and grew stronger with each mage he absorbed. His limbs reached out towards Jeffir, trying to tear him apart. But the true horror of this creature was not hidden in its physical strength. The main thing was the pollution of the soul. Just one touch of the monster, and a person began to see a distorted reality. When the pollution level reached 100%, the stage of madness began. The person lost his mind and attacked even his own allies. It was the perfect instrument of chaos and destruction, artificially created by the followers of the devil. Sahak laughed as he looked at Jeffir. According to him, he was almost completely infected. His eyes were red and madness was already on the doorstep. There was only a little left. But it was at that moment that Jeffir used his ring of purification, an artifact capable of removing any curse once a day. It increased resistance to magic and restored the circulation of mana. The Shoggoth, having lost control over the man, began to dissipate into the air like fog at dawn. Jafir stepped forward and squeezed Sahak's throat, lifting him off the ground. There was anger in his eyes, but conviction in his voice. He remembered how he used to only care about himself. In a world full of chaos, it seemed logical, every man for himself. But now he thought differently. His thoughts turned to those still alive. What if he had helped them then? What if he was stronger and united the survivors? How many people could still be alive today? Sahak did not understand what his enemy was saying. All he heard was incoherent gibberish. But Jafir was not speaking for him. He vowed to save everyone he could, to give a chance to those who wanted to survive and become stronger. His face was burning with rage and his eyes glowed like torches. He asked Sahak if he realized how many people he had fed to his monster. 100? More? How many more must die for his perverted pleasure? In Jafir's opinion, he has no right to live. He gathered all his magic into a fist, and he dealt a crushing blow to Sahak's stomach. He coughed up blood. The second blow landed in the face, and then Jafir activated a secret technique, one of the greatest moves known to the masters of magic. Hundreds of linked attacks fell upon the enemy like a stream, merging into a single point. The culmination was a palm strike on the bloody shroud. The remnants of the enemy's energy concentrated around him, creating a flash of lightning controlled by the power of mana. This technique was called Dragon's Cry, an ancient technique from the Royal Tiara School. The final blow was delivered by Thunder Palm, and it was this that ended the battle. Sahak's body lay motionless, completely charred, his skin a black crust, his muscles shriveled from the monstrous strain. Jafir stood silently over the body. He immediately understood. Death had overtaken him instantly. His entire body was pierced by a charge of incredible force. Such a death. It suited him. Without wasting any time, Jafir bent down and took his red artifact. He glanced at the remains of the beast, slowly dissipating into the air. The Shoggoth was vulnerable only to certain types of magic: fire, lightning, and divine energy. Normal physical attacks did not cause him any harm. Fortunately, the creature had not reached its maximum size. One more blow from him, and everything could have ended completely differently. But now everything was different. Mana no longer had to be sacrificed. Jafir merely played a death chord on the artifact, an ancient melody that broke the magical bond between the monster's cells. As soon as the sound spread throughout the area, the monster's body began to crumble, and then a voice came from behind him, hoarse and slightly mocking. He said he was surprised. Who would have thought that a person knew this melody? A song that should be a secret, a treasure of his cult. Even the Temple Information Bureau does not know of its existence. Ned stepped out of the shadows, jumping from the high ground and landing softly beside them, as if he knew he was expected there. His gaze fell on Jafir. Surprise bubbled inside him. How much did this guy know? Jafir clenched his fists. This was the moment he had been working towards for so long. The hour of the exam had come, the time to prove his loyalty. He must convince Ned that he serves the devil. Only in this way can he change the course of the future. Only in this way can he save the soul that he failed to bring back in his past life. He swore that this time she would meet a different end. To accomplish all this, he must get close to Ned, deceive him, even at the cost of his own truth. But Ned himself interrupted his thoughts. He admitted that he had been following Jafir for a long time. He observed, analyzed, and eventually came to one conclusion. He slowly drew his sword from behind his back, a curved weapon, strange and menacing. Then, without hesitating for a second, he rushed forward. Jafir activated his blue power, preparing for the clash. Ned, on the other hand, glowed with fiery light. His sword cuts through the air with incredible speed. He attacks from different sides. His movements are almost indistinguishable, like a tornado that has engulfed the entire space. But at some point his expression changes. There's a strange feeling in his hand. Did he miss? All the shots? Stones filled with blue energy begin to fly from behind. Ned easily deflects them with his blade, showing skill. He admits it was good. Jafir didn't just defend himself from his onslaught, he counterattacked. In this continent, only a few can match his speed. Even his teacher can't surpass him in this. So, Jafir uses another technique. He throws stones into the air like toys, and mockingly points out that Ned attacked an unarmed man with a blade. In response, Ned throws down his sword without hesitation, getting into a fighting stance. He is ready to fight with his fists. Jeffrey responds in kind. They freeze eye to eye as if for the last time. And then, a flash. A red beam pierces space. Ned activates the secret technique of the royal tiara flow. His body is engulfed in lightning caused by the explosive acceleration. But among those who were born in the same place as Jeffrey, there is a way to counter this technique. Floating cloud is an ancient protection based on the nature of yin and yang electrical currents. Opposite currents attract, but similar currents repel. Jeffrey matches his attacks to the rhythm of the flow's attacks. He anticipates the locations of the strikes, regulates his energy, and creates a repulsion wave. He defends himself from everything Ned throws at him. But that's easier said than done. In a matter of moments, Ned throws dozens of punches so fast that it's impossible to follow them with the eyes. The flow is laced with electricity, and each attack is deadly. This technique is something that can only be used in real combat when intuition and reflexes are perfected. Control over the amount of energy, the timing, and the point of impact. All this must happen at the level of instincts. It is impossible to copy her, and Ned realized that this was not an imposter. Jeffrey was not a fake. But this discovery did not bring him any relief. After all, the secret technique of the royal tiara flow, it should belong only to him and the senior disciple. Ned abruptly broke off the fight and, not hiding his irritation, rudely demanded an answer. Who is Jeffrey? Who is he really? The ninth in the hierarchy, the follower of the devil, a child of the East, a man named Qin Liang. It was he who managed to cross the zone called the Devil's Sahara Desert, a place where no man dared to set foot. It was Qin Liang who mastered the great martial arts technique of the royal tiara flow, an ancient and powerful art that contained not only strength but also philosophy. He passed this knowledge on only to the chosen few. The first was Qin Gan, the master's own son, born with this knowledge in his blood. The second was Ned Strayer, a fosterling from the continent of Aslan, a boy into whom Qin Liang had invested not only knowledge but also his faith. True study of the flow did not require many direct disciples. There was no need for that. On the contrary, everything was based on a duel, on a clash. Ned was sure that there were no direct disciples except for him and Qin Gan. Moreover, he did not remember Jeffrey among the other followers. Anger was mixed with confusion, and so Ned demanded an answer. Who was Jeffrey really? What was he hiding under his mask? He only calmly replied that the teacher had not told him anything, but that was only half the truth. The truth was that Qin Liang did not have two disciples. Those who were worthy of bearing the knowledge of the flow, there really had to be two. Two mirrors, two blades, two opposites. But if one of them falls, the duel is impossible. And without a duel, the path to the secret depths will be closed. Then the teacher will be forced to guide the remaining student alone, and it will take years to grow a new successor. So Qin Liang did something different. In the shadows, in secret from the others, he raised a third. Someone who was not supposed to be noticed. Someone who would become a backup if trouble happened to one of the direct disciples. This third was Jeffrey, a shadow apprentice raised alone, away from the others, cut off from the world, but trained in the same way. His existence was kept secret. The shadow disciple is a reserve follower trained in the ancient tradition of Eastern warriors. He exists in case something happens to the official follower. However, tradition also demands something else. If the official follower remains alive, unharmed, and eventually takes the place of the teacher, the shadow disciple is subject to destruction by the personal hand of the teacher. But a true disciple of the shadow has no right to appear in the temple until the raid is completed. There is a reason for this. His freedom is currently being restricted by a group, including Altair and her allies, who have tied his hands and feet, figuratively and literally. Jeffrey chuckled, remembering the girl. He was almost certain that right now she was somewhere again getting herself involved in some absurdity, completely unbecoming of a princess. He decided to take advantage of the situation. Ned, still in confusion, reasoned out loud. If all this was true, and Jeffrey really was a disciple of the shadow, then his existence must be hidden under the strictest secrecy. Ned claimed that he had already contacted the master, who had not mentioned any apprentice named Jeffrey. Furthermore, he said that he had not sent anyone. Ned hoped inwardly that Jeffer was simply a fake, an imposter, and that sooner or later he would make the mistake of giving himself away. Then he could be disposed of without a doubt. At a time like this, when the temple and the devil's followers are separated, access to the outside world is extremely limited. It would be wise to handle such situations on the spot, based on intuition, facts, and logic. And if Ned had even a momentary suspicion, he was obliged to eliminate the potential threat. Jeffer calmly stated that he had originally been ordered not to contact other followers, to hide his face, and to join the raid alone, so that if anything happened, it was part of the strategy. Then Ned asked the boy if he knew what the mission was. The answer was not long in coming. Jeffer, with a slight resentment in his voice, noted that he knew. The purpose of the mission was to steal the dragon's heart. It is a precious magical stone hidden within the dragon's body, a source of power comparable to that of the most ancient scaly lord. Thanks to the speed of the royal tiara's flow, the followers of the devil cult are able to rip the heart out of the dragon's chest right at the temple, leaving no chance of capture. And Jeffer said that he could very well do the same as Ned. The teacher once told him that he was unsure of only one student, Ned himself. So having violated the order, Jeffer got caught. The conditions for joining the raid group turned out to be more complicated than he expected. He could not stand complications, preferring to act in simple ways. But he also had personal reasons for talking to Ned. He tensed up. What else did he want? Jeffer asked, "What about the bloody tears?" Ned was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. How did Jeffer know about this? The blood tears are Ned's family's stolen secret weapon, a relic with mystical powers. Ned followed his master not only for the technique, but also for revenge against the temple. Ned was seething with rage, demanding an explanation. But Jeffer replied that he would tell him everything when he began to trust him. Right now, they had more important things to do. They needed to make each other's lives easier. He asked for only one thing, to let him join the raid group. Ned couldn't believe it. It was all too strange, too dangerous. But then he told Jeffer to follow him. They had somewhere to go. They headed to an abandoned building that stood at the very foot of the temple. Ned introduced the last hunter, a member of the raid sent by the teacher specifically to help. His identity was checked. The documents were correct. Everything was done according to the rules. Inside there was silence and semi-darkness. In one corner stood a massive table behind which sat a man hidden in the shadows. The man behind the table did not rise, but his voice was confident, weighty. He hoped that this special participant would show up. His expectations were not in vain. Then, with a heavy sound, he slammed his fist down on the table. His name was Matias Grimer. The commander gathered all the members of the raid group who were in the status of slaves. The entire team consisted of 40 people, and each of them turned out to be consistent, devoted to the devil. Since there were new arrivals among the fighters, the commander decided to once again explain in detail the tactics of the upcoming raid. He emphasized that mistakes were unacceptable. Jeffer, hoping to join the raid through Ned's mediation, initially pursued his own goal. He wanted to identify in advance those who secretly served the devil. All 40 people turned out to be true followers of the devilish cult. It was so absurd and unbelievable that Jeffer could hardly contain his laughter. He was completely shocked. These fighters were completely different from those like Sohak, who relied only on artifacts and monsters. There were truly talented individuals gathered here. This was not a simple group, but an elite army assembled for a specific strategy. Each warrior was a weapon, sharpened for the task. But then the question arose, why did such strong people choose the path of serving the devil? At this point, Ned was lost in his own thoughts. He wondered if Jeffer had opened up to him. Perhaps it meant the teacher didn't trust him completely. Moreover, the fact that Jeffer knew about the blood tears was disturbing. It was secret knowledge, shared only between Ned and the master. How could anyone else, even a shadow apprentice, know? Could it be that the teacher trusted Jeffer more than him? The doubt instantly caught hold of Ned's mind, but he pushed the thought away. He had no right to hesitate. The teacher made him a promise. If he became a truly important person to him, he would help carry out revenge. And for the sake of this revenge, Ned was ready to do anything. He suspected that Jeffir, being a reserve student, might have hoped for his failure in the dungeon. If Ned died, it would be Jeffir who would be recognized as the official successor. It was a harsh but logical prospect. Meanwhile, the commander began to form teams. The squad of defenders was given the task of accompanying Ned and ensuring a safe route. The strike force, in turn, was under the command of a knight named Lucius and was to conduct a frontal attack. Ned, having assessed the situation, suggested to Jeffir that they work together. If they were to carry out a joint mission, it would be logical to be in the same group. If Jeffir is really up to something, it's much more convenient to keep an eye on him from close by than from afar. He extended his hand, not just in agreement but as a symbol of a possible alliance. He expressed the hope that they could work together despite everything. But deep down, Ned knew. In a past life, he had trusted a man driven by a thirst for revenge, and in the end he had died. However, by nature he was patient, loyal. If Jeffir could gain his trust, he could play a key role in the future. So Ned made a decision. He would give him a chance. Of all the people he had known in his past life, many had met tragic ends. At that moment, a moment from the past came to mind. Then, standing on the edge of the abyss, Ned made Jeffir an offer. Either he would agree to teach him the most powerful fighting technique and help him escape, or he would die right there. The next day, the list of participants for the raid on the Tomb of the Vile Princess dungeon was announced. The raid group members are to gather at 6 a.m. tomorrow, undergoing intensive training in preparation for the raid. For safety reasons, members are strictly prohibited from communicating with anyone other than their group mates without special permission. Dungeons such as Black Steel Spiders, Basilisk Nest, and a village in a narrow ravine that Ned marked on the map as Goblin Cave resulted in Jeffir receiving achievements for clearing 3 dungeons, as promised to Goth. The 3 men who had been with him through it all bowed, expressing gratitude for his support and guidance, asking him to be careful in the future. Jeffir noted that they now had official achievements, as well as many openings that arose after 40 slaves were selected for the raid. A promotion is on the horizon, but with it comes new responsibilities and burdens. They will have to gather their strength. Dale wanted to say something, but changed his mind. He could not express his desire to follow Jeffir and learn from him further, although they had known each other for a short time. Dale realized that this man had a great goal, one so vast that ordinary people like him and his comrades could not even imagine it. He is too weak to follow Jeffir. He has no right to do so. But Jeffir said that if he worked until he was exhausted, the day would come when he would be able to walk beside him, and then he can join. Jeffir will wait for this moment. Those who, by all accounts, should have died in their past lives continue to live. Seeing their eyes filled with energy, Jeffir understands that his actions were not in vain, but there is a much greater test ahead. After 3 years, the Devil's followers can successfully complete the summoning ritual. If that happens, many, including these guys, will die. He stands next to a nun who asks him if he likes what he sees. In front of him are knightly armor, swords, shields, and other weapons. The nun explains that this is equipment that she managed to get. Jeffrey is delighted. This is exactly what he ordered. She got him a blunt weapon that conducts mana well. This is important because the Tomb of the Vile Princess is a dungeon teeming with living skeletons. They are long dead, meaning they feel no pain, do not bleed, and are invulnerable to weapons designed for flesh. Their bones are strong, and the only way to defeat them is to crush them with blunt weapons. Jeffir evaluates the weapons and finds them to be of decent quality. He takes them all. The one he liked the most was the Sunset Longsword. It was a relic found 100 years ago in the Sunset Mansion, and it emits an unknown energy. The nun is surprised. She found exactly what the client asked for. But a long sword is not the best choice against skeletons. However, it is not the dead that Jeffir has to worry about. Ahead lies not only a raid into a dangerous dungeon, but also the intervention of the Temple of Light. Who plans to end the 10-year assault and the actions of the Devil's followers, ready to sacrifice themselves for the existence of their cult? He must eliminate everyone, both allies and enemies, for the sake of his goal, to obtain the Dragon Heart. He remembers Ned and how he still trusts him. Even after telling the truth, convincing Ned is not easy. If he fails, a confrontation is inevitable, and it won't end like last time, until one of them falls. Jeffir's thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. A young woman, also a nun, enters the room. She introduces herself as Angelina, the sorceress from the laboratory. She specializes in enchantment, a process where equipment is imbued with magic, holy acceleration, amplification. The higher the skill of the sorcerer, the stronger and longer the effect. Jeffer knows that Angelina is one of the best sorcerers in the temple. He decides to trust her. She begins to read a magical prayer, holding the cross in her hands. At this moment, everything becomes quieter. And so Jafir receives a blessing and equipment: clothing made of griffin wool, the blessing of the longsword of sunset, boots made of griffin skin, the staff of ordeals, and a blessed hook stick made of black steel. He is preparing for the upcoming encounter with the raiding party members. He cannot afford to be lax in his preparations for the dungeon, but the main preparations are now complete. The nun who helped him assemble the gear names a price: 3,000 gold for all 5 items. Jafir silently hands her a bag of gold. She happily says goodbye, waving her hand goodbye, and leaves. Jafir is left alone and thinks. This is the price for the illegal deal with the sorceress Angelina. Quite cheap for such power. It seems that the organization White Rose really put in the effort for this exchange. And here comes the girl reminding me about the calculation. Jafir admits that she barely got any commission, although she doesn't think the gear is worth a fortune. However, Rose made a conscious concession using her influence. He notes that she must have a busy schedule and thanks her for her efforts. In response, the nun only blushes slightly. When it comes to payment, Jafir says reservedly that he doesn't have any money right now. The girl is surprised. He just handed over a bag of gold. How can he say that he has nothing? But Jafir explains that he received mere pennies for defeating the basilisk, and the village in the gorge that he cleared out wasn't even officially a dungeon. He was left without funds and can't pay with anything. But Jafir has another plan. He activates the spell and a magical sign appears on his hand, the symbol of the key. 2 vials of liquid materialize in his palm. He offers them as payment. The first is a powerful poison known as the King of Poisons, Fairy hash 68 Belial. The second is another highly dangerous poison hash 61 Jagan. When the nun learns that it is Persephonea's poison, her eyes light up with interest. This exchange suits her more than well. She asks him to give her the poisons, but Jafir holds the vials out of her reach with his hand raised. She almost screamed, demanding that he stop joking, but he remained calm. He only warns one last time. These poisons should be sold with caution, especially not to pass them on to the mole side. This could be dangerous. The nun, pleased, wishes him luck in the upcoming raid. And, smiling, says that when it's all over, he should definitely drop in to see her. She'll have change for him. The next morning, people were gathered to take part in the raid. One of the men was amazed at how large the group was. The raiders were joined by healers, temple knights, and judging by the numbers, the total number of participants exceeded 100. But even despite this, everyone understood that a minority would survive. That was the case last time, and it would most likely be the case this time too. And then, suddenly, one of the people standing outside the main group starts to speak. This is the team leader, the commander of the Temple Knights, Lucius. His words make it clear, the preparation is over, it's time to begin. The composition of the raid group for the assault on the dungeon Tomb of the Vile Princess was strictly defined and distributed by hierarchical levels. The main combat force was the detachment of Knights of the Temple. In addition, they were joined by a lower formation, hunters who had the status of slaves, only 20 people. In parallel to them, a detachment of inquisitors of heresy operated, also possessing the official status of priests and combat servants. This unit included 12 combat inquisitors and 6 doctors. They were accompanied by their own lower formation, the inquisitors' confidants, also in the status of slaves, a total of 20 people. The total number of raid participants reached 86 people. All of them acted under the leadership of 4 key figures: Arno, the leader of the healers, Rayona, the head of the rear detachment, Matias, the commander of the vanguard, and finally, Lucius, the leader of the entire raid group. Lucius's name was pronounced with special reverence. He was called the Son of God because he had the stigmata, a sacred mark that God leaves on the bodies of the chosen ones. Those who possess the stigmata are called sons or daughters of God. While they are alive, they act in the name of the heavenly will. and after death they continue to serve God in the retinue of angels. Lucius received the stigmata when he was only 7 years old, and has since been called the Son of Light. For ordinary people, the opportunity to see such a chosen one is almost a miracle. Even Jeffer was amazed that Lucius personally appeared before the rank-and-file participants of the raid. Only Ned, standing nearby, looked at the commander with silent anger, as if some unspoken feelings were raging inside him. Lucius gave a speech. He made a prophecy. This time they would finally complete the 10-year assault on the tomb of the vile princess. With their own hands, they will solve one of the 8 great dilemmas of the world. The names of all participants will remain forever in the Temple Chronicles, and the slaves will be freed. But to do this, they will have to go through 2 weeks of rigorous training. They must enter the Road of Honor. Immediately after these words, everyone knelt down, offering prayers to the almighty Arya, asking for her help and light in the upcoming test. The training site was Peak Creek, a special training area where all the participants were herded. At this time, Jeffer was thinking about the word honor. What honor should they defend? After all, the successful completion of the raid would bring glory, rewards, perhaps even political privileges. But all this is not for the sake of humanity or out of a sense of heroism. All this is business, very profitable and dangerous. Commander Matias held a small bag on a string containing a piece of a tombstone brought from the dungeon. Participants were to carry it with them for 24 hours to get used to the ominous energy it emitted. Preparing and carrying out an assault on a dungeon takes many years, requiring political procedures, recruiting fighters, collecting donations, and providing equipment. But if the raid is successful, roads and cities are built on the site of the cleared dungeon, land becomes more expensive, resources flow like a river. It's a huge market. The main temple, the Third Parish Temple of Light, became the outpost of Lucius, the Son of God, to carry out the assault. The most promising fighters, those who had undergone many years of training, were gathered here. They were the elite. Riona, the commander of the rear, announced the start of the mock battle. At her command, the participants were to perceive the flying light as an enemy magical attack. The girl created several magical monsters, and everyone immediately realized the difficulty level was extremely high. Someone immediately announced their death. Meanwhile, Jeffer skillfully dodged the wooden monster's attacks and then crushed it with a kick. Ned, who was nearby, noted with displeasure that the use of the royal Tiraflow technique was prohibited. But Jafir only briefly replied that everyone already knew about it. Magic spheres flew after them. The training intensified. And so they fight together, shoulder to shoulder, against the stone monster, testing their strength before the approaching real hell. This was the final blow in the mission to destroy 500 golems. The goal was achieved. The warriors were given a short break, 15 minutes of rest to recuperate before the next part of the training. One of the commanders, observing what was happening, noted that this year the slaves were moving at a much better pace than before. 2 in particular caught his attention, Ned and Jafir. He not only noted their efficiency and speed, but also their amazing synergy. They acted as a single whole, complementing each other in battle. Suddenly, the commander raised the cross above his head and cast a blessing spell. Light engulfed the members of the vanguard, healing their wounds and driving away the accumulated fatigue. The power of light, supported by the priests and the healer, allowed the squad to continue their preparations at an accelerated pace. The next 2 weeks felt like 4 weeks. That's how intense the training became. On the last night before the final preparations, Ned retreated to the top of the tower, hidden in the shadows. He sat silently in a corner, as if he had disappeared into the darkness. Jafir approached him with a plate of food. Today they were giving out especially good rations in honor of the end of the training period. He asked if he was going to eat. However, Ned replied that he had eaten enough. He was a strict disciplinarian. And at maximum loads you must monitor your weight. Then Jeffer, without arguing, put his plate aside and said that he would also refuse dinner. If Ned lost, he would have to take on the mission himself. Ned reacted irritably to these words, assuming that he hoped to get around him. However, Jeffer did not stir up the controversy. Instead, he smiled and said he had something better, a bottle of alcohol. Rumor had it that a little warming potion would help the body move much faster. He poured the amber liquid into the cup while Ned watched him with a frown. Ned, not hiding his irritation, suddenly asked how much Jeffer actually knew about him. After all, at first he was sure that Jeffir simply wanted to eliminate him and take his place among the elite. But in these days, he did not see the slightest hint of betrayal in him. This, in turn, only increased the anxiety. If Jeffir knew something, then he could use it for his own purposes. Ned continued. He did not understand what he was really trying to achieve. If it is an attempt at blackmail, information, or secret trading, he will not participate. And Jeffir's phrase that he will tell you when he understands that he can be trusted seemed empty and vague. Jeffer just looked at him silently. He remembered how Ned had tried to kill him at the very beginning. There had been no trust in him then. But 2 weeks side by side had finally borne fruit. He only quietly replied that Ned had asked the wrong question, and the correct question, according to him, should have sounded different. Where and who now has the sword? Bloody tears. He came closer, leaned down to his ear, and whispered the answer. At that moment, Ned's eyes widened, as if he saw something impossible. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A second of silence hung between them, like a harbinger of things to come. Now that the truth was out, there was nowhere to retreat. In the past, when Ned was still young, his father revealed a family secret to him. He showed him an heirloom of the barons of Stryer, a demonic sword named Bloody Tears. Impressed by the power of the ancestor, the god bestowed upon the family the honorary status of barons and commanded that this weapon be carefully preserved and cared for from generation to generation. As heir to the line, Ned was expected to not only inherit the title, but also to be a worthy owner of the Bloody Tears. His father had said that only a great knight could carry on the line's mission. Along with the sword, the entire burden of responsibility for the family honor was to pass to him. However, in order to pass on something more to his son, the father hoped to profit from risky investments related to the dungeons. But it all turned into tragedy. Sometime later, Ned's father, overcome with despair, stood in the main square, shouting that he had left only the family estate as collateral. The Bloody Tears, he said, were not among the property donated to the temple. He begged for the sword to be returned, insisting that his relic was not subject to seizure. They found it funny that a man who had lost his name and title dared to raise his voice in the Temple of Light. Filled with rage, the man pulled the sword from his bosom, and he rushed forward, intending to strike at the head of the clergy. But as soon as he took a step, the temple guards reacted with lightning speed. They cut off his hands on the spot. Blood spattered the snow-white stone floor. The father's face twisted in pain, and he collapsed like a broken doll. Little Ned watched this terrible scene. He screamed in horror, his heart sank into a lump, but no one paid attention to him. The priest merely said coldly that his father should be grateful that he had not touched the bishop. Otherwise, under the pretext of sacrilege, the temple would have been forced to execute his son as well. The Templars left, leaving the crippled man on the stone floor. This scene, burned into the boy's memory, was one of many that happened 12 years ago. This period was marked by unprecedented speculation, fueled by the growing interest in dungeons. Assaults, raids, investments, all this turned into a huge business. Artifact prices have skyrocketed, and the trading of raid rights has reached absurd levels. Financial products based on dungeon values have flooded the market. To cover the losses, fake guilds were created, run by vagabonds. The situation escalated to the limit, and the dungeon bubble burst. The economic crisis, known as the dungeon bubble burst, became a catastrophe. The Temple of Light, which profited from the sale of fictitious assets, found itself at the center of a scandal. They assured everyone that everything was under control. As a result, thousands of investors, including Ned's father, were left on the street. Baron Strayer lost everything: his home, his title, his honor. The biggest fraud in history did not result in a single conviction. Everything was shrouded in darkness. Ned vowed to destroy the temple. He lived for revenge, for retribution, especially against one man, the priest Alden, who, under the guise of a friend, had deceived his father, destroying everything that mattered. And when he learned that the sword had been with his teacher all this time, it shook him to the depths of his soul. Jeffir, keeping his cool, explained that the teacher had recently revealed the truth to him: the leadership of the Devil sect. and a significant part of the 12 apostles are connected with the Temple of Light itself. Moreover, the head of the sect and half of the apostles are high-ranking clergymen, standing at the very top of the church hierarchy. Ned couldn't contain his shock. Just 3 words and the whole world around him began to shake. He recalled their conversation with Jeffer when he said that if Ned became an important person for the teacher, he could count on his help in carrying out revenge. This was all bullshit. The teacher he considered his mentor, his savior, almost his family, was in fact a traitor. His true plan was terrifying. He was going to hand over the hearts of the Midraconia. If this happens, the enemy organization will gain such monstrous power that it will become impossible to touch even a minion of this sect. Any attempt at retaliation would be doomed to failure. They would simply be crushed, and it would be too late to change anything. And if all this turned out to be just a suspicion, the very words that Ned had thought were sacred, known only to him, he was confused. Thoughts rushed about like cornered animals. Who to trust now? What to do? Where is the truth? And now there is no time for reflection. They stand before a gloomy temple, overwhelming in its majesty. This place was not just ruins, it was the tomb of the vile princess, one of the most feared dungeons in the known world. One of the fighters understood at first glance. The level of threat here could not be compared with any other dungeon he had been in. The ominous energy emanating from the depths seemed to pierce the soul and body. The other was looking forward to the opportunity to test himself. He was not afraid of the threat. He was attracted by the challenge. The huge doors opened with a bang. No one knew for sure whether this place was one of the greatest and most dangerous dungeons in the world, but the priest accompanying them explained, "This is precisely the dungeon that has been under assault for 10 years now." There were clearing items scattered all over the place, a sign that some floors had already been cleared. The fighters were currently tasked with continuing to clear the 8th level. The dungeon consisted of 9 floors. The final assault only reached the 7th. On the 8th, they suffered defeat. The Guardian was not defeated. And all this time, despite the efforts, the sinister energy again and again filled the deep levels, causing the emergence of new monsters. All participants prepared for battle. The vanguard detachment was ordered to form line number 3. The group's leader, Matias, announced that they were starting, calling the operation a party with ironic ease, although everyone knew they were in for a fight to the death. Meanwhile, within the walls of the Temple of Light, 2 men stood on one of the balconies and had a worried conversation. They were discussing the latest events related to the dungeon. One of them could not believe what was happening. Due to a major raid, the main forces had left the temple, and now they were in dire need of troops. The man was none other than Bishop Alphonsus Giornetti, head of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light. His interlocutor only smiled and said that in times like these, we need to help each other. These knights were led by a man whose name Ned had cursed hundreds of times, Cardinal Alden Rasker, the man who had betrayed his father, who had destroyed his family, and who had become the symbol of the hypocrisy of the Temple of Light. The skeletons with flickering green eyes emitted hoarse, piercing cries, reminiscent of the howling of the wind through the cracks of a coffin. But the men held on. They fought back with the grace and ferocity of a lifetime in this merciless world. Some of the men realized the terrifying truth. There was no end to the undead. The number of skeletons seemed endless, and it was impossible to understand why there were so many of them. Others, on the contrary, laughed, considering what was happening only a warm-up before the real battle. One of the men, brushing off yet another enemy, suggested that the owner of this dungeon, Uritica, was behind it all. She is said to appear only once every 1,000 years, and has probably bewitched her subjects, burying them alive within these walls. And yet, over the millennium, hundreds have surely entered this tomb. Suddenly, a green spark burst from the depths of the tunnel, followed by a flash and then a loud explosion. New enemies emerged from the clouds of dust. Bone golems, horrific creatures assembled from hundreds of human remains. One of them raised a giant wooden weapon, and with furious force he smashed it to the ground. The ground split open, and the fighters were thrown back by the shockwave like leaves in the wind. At that moment, the nun activated light magic. Chains of divine power burst from her hands and enveloped the golem, restricting its movements. This gave the squad a chance. The fighters rushed forward, striking, trying to destroy the colossal enemy, not allowing other skeletons to break through to them. But the golem didn't care. It roared, swung its arms, and then tore the light chains apart with a crash. Then Matias drew his sword, turning his gaze to the heavens. The blade shone with divine light. He called upon the goddess herself for help. The swing of the sword was a death sentence. It cut the golem from shoulder to hip, dividing it into 4 parts. The other knights shouted with delight. But Matias immediately cut short their jubilation. He reminded that as long as such monsters exist, there must be someone nearby who controls them. The skeleton mage is a mid-level monster that has dangerous spells and the ability to resurrect subordinates. If not destroyed, he will continue to summon golems over and over again. The task was clear. Under the cover of defensive units, it was necessary to break through to the magician and destroy it by breaking deeper into the dungeon. Matias, looking around the battlefield, began to look for Lucius. Without him, they would not be able to complete the next stage. And finally, he found what he was looking for. Lucius, like the embodiment of light, ordered everyone to retreat. His sword and shield shone with a blinding light, and a dense aura of holy power swirled around him. Concentrating it into one pulse, he directed a huge beam forward along a narrow tunnel. The blow was stunning. The beam burned the skeleton mage to ashes, leaving only a cloud of ash. At the same time, the ancient tombstone, the source of energy that supported the magician, was destroyed. After all, even if the skeleton were destroyed while the tombstone was intact, it could resurrect again and again. Only the simultaneous destruction of the enemy and his anchor guaranteed victory. In previous raids, it took half an hour, but now the spear of light released by Lucius proved its power. Such is the power of the Son of God, and artifacts worth 2 million gold. All this is the merit of one person. While the group was securing the 8th floor, the medics took care of the wounded. The camp was quickly deployed. Cleansing artifacts began to be installed along the perimeter. At this time, Jafir, leaving the others, approached one of the walls. He was looking for a hidden mechanism, a stone that served as a lever. His fingers found a strange sliding element, and, feeling a slight play, he smiled faintly. He found it. Meanwhile, in the command headquarters, assembled from reinforced tents, the squad leaders bent over a map of the 9th floor. According to intel, the journey to the main villain's room will take about 6 days. During this time, they will consistently move deeper, destroying all the tombstones that feed the undead. The girl was stunned. Ahead of them stretched a path strewn with thousands of tombstones, barriers that fed the darkness and served as a support for evil spirits. They had to be destroyed. Last year they also reached the tomb, but when retreating, the guards protecting the path were forced to retreat back into a trap. From every crevice, from every niche, the dead crawled out. A whole legion of undead fell upon the tired warriors. The unit suffered horrific losses then, losing dozens of excellent fighters. Repeating the same mistake was unacceptable. It might take longer, but now it was necessary to destroy every slab, every source of darkness in their path. Otherwise, if they fall into a trap near the tomb, they risk losing too many fighters. And the fewer warriors remain by the final battle, the higher the chance of failure. The key to this expedition was to preserve Lucius's powers. His energy must remain intact until the very end. He's the trump card. With their current commander, they have a chance. Lucius is capable of overcoming what they failed to cope with last year. The scene at the final doors came back to them. There was a monster sitting in front of them, emitting a terrifyingly dark energy. Even the most experienced commanders, seasoned in hundreds of battles, were overcome with fear. There was only one guard at the entrance to the tomb, but his gaze alone was enough to destroy the entire fighting spirit of the squad. It was something else, fear that paralyzed the will. At that moment, someone's cry was heard from the depths of the camp. Matias reacted immediately, asking what was going on. When he saw what happened, his expression changed. He was in shock. Before him stood a monster, a Shoggoth, a terrifying creature that devoured people without a trace of compassion. It was impossible. The commander was dumbfounded. After all, they were the ones who had prepared the 5 Shoggoths as part of a special strategy. But using them now was not only dangerous, it could ruin everything. They weren't supposed to be activated at this point. Someone had messed up the plan, and the reasons were unclear. At that moment, all the leaders instinctively turned in the same direction. It was not just a premonition, but an animal feeling, the awareness of a hidden danger. Their gazes were drawn to Jaffir's strange behavior. He was standing against the wall, pressing on a barely noticeable protrusion, a secret stone hidden among the stonework. At that moment, a large wheel with a lever appeared in the wall next to him. Jaffir, as if nothing had happened, simply asked why they were looking at him like that, and then, without hesitation, turned the lever. The ground beneath the commander's feet began to shake. First quietly, then loudly, and finally began to crack, as if under the onslaught of a gigantic force. The next second, the ground beneath them collapsed, and each found themselves at a different level, separated by underground movement. The platforms began to shift, and soon it became clear that the entire dungeon was in motion. The Shoggoth was still prowling nearby, looking for a new victim. Everyone was stunned. The day before the list of participants for the raid was announced, the followers of the devil gathered in secret halls. The agenda included discussion of key details of the upcoming operation. It was established that the passage to the main evil spirits is guarded by powerful magical barriers. The doors leading to the main hall will remain closed until the guards enter. Once everyone is inside, the path will be sealed again, and will remain so until the fiend guarding the tomb is killed. One of those present asked if it would be possible to simply destroy the wall and go straight through, but Matias angrily explained that if that were possible, the raid would not have been going on for 10 years. The deeper they go into the tomb, the stronger the protective magic becomes. The wall cannot be destroyed by ordinary means. It is as if it were created from the very law of the world. He borrowed a legendary-level relic from the Holy Pope himself, the Stake of Faith. It is an indestructible sacred relic with the power to resist any magical barrier. Lucius was going to use it to jam the door shut, even if the doors themselves were made by a great creator. This sacred relic could not be destroyed by anything. The assault squad responsible for Lucius's safety was to distract the enemy while the commander himself, along with the others, retreated as far as possible from the entrance. The plan called for Ned to steal the dragon's heart and escape through a secret passage left behind. The next stage was the awakening of the Shoggoths. These creatures are living weapons that feed on the mania and life force of humans. They grow stronger by eating victims, and any contact with them causes madness. Lucius and the other commanders had powerful mental defenses. The sight of mad comrades attacking their allies caused panic, destroyed morale, and disrupted the concentration of command. In an active battle with monsters, it could take up to 3 minutes to eliminate such losses, enough time for the Shoggoths to deal with Lucius. The plan involved casualties and serious losses, but ultimately would have resulted in the raid failing, which would have been reported to the temple. Then one of the leaders showed a special elixir, rare and dangerous. After using it, the effect of the slave seal was temporarily neutralized, and the orders of the priests ceased to work. To control the Shoggoths, a rare artifact was prepared, the ocarina of hypnosis. This musical instrument allowed one to influence the monsters while preserving the sanity of the musician himself. But it had to be used with extreme caution. One wrong sound could change everything. When Jaffir received the ocarina, his face lit up with a satisfied smile. They were ready. While the raid was preparing for the offensive, he watched the soldiers rest. Thanks to the work of the medics, no serious problems arose. Then he started playing a melody that sent shivers down my spine. One of the raid members recognized the music. It was a signal. Shoggoths began to emerge from the bags hidden among the equipment of the devil's followers. The warriors, hearing familiar sounds, turned around and in horror recognized the monsters. Panic seized the detachment. Jaffir, standing to the side, laughed, happy that everyone had gathered in one place. After all, this is how it will be easier to cause chaos and break the battle lines. He approached the wall and reached for the hidden brick. But at that moment something stopped him, and he turned around in surprise. He saw that all the commanders were looking straight at him. Matias was surprised to recognize the man. It was the same one Ned had brought in. He didn't understand what was happening. However, without saying a word, Jaffir pressed on the stone. This device, built into the tomb, was supposed to be discovered only 3 years later, when the dungeon would have been converted into a haven from demons. An ancient security mechanism was activated. The insides of the tomb began to move. The piles, load-bearing walls, and ceilings began to change their positions. The whole space came to life, as if the dungeon itself were a giant mechanism. Jeffer, familiar with the layout of the tomb from his previous visit, knew what to do and immediately disappeared into the labyrinth of corridors. Lucius, seeing his silver hair and tall stature, recognized the weak-willed one that Matias had spoken of. Perhaps he really was a follower of the devil. But it didn't matter anymore. With the slave seal, he couldn't disobey the order. Lucius, without hesitation, gave the command, "Stand." But Lucius's order had no effect on Jeffer. He did not stop. On the contrary, he only quickened his pace, continuing to move rapidly down the corridor. Lucius was shocked. He couldn't understand why the slave seal didn't work. And then it dawned on Matias that the reason was in the very elixir that he personally gave to Jeffer. The realization made his jaw clench and his teeth grind in rage. He cursed furiously, not choosing his words, and without hesitation he drew his sword, filling it with his power. The blade glowed, ready to strike. However, before he could strike, Ned appeared in front of him, blocking Matias's attack with his special weapon, the Eastern Elastic Sword. It was a flexible and cunning blade, hidden behind the belt, which, like a snake's whip, wrapped itself around the flesh of the enemy and tore it to shreds. Matias looked at his comrade in bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing. But Ned, without saying a word, silently continued moving. His sword slid along Matias's hand, leaving a mark. And then he rushed after Jeffer. They shouted at him, tried to stop him, but he had already made his decision. However, despite Ned's attempt to take over the situation, one of Matias's attacks hit its mark. At this time, Lucius, seeing how the situation was getting out of control, activated his weapon. His sword, saturated with magical energy, fired a powerful beam towards the fugitive. Jeffer glanced back, catching a glimpse of the deadly glow out of the corner of his eye, but did not stop. He continued to run, and the attack flew past, dissipating without causing him any harm. This shocked Lucius. He couldn't believe that even his magic was powerless. No matter what he did, it had no effect on Jeffer. The reason was a rare spell called Divine Luck. For a limited time, it granted its owner incredible luck. There were only 3 applications available, and only one is currently in use. The day Jeffer returned to the past was forever etched in his memory. Then, looking at the list of benefits provided, he experienced an epiphany. An idea flashed in his head like lightning. The ancient mechanism moved walls, shifted piles, and formed a new configuration of space. The checkpoints were losing their meaning, and if luck was on his side, he could even get straight to the hall where the monster was hiding. Luck was indeed on his side now. He continued running when suddenly lightning flashed next to him. It was Ned. Jeffer was surprised that he managed to catch up with him. But Ned, without slowing down, said that everything that Jeffer can do, he can do too. And what's more, he is ready to prove it. Jeffer couldn't help but admire Ned's determination. Recently, before the operation began, Jeffer shared with him a dark scenario. He told him what would happen if their plan worked, and after everyone entered the tomb. If he manages to steal the dragon's heart and escape, they may have to face the main evil spirit alone. In this case, they will have to fight the monster with their own forces, without support. Ned was horrified by the thought. He cried out that he was tired of Jeffer's proposals, of his plans, of the constant talk about sacrifices, as if this was the only way. But Jeffer, as if not noticing the shout, calmly invited Ned to sit down next to him. He promised to tell him something really important, an idea that would change everything. Ned thought carefully about what he had heard. In his eyes, the strategy proposed by Jeffer really did look feasible, thought out to the last detail. There was one issue that was nagging at him, however, and that was trust. He wondered what exactly Jeffer had meant when he said he was done if he ran away with the dragon's heart. Ned also reminded that he himself was fast enough to activate the royal tiara's flow. If he decided to run, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to catch up with him. To this, Jeffer calmly explained 2 things. First, to take possession of the power of the heart, it is necessary to perform a certain special ritual. Otherwise, the heart will simply kill the one who tries to take possession of it. Jeffer cannot perform this ritual on his own, but he knows someone who can help. Secondly, the ferryman appointed to deliver the heart to the third parish's main temple is Cardinal Aldine. If Ned does not show up at the rendezvous point, the knights of the parish will begin searching for him. These warriors are elite, true professionals whose training can only be replicated by a few on the entire continent. But that's not all. By the entire cult he meant, among other things, their teacher, the master of the royal tiara stream. Is Ned ready to take them all on without any allies? Meanwhile, they jumped along moving walls and corridors, leaving behind flickering trails of light. Ned remembered how Matias had once asked him if he was really going to personally hand over the heart to the cult leader. The answer was clear. They were already in the dungeon, and as the person in charge, he could not take any action that deviated from the approved plan. Any suspicion on the part of the Temple of Light could ruin the entire operation. The teacher probably only mentioned the name of the carrier, Cardinal Aldin, but did not go into detail about how exactly the transfer of the artifact would take place. Besides, Jafir told him something else. A man from the east revealed important information to him. The structure of the cult is kept in deep secrecy, and most of the participants do not even know each other by sight, not to mention the top leadership. Cardinal Alden Rusker, once considered his greatest enemy, was a high-ranking member of the Devil's cult. He destroyed the life of someone close to Jafir, deceiving him of everything. One ruined my life, the other one led me around by the nose since childhood. Now both find themselves on the same board in a game where the stakes are the lives of thousands. Before they could fully process what was said, they encountered a giant bone golem. Ned didn't hesitate, his hands flaring as the power activated, and with a powerful explosion he destroyed the monster. At that moment, thinking of only one thing: he would take revenge. To all who betrayed him, both the cult and the Temple of Light, he will destroy them all. Jafir, who was running next to them, shouted that there was no time. They had to run without looking back. If they slowed down even for a second, the mission would fail. He understood how Ned felt, but there was no time to think about it now. There were only 15 seconds left before divine luck wore off. They ran. Every moment counted. Here before them appeared the target, a massive door behind which the last room was hidden. But at her threshold stood the most dangerous of guards, a skeleton whose strength inspired fear. He turned around slowly, seeing the guests approaching. The guys stopped silently and looked at the monster with apprehension. His eyes flashed darkly, and he began to whisper something about his heart, raising his weapon. Dark magic began to swirl around him as he raised his sword, ready to strike. But at that very moment, Jafir gave the command to jump. They dodged the furious attack in unison. As they jumped, they both noticed a small gap, the last chance to get to the main monster's room. Without hesitation, they activated their powers and rushed there. The passage was getting closer and closer, and the timer was getting shorter, the last seconds. And then they slipped through the crack just as it slammed shut behind them. They collapsed on the floor, exhausted, barely breathing, but alive. Ned sat there, breathing hard. He didn't know whether he was more shocked or amused. It all seemed so unreal. He could hardly believe that they had actually made it to the main monster's room. However, Ned still couldn't understand why the hall was so quiet and empty. From the room where it seemed the main monster should be, he expected to see a real storm of horror. And then suddenly a voice was heard, cold, distant, sounding from an unexpected direction. It instantly put both men on guard. The voice asked a simple but terrifying question: who were they? There was no anger in it, only pure, unadulterated surprise with a sense of power behind it. The mysterious stranger claimed to sense the knight's energy behind the door, and therefore could not understand how the two managed to get in. It was impossible by all rights. A figure emerged from the gloom, a young, pretty girl with long white curls. Her gaze was full of arrogance. She looked attentively at Ned and Jafir, and a regal intonation sounded in her voice. Meanwhile, in other parts of the dungeon, the battle was coming to an end. The leaders of the main group, acting under the direction of the commanders, had defeated all the Shoggoths. One of the senior officers approached Lucius and asked, "What are the next orders?" But Lucius was clearly shaken. He recalled how when he tried to stop Jafir with the priest's brand, nothing happened. This brand is a magical tool that ensures the absolute submission of the bearers of certain tattoos. A frightening thought entered Lucius's mind. Perhaps Jafir's body did not bear the Arabic brand at all. Or perhaps he had an artifact that could remove or block its effect. Adding to the anxiety was the scene where, immediately after the monster appeared, the guy activated some unknown mechanism. It all seemed too well thought out. He recalled how he carefully selected the members of the group. All were proven people, either the most reliable comrades or slaves under the complete control. He turned to Arno, one of his deputies, and asked, "Who were these two? Who did they report to?" Arno explained. The gray-haired one was called Jeffir. The other one, in red, was Ned. He was new, but he had been brought into the squad on the personal recommendation of Ned, who had previously served under Matias himself. And that explanation cleared up a lot. At this time, Matias himself, having learned about what had happened, was furious. He angrily cursed the guys who, in his opinion, wet their pants and ran away, leaving behind only destruction. This incident destroyed everything. He was sure that they had a chance to infiltrate the highest circles of the devil cult and at the same time gain recognition from the Temple of Light. A plan that was carefully planned down to the last detail. He gathered the remaining members of the Brotherhood and announced, "The operation is temporarily suspended. Everyone must prepare." When asked what exactly, Matias gave a cold look and answered briefly, "They will either kill or become victims themselves." He turned around sharply and saw the priests of the Temple of Light standing behind him. Their faces were serious, their expressions wary. Lucius, seeing this, came closer and asked a direct question. Did Matias want to explain anything? He just chuckled. His face expressed irritation and contempt. The answer sounded almost lazy. Did they really think that now was the right time for an explanation? Ned was shocked to the depths of his soul. Before him stood the mistress of the tomb herself, the legendary Princess Uritica. The legends and chronicles he had read described her as a ruthless ruler who had unleashed a bloody massacre 1,000 years ago. But now, looking at her, he couldn't believe it. Before him stood a fragile, pretty girl with exquisite features and a kind, even slightly sad look. Could the chronicles have lied? Ned doubted everything for a moment. Perhaps they had unnecessarily disturbed this ancient tomb, seeking a dragon's heart that was most likely not here at all. He was already beginning to feel remorse, especially when he noticed how a deep, almost piercing sadness flashed in the girl's eyes. At that moment, Ned felt that he was ready to do anything to ease her suffering. He began to approach her cautiously, guided not by reason, but by a strange inner impulse. However, having taken a careless step, he stumbled. At that very moment, Jeffir caught him. This moment sobered him up. How could he have succumbed to such a cheap trick? It was obvious that the teacher's betrayal still left a mark on him, and his feelings became unstable. Soon Ned noticed with horror a magic circle right in front of him, a trap from which it was unlikely that he would be able to escape if he took another step. The princess, instead of being afraid of having her deception exposed, only laughed. Her laughter sounded mocking. She came closer, not hiding her mockery. She was truly sorry that the trap had not worked, because it had been a great chance to catch them. And then it all became clear. Jeffir instantly realized that she was going to attack. The pleasant appearance crumbled like dust, revealing the princess's true form, a terrifying monster. Her body was distorted, covered in dark tentacles and writhing vines. A roar of hatred erupted from her mouth. She growled, commanding them to die. Hundreds of ghostly hands of red and blue glow erupted from her body. Jeffir, without losing his composure, sarcastically remarked that Ned seemed to be a real romantic if he had fallen for such an appearance. But Ned himself was already in his right mind. He firmly declared that the illusion had dissipated. And at that very moment the monstrous claws rushed to attack. Both fighters managed to jump aside and snatch their weapons, preparing for battle. Jeffir recognized this magic. It was the skill Black Hand. The red hands drew physical resources from the body, and the blue hands drew magical energy. It turned out that Uritica could create hundreds of such hands at once. Pages of a report from a past life surfaced in his memory, where it was said that many fighters could not withstand her abilities, turning into a kind of energy source for her. Only Lucius, with great difficulty, managed to defeat the princess, whose strength was constantly restored by those around her. Now Jeffir felt his gaze, cold, piercing. With a look full of the desire for his death, He activated the skill Iron Wall received from the god of debt, Usra. This skill accumulated damage in the form of debt, everything he did not sense at the time of use. And God himself, sitting on his throne with a new turtle in his hands, watched what was happening with silent joy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dungeon, things were heating up quickly. The two parts of the once united team, now on opposite sides, froze in tension. Lucius, without taking his eyes off Matias, asked him a direct question. Why did he disrupt the operation, and who did he manage to team up with? Matias understood that Lucius was not a fool. He had already understood everything and just wanted confirmation, and he wouldn't be able to leave. Even with the help of controlled slaves, the structure of the dungeon changes unpredictably, and even if he escapes, the failure of the operation is a death sentence from the leadership of the devilish cult. There was only one way left: to kill Lucius here and now, to destroy everyone who could interfere so that he himself could survive. Matias only smirked at Lucius's question. He didn't care at all about the condemnation. He dropped a phrase full of irony. Did he really need an explanation now? After all, standing before him was not just a commander but the Son of God, armed with a legendary artifact, the head of healers and the most powerful combat priests. Although it seemed there was no way out, the situation was not quite as it seemed at first. Lucius and his supporters were perceived as enemies, and all the attention of the priests of light was focused on them. Against this backdrop, Matias and his brothers remained virtually unnoticed, and that was precisely their opportunity. If they strike into the gap that is formed in the defense, the chance of winning will increase many times over. Matias acted coolly and precisely. He slowly lowered his hand behind his back and began to make subtle finger signals. These subtle gestures were instantly understood by the men standing behind him. For them, the signs were completely obvious. On order number 3, everyone immediately drinks the elixirs and then moves on to backup plan B. This elixir, a medicinal tincture, was specially developed and provided by the leadership of the devil cult. Its purpose is to temporarily remove the effects of the slave brand. Then Matias loudly and distinctly proposed a duel, as the law of honor required. He promised that if he lost, he would tell everything Lucius wanted to know from him. In response, his gaze met only angry, cold eyes. But deep down, he knew that there was still time. He'd already started the countdown. Behind him, his fingers flashed. He was showing the number 2. He wanted to finish the countdown and move on to the final stage of the plan. If he wins, he added, he too will be entitled to something significant. But he did not have time to finish. Lucius, without a moment's hesitation, gave the order to attack. And then everything went downhill. The slaves, bound with brands, were subjugated by the priests of light. Matias realized his mistake too late. He didn't have time to count to 1 for his men to drink the elixirs. All the vials slipped from their hands and fell with a dull clang onto the stone floor slabs. They began to slowly approach their commander, but there was no determination or desire in their movements. The faces of these soldiers showed pain and sadness. They did not want to fight Matias, but the will of the Son of God was immutable. Their bodies obeyed, even if their minds screamed betrayal. And Matias, gritting his teeth, called them worthless scum. The Son of God, Lucius, had the highest right of command, higher than ordinary priests. His word was equal to the will of the Holy Pope himself. Lucius stood quietly with a heavy heart and said that he was truly sorry. After all, he and Matias had been friends since childhood. Together they entered the academy, went through all the trials and battles, shared bread and blood, dreams and fears. They were 32 years old, and over the years they had become closer than brothers. They understood each other without words. Now this same man, his brother in spirit, has stuck a knife in his back. The order was clear. First of all, it was necessary to disarm the traps set by Matias. The entire room was covered in blood. The bodies of fallen warriors lay on the cold stone floor, and it seemed that everything was over. But strange insects began to emerge from their mutilated bodies, black locusts with a brand on their foreheads. These bugs were not just parasites. They lived in the stomachs of the devil's followers. The secret of the devil's minions' power was hidden in these creatures. Instead of bearing a brand on their flesh like ordinary slaves, their symbol was burned directly into the insect's shell. The locusts didn't have time to hide. Lucius crushed them with a dull crunch. He looked silently at the fallen and realized with bitterness he had entrusted Matias with the most important thing, the selection of slaves. And now it became clear that they were all followers of the devil, recruited and subordinated to the cult faith. The betrayal was total. Aaron, watching what was happening, thought that Sir Matias was one of the strongest fighters, and it would not be difficult for him to destroy 36 slaves single-handedly. But Lucius turned out to be even stronger. Matias, tired, exhausted, covered in sweat and blood, was having trouble breathing. He had suspected that the battle would be hard, but he had not expected such overwhelming odds. During the entire fight, he never managed to even touch Lucius with his blade. The difference between them was enormous. It was a gulf between the one who bears the title of the Son of God and the one who fell. This is how fate itself, forged by the Heavenly Father, decreed. Matias coughed and spat out blood. Along with it, a small ball with the symbol of the devilish cult appeared from his mouth. Lucius wanted to hear what all this was about. What is the reason for his betrayal? But Matias only laughed. He was amazed that Lucius still hadn't understood anything, and if he so thirsts for answers, then he will receive them from the goddess herself. Matias pulled out the ball, and everyone present froze in shock. He bit through it, and at that moment his body began to change rapidly. He broke the chains that bound him and rose up, much stronger. In the past, Alden Rasker, one of the high-ranking followers of the devil, gave him this artifact. It was called the Stone of Revelation. It could only be used at the very last moment, because there was no way back. Once the stone was activated, a person would never be the same again. Matias, now in his demonic form, Matias Grimmer, angrily declared that everything that belonged to Lucius should rightfully be his. He did not believe in free will. If a person is born under the power of God, then he can never get rid of it. And now, having lost his human essence, he has no reason to fight for humanity. Lucius gave the order to attack without hesitation. The demon needed to be dealt with decisively and without delay. His power was unstable, uncontrollable. Aaron called upon the magic of the goddess Arya, and her light spilled onto the battlefield. It was a blessing of war. It strengthened the allies, increasing their physical strength, magical potential, endurance, and defense. The wounds healed, the fatigue disappeared, and they were ready to fight again. The entire group launched a massive attack on Matias. However, the demon easily repelled it without blinking an eye. He simply raised his hand and stopped the onslaught. And then Lucius himself entered the battle. With a huge sword, he rushed at Matias. His comrades watched the attack with enthusiasm, glad that the commander had finally taken matters into his own hands. But the joy was short-lived. When the smoke from the blow cleared, everyone saw a horrifying picture. The demon stood in place without a scratch and held Lucius's sword in his hands. It was a shock. The legendary weapon created to fight the darkness was useless. And if it couldn't cause harm, then what can we say about items of lower quality? At that moment, Riona realized that they had one more chance. A legendary-level artifact, the Stake of Faith. Lucius entrusted it to her. It was intended to break through the sealed doors of the monster in the final room, but was also to be used in emergency situations. Now is just such a time. She reached for it and realized with horror that it was gone. And at the other end of the room, Ned was holding the artifact in his hand, beaming with a joyful smile. He didn't believe he had actually pulled it off. The plan was not at all gentlemanly, but in his opinion, brilliant. Ned continued to dodge, calculating each step with concentration. Everything happened exactly according to plan, as Jafir predicted. If you endure and avoid attacks for at least 15 seconds, then the active phase of the monster's ability will run out. Casting powerful spells in quick succession without a proper pause could be fatal, literally melting the brain. To avoid overload, experienced mages alternated complex techniques with simpler spells. And just when Ned and Geoffrey realized that their chance had come, flaming red vines covered in thorns burst out of the monster's body with a crash. They hit the ground, breaking the stone with force, but the fighters managed to jump back in time. A moment later, they used the vines as support and, deftly jumping over them, began to climb towards the monster's face. Combat is a series of surprises. Even if you know the future, you can't predict every move your enemy will make. Everything can change in an instant. Jafir activated his weapon, the Sword of Dusk. It was a demonic blade that could change the nature of the damage, light or dark, depending on the magic of its owner. This weapon was considered the pinnacle for anyone who was not a priest, but wanted to compete with divine beings. The main thing was not the sword itself, but the one who held it. Did he have enough faith in himself? Were there comrades nearby whom he could trust? Will he be able to cope without breaking down when things don't go according to plan? If he did everything he could, even in the most hopeless situation, there is still a chance to win. Ned and Jafir joined forces. The sword technique that Jafir used was called Light of the Royal Tiara, Dragon Ascension to Heaven. It was one of the most powerful techniques known to only a few. With a single blow, they severed the monster's head, plunging their blades into its flesh with astonishing precision. But the jubilation was premature. New flesh began to sprout from the severed neck with a squelching sound. The monster's body pulsated, transforming, mutating before our eyes. This is not the end. This is exactly the moment that Jafir was waiting for. The man glanced at Ned, and that was enough. Ned knew at once that this was the moment they had talked about before. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the monster with a decisive step. Even before the battle began, they came to an agreement. Even if they managed to inflict significant damage on the monster and temporarily disable it, completely disarming it was an almost impossible task. But during the transformation, when the monster takes on its true second form, there is a short moment in which it becomes defenseless. It can neither move nor use skills. Ned opened the box that held the legendary artifact, the Stake of Faith. From the small box emerged a giant spike in the shape of a cross, as if woven from light. With incredible weight, it fell on the monster's body, pinning it to the ground. The blow caused the monster to let out a long, unnatural cry. Pure, holy energy penetrated its body. The Stake of Faith is a legendary rank artifact that responds to the power of pure consciousness. It unleashes powerful sacred energy on its own, causing catastrophic damage to creatures made of darkness. While the holy artifact held the monster in the shackles of pain, Jafir wasted no time. With cold-blooded precision, he cut off the monster's limbs one by one. The main damage was certainly done by Cole, and the task of the others was reduced to one thing: to prevent the monster from resisting, to distract it, not giving the princess the opportunity to accidentally pull out the artifact. Although the artifact was powerful, its energy was not infinite. When the holy power was exhausted, the Stake of Faith would turn into an ordinary massive piece of metal, useless and heavy. Lucius, who had exchanged this relic with the Pope for a fabulous sum, was hardly going to use it in battle. But the money was not his, which meant he didn't care. The moment came when the stake stopped glowing, meaning that its energy was depleted and the enemy was officially neutralized. Jafir, covered in sweat and blood, was furious. This stubborn monster had not given them a second of rest, had exhausted all their supplies, and had devalued the weapons charged with sacred magic. And yet, remembering who their opponent was, he admitted, the losses were justified. Jafir glanced to the side, curious about how Lucius was doing. If Matias had turned into a demon, what was happening on that front now? Without hesitation, he drank the magic elixir that restored his lost mana. The support of the goddess of light today was minimal, but even so, he knew he would not give up. The end would be the same anyway. Suddenly, an eye began to form from the remaining slime on the defeated monster. Ned immediately became wary, but Geoffrey stopped him. If you leave the monster in this state, it will not be able to revive. But if you finish it off, it will be a signal that the fight is over, and the Guardian will appear here. Now they needed to find the dragon heart. Jafir threw Ned a healing potion, just in case. In such conditions, even a small wound could be fatal. Ned was shocked. One of the great demons of the world, Princess Uritica, was defeated by only 2 people. It seemed impossible. Yes, he himself was no weakling, but even he understood that if it weren't for Jafir's brilliant strategy, the outcome of the battle would have been completely different. His surprise turned to mild suspicion. Everything that was happening looked as if Jafir had foreseen it all, as if he knew every step in advance. But at that moment a dull, unnatural sound was heard. Turning around, they saw the massive main door shake. A skeletal figure fell on her from the other side. Thick darkness began to seep through the cracks and gaps. a black, viscous energy that filled the entire room, swallowing the air. This darkness flowed to the body of the defeated monster, soaking into its flesh. Uritica, the princess, immediately recognized this mana. This was her night. He sacrificed himself for her. The realization brought a tear to her one eye. A giant hurricane, intertwined with light wind and pain, rose up around the princess. The boys watched in stupefaction, unable to understand what was unfolding before their eyes. Everything they saw did not fit into the scenario they were familiar with. According to Lucius's report from his past life, this did not happen. So they really did change the course of events, simply by entering the dungeon without destroying the Guardian, as Lucius did back then. And now the princess, imbued with magic, appeared in a new, altered form. Her body was transformed. From a fragile maiden she turned into something else, a creature burning with supernatural power and ancient fury. The nearby stake of faith immediately responded to the flow of dark energy emanating from her. It trembled, absorbed the holy light, and tried to activate again, as if to burn away the filth. But the next moment the artifact fell through the floor, disappearing into the darkness, as if obeying someone's will. The princess turned around without even blinking. Before the men could react properly, they were surrounded from all sides. Swords filled with magical energy rained down on her from both sides. They seemed to hit their mark, but Ned felt no resistance. No sound of flesh being cut, no blow to armor, nothing, just emptiness. Space seemed to be distorted. It was the ancient magic of Medea, the curvature of space, an illusion, an absolute deception of perception. And the very next moment, magic circles were activated right under their feet. With a hiss and a crack, giant crimson vines covered in sharp thorns burst forth from them. Their instant reaction saved them. Both jumped back, dodged, but almost paid for their delay. Ned took a deep breath, but as soon as he straightened up, there she was. The princess. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were blazing with a sinister determination. As Ned dodged the swift attack, he realized with horror how fast it was, his reflexes barely enough to keep his body together. But at that moment, Jafir made up his mind. He activated his power. A mysterious sign in the shape of a key lit up on his palm, an ancient symbol that awakens one of the forbidden techniques. A stream of thick silvery web erupted from his hand, the magic of the Spider Queen. Threads full of sticky power immediately clung to the princess's body, restricting her movements. She froze for a moment, and Jafir, straining every vein in his body, pulled her towards himself with all his fury. Anger filled him, and he put all his fury into this gesture. The princess, caught in sticky threads, turned sharply, looking at him. Her eyes shone with a scarlet, inhuman light. His arms were strained to the limit, veins standing out like ropes under his skin. Jafir pulled the princess towards him with all his might, using a basic but effective technique of strengthening through energy control. The space-warping magic used by the princess was an excellent form of defense. It distorted the surrounding space, preventing the enemy's attacks from accurately hitting their target. However, this spell also had the opposite effect. It also prevented the spellcaster herself from delivering direct blows. And this meant only one thing. The moment she decided to attack, the opponents would have a chance to respond. And then the monster stretched out its bony arms. Instead of fingers, long living vines began to grow from them, resembling tentacles filled with darkness. The princess glanced to the side, at Ned, who was flying towards her with a sword. One precise blow, and the blade cut through her body. For a moment, Ned felt euphoria. He had made it. He got there. But the joy was short-lived. Suddenly he was overcome by a strange, tearing pain. And then he realized the wound he had inflicted on the princess had affected him as well. Blood gushed from his body, staining the floor beneath him. This was Medea's ancient magic, Black Mirror, a terrifying spell that could reflect damage inflicted back to the attacker. Moreover, the power of the reflection depended on the level of the caster. For the most skilled, it could reach 3 times the damage. The princess did not stop. A massive black palm shot out of nowhere, grabbed Ned and began squeezing him, squeezing a cry of pain out of him. Jafir didn't hesitate. He charged, and when he reached her, he unleashed a series of powerful blows on the monster's back. And then he activated an Eastern technique, the Thunder Finger. It was not a destructive technique, but rather it was about blocking the mana flow inside the enemy's body. A precise touch, and the princess's magical channels began to close. The flow of mana slowed, as if the river had suddenly fallen into a network of dams. The technique was grueling, requiring extreme precision, and if it weren't for his long training, especially daily sparring with Altair, he wouldn't be able to do it. The enemy screamed in pain and recoiled, but Jafir was already enveloping him in his magical web again and jerked him sharply towards himself. When the creature was within striking distance, Jafir put everything he had left into his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the chest. The princess's body shuddered, and a shrill animal-like cry burst from her throat. He pulled out his last reserve, the enchanted rosary beads he had purchased from White Rose. Each bead contained a spell from the Temple of Light. They could be used even without being a mage, but each spell could only be used once. He tore out the rosary and threw it towards Ned. There were only 9 seconds left before the dark hand would destroy him completely. The light spheres hit the comrade's body, filling it with light, and Jafir became confident that at least Ned would survive. But then a new wave of attack fell upon him. On the other hand, dark vines flew into it, hitting with such force that Jafir flew back and crashed into the wall. He cried out in pain. The princess, completely freed from the blockage, once again possessed all her power. Her spells were already flowing at full power again, and she sent several huge dark spheres at him. He realized that they were once again in a situation that was impossible to control. The spheres reached him and exploded with terrifying force. Somewhere far away in the temple, the sound of a falling cup was heard. Angelina asked Anna if everything was okay, to which she, without looking up, replied that she was just thinking. She was picking up the pieces, cut herself, and looking thoughtfully at her wound, remembered Jafir. Her heart sank. For some reason she felt uneasy. She decided that perhaps it would be worthwhile to charge his artifacts with more healing power. You never know. Meanwhile, Jeffrey was lying on the floor, bleeding. Next to him are broken beads, the magic of which has run out. Ned, also motionless, lay nearby, and it seemed that this was the end. The situation seemed hopeless. Everything they had prepared was used up. The magic was exhausted, the weapons were damaged. The monster had survived and was growing stronger. Ironic. He himself once easily destroyed one of the 8 great insoluble problems before its complete rebirth. And now, faced with the same threat, he feels completely helpless. His last reserve is a privilege from the gods, small, bright candies that look like toys. Their true value was debatable. And yet, now that everything was on the line, perhaps even uselessness could become hope. One of the remaining skills was Iron Wall. This skill allowed the user to completely ignore damage and fatigue, turning the user's body into an impenetrable bastion. The second item was the egg of a sacred animal, a mysterious artifact whose origin was shrouded in mystery. No researcher, no archmage could say for sure who would hatch from the egg. He also had 2 charges of divine luck, an ability that granted incredible luck for a short period of time. 3 uses, 2 of which were still left. This luck was priceless. The inventory also contained the Sword of Light, a sacred artifact that shone with the blessing of the gods. However, its greatness came with a cruel price. Anyone who was not worthy would burn to ashes if they attempted to lift the blade. And finally, rebirth is the last of the privileges. The mechanism was simple. 3 days after death, the user returns to life, but with a soul that no longer belongs to him. Jafir was cornered. Everything he had left was either pointless in the face of combat, or required training, resources, or special conditions he no longer had. None of these gifts were kindly given. They were toys for the gods, nothing more. The chains around his neck only amused those who watched his struggle. The gods loved to see mortals struggling to find even a shred of hope, fighting not for victory but simply to not give up. The princess, filled with darkness, directed her power towards Jafir, her eyes blazing with determination to destroy everything that still breathed. He understood that if he died here, it would be the end, for him, for everyone who believed in him, and even for those who only knew his name. But then he took a step that even those watching from above would not like. Gathering up the remaining blood, Jafir slowly began to draw a cross on the floor. A figure appeared before him, beautiful, shining, but filled with rage. An angelic girl with wings shimmering with golden light descended, as if tearing apart the boundary between worlds. It was as if she was shocked by the fact that someone had dared to draw such a symbol. She demanded an explanation, wanted to know how a human, a mortal, knew this sign that should not be known to anyone alive. Jafir looked at her with a bloody grin. He realized the bait worked. And it was not an ordinary fish that had been caught, but a big one. Proof of the gods' shameful defeat in the distant past. That was all Jafir knew about the forbidden symbol he was now drawing with his own blood. This sign, ancient, ravaged by time and fear, was never meant to fall into the hands of mortals. The gods have placed an eternal ban on it, and any depiction of it brings with it inevitable punishment. But he felt nothing. Neither the pressure of the princess's magic, nor the oppressive presence of evil. And then it dawned on him. A barrier. The angel standing before him had cast a magical barrier, isolating them from what was happening outside. Jafir thoughtfully noted that something was strange here. Higher beings, especially those whose spiritual ranks exceeded a certain threshold, simply could not penetrate the world of the lower ones without a special command. The answer was not long in coming. She, with a slight reproach, as if reminding him of something important, reminded him that it was she who sent him into the past. It was she, the angel, who was now bound to him by a bond as fine as silk, but as strong as steel. Such a bond, she said, gave her the right to descend into the mortal world. Jafir, still sitting on the floor and covered in his own blood, just chuckled to himself. If she was so interested, he would give her an answer. But first, a little money. Not seriously, of course. The angel didn't appreciate the sarcasm. Her magic began to thicken, descending downwards as if a huge weight covered the entire space around her. Jafir immediately understood. This was an angelic ability of suppression, absolute, leaving no opportunity to even lift a finger. She spoke, not hiding her irritation. He shouldn't flatter himself. Yes, he had attracted the attention of the gods, but he was not a saint, not a hero, not the chosen one. He was just a man who allowed himself to do what was forbidden. The symbol he had drawn had provoked anger. The top brass is already discussing how exactly to kill him. Not how to punish him, but to destroy him. This is retribution for insolence and ignorance, for pride and violated boundaries. But Jafir didn't flinch. He just said quietly, "Let her kill him then. If she's sure she can handle the consequences, it's not that simple." If you look at the other side of the privileges that the gods gave him, it becomes clear that everyone wants something. Odin gave him a sword because he wants to see him fight, fall, get up and fight again. They don't want suicides. Another gave him power so that he could use it, including in their interests. Someone wants to see him in their legion. And if he dies, his soul will not go to the god of death so easily. A conflict will begin between the higher powers, and this is disadvantageous for both sides. That was why they had not allowed him to complete the symbol. That was why she, the angel, had been sent urgently at the last moment to stop his hand. But Jafir looked her in the eye and said directly, he needed more. He could not survive on these privileges any longer. They could watch, have fun, argue behind the scenes of the world. Because there will be no second Jafir. He is their last amusement. While all this was happening, the heavens themselves were watching the scene. The god of the sky, keeping the balance, the god of debt, watching over the settlements, the god of death, silently awaiting his share. The blacksmith god who forged armor for great warriors, the unknown god whose name they had not yet dared to speak, and the god of medicine whose powers lay in healing, they all watched. And the goddess of light. She simply watched silently, but her gaze was no longer so detached. For the first time, interest shone through in it. And then from the heavens, piercing the clouds, a ray of light fell. It was blinding, unbearable. Distorted by lightning like a living nerve of the great sky, it struck Jafir, but did not destroy. It changed. The angel retreated in horror. Even she did not understand why the gods had decided this. It was their collective will, their bet, their sign. The princess, feeling the distortion, turned her head again, sensing something dangerous. From the cloud of smoke where divine energy had just raged, Jafir stepped out, whole, blood-stained, clothes torn but alive, and ready for the next round. His eyes were ablaze. The monster standing opposite suddenly burst out laughing, as if he had met a worthy opponent. And then she activated her power. Scarlet and azure flashes erupted from her palms, red and blue hands, the embodiment of pure, unstable energy. With their help, she instantly accumulated magical power and launched a destructive volley towards the man. However, he reacted with absolute composure. He easily, almost casually, blocked the attack. In his hands the sword was already shining, the Sword of Light, one of the greatest sacred artifacts. This weapon was shrouded in legends. Anyone who does not have the right to even touch it burns to ashes with just one attempt. High in the sky, watching this, the goddess of light, Arya, one of the three supreme deities, laughed. Her laughter was light, almost childish. But not everyone was delighted. Another god, indignant and angry, shouted at Arya, unable to believe her actions. How could she, the greatest of the Light Ones, allow a mere mortal to use a sacred weapon? Arya just waved it off. It wasn't his collection, not his right to interfere. Her decision was personal, and she had no intention of making excuses. Meanwhile, the sky god Akiros, another of the higher ones, gave her a measured approval. He saw something more in it. Jeffer must live. He was the key. And until it became clear what lay behind his fate, he could not be lost. Akiros was especially wary when he noticed that even the god of death, who usually did not interfere in the affairs of mortals, suddenly showed interest. This was unprecedented. Below on the battlefield, a guy holding a shining sword in his hands rushed forward. The princess tried to save herself by using space warping, an ancient and complex magic. But even that didn't help. Too late, too weak, the Sword of Light cut through the fabric of magic, and the blow reached its target. It was as if reality itself had submitted to the will of the sword. Uritica, despite her title as a great magician, could not defend herself. Human magic was powerless against the power emanating from a genuine sacred artifact. Then Jeffer activated his sword's special ability, casting a blinding light towards the creature they thought was a monster. The shadow of the monster began to evaporate, and a thin female hand appeared in the smoke. Then a face. Princess Uritica, the real one freed from the spell, opened her eyes in bewilderment. She woke up lying in Jeffer's arms, not understanding what had happened. He held her carefully, as if she were something fragile and precious. She was shocked. The spell he used turned out to be not only offensive, but also cleansing, and Jeffer himself did not expect that it would give him the opportunity to dispel the curse that oppressed Uritica. Now for the first time he saw her true form, without distortion, without pain, only light. Waking up from a long nightmare, the princess whispered that it seemed to her as if it was all a terrible dream, endless and viscous. She asked herself one single question. Who was this man who was able to save her from such a painful fate? With a slight nod, reserved and honest, he said his name, Jeffer. He was her follower, one of the 12 heroes, those who stood between the light and the darkness to give the world hope. In the past, one of her knights presented the princess with a rare artifact, the heart of the black dragon Kaisaros, extracted in battle. He presented it as a gift, asking her to accept this relic not as a trophy, but as a symbol of deep respect and devotion. The princess was touched. She acknowledged that the knight's work was titanic, worthy of the highest praise. Her voice was soft, but full of strength. Then she made a gesture that could mean many things. She suggested that they address her simply by her first name, thereby blurring the line between high blood and subject. She reminded him that after defeating Kaisaros he wanted to tell her something, and then, without further ado, he took off his helmet. His face appeared before her for the first time, open, tired, but full of light. He reached out to her, wanting to kiss her, and in that brief moment they both believed that everything would be fine. But that belief turned out to be a foolish illusion. On the top floor of the ancient tomb, they discovered a magic circle, inside which a real treasure was kept, the elven tree of life. But the price for this was high. She lost her human form. Now, thanks to the help of Jeffer and his comrade, she managed to find her way back. In her heart there lived gratitude, mixed with sadness. Her extended life had come to an end, her body had reached all its limits, and there was almost no time left. Jeffer, whose face was so full of mystery, answered evasively, "The story is too long and time is running out." So he extended his hand to her, allowing her to use the princess's unique ability, contact, a gift that allows one to read feelings and memories through touch. As her fingers touched his palm, all his memories unfolded before her eyes. Death, rebirth, the loss of loved ones. Meanwhile, Matias fought Lucius, and there was no concession between them. The fight was fierce and merciless. Fire danced in the demon's eyes. He screamed, mocking, reveling in his own power, asking his opponent if he was having fun when his whole face was twisted in pain. Lucius, fighting alongside Eren, knew that the enemy was too much for them. He noticed how with each contact their enhancing spells fell away, as if dissolving under the weight of the alien magic. The demon enjoyed the moment. He felt the power of the Almighty within him, a strength that no human could possess. Releasing a wave of fire towards Lucius, he almost broke through the defense, but he managed to put up a shield in time. However, this was only the first volley. The remaining waves of flame fell upon the other knights. Eren began to realize that they were stuck in repelling blind attacks without ever engaging in a full-fledged battle. Somewhere in the shadows, one of the demon's followers watched with delight. To him, this was the embodiment of the power that the devil's followers sought. He knew that he had to wait until the knights let their guard down so he could attack the healers or the vanguard command. For him, this was not a personal revenge. All enemies of his religion must die. He took out a knife, but at that moment a black cloud engulfed him, and a bloody mark appeared on his back. Centipedes, disgusting creatures that bring death, burst out of his body, as did the bodies of other minions of the devil. Eren, dumbfounded, realized that even among the priests there were servants of the devil hiding. This was an exclusive skill of demonic creatures, collection. They drained the life force of their followers, turning their mindless devotion into fuel for a greater purpose. Lucius, scared and tense, realized that Matias was preparing a spell that could destroy everyone. He shouted for everyone to activate any defensive abilities. The room burst into flames. The priests surrounded themselves with barriers, but those who did not make it in time turned to ashes. And then Lucius, with a trembling voice but a firm will, turned to Matias, trying to stop him. He appealed not to reason, but to what might still be human in him. In the past, no one believed that Lucius could have received the stigmata. It seemed nonsense. He was only 7 years old, and he never claimed to be the son of God. In the traditions of the Temple of Light, adolescents are trained until the age of 15, and then the question arose: what would happen to Matias? From the very beginning, he was considered the main candidate for the title of the Son of God. People believed in him, people invested in him, and his family itself. According to ancient manuscripts, if the stigmata appears on someone who is not on the list of candidates, it means the beginning of an era of catastrophes. The destruction of the old order begins. Matias, overcome with rage, screamed about what Lucius's father had actually done. When his son was called the Son of God, he used this as an excuse to deceive. But this blessing was useless, and he traded it, extracting huge profits from the believers. He manipulated faith, using it for personal gain, strengthening his position. Matias remembered how many people had suffered because of this man, how many had lost everything, including their own lives. He called Lucius's family swindlers and murderers and saw no justification for their actions. Matias screamed, his voice filled with rage, and he shouted that the Temple of Light was pure evil, hiding behind a mask of holiness. At that moment, Princess Uritica slowly removed her hand from Jeffer, her savior. After reading his memory, she saw what awaited him in the future. Tears came to her eyes. Her soul was pierced by pain. She could not understand how he could live like this, bearing so much suffering and loss. It was very sad. She knew that the demon invasion that Jeffer had tried so hard to prevent would begin in a few years. And this time, he had to win. He didn't want to suffer defeat anymore. He had originally planned to do things differently, but now that Uritica is around, everything has changed. She has experience, she has power. She once saved a dragon's heart while traveling with the first dragon slayer and knows how to use ancient magics. And then he asked her to do the same to him right now. Perhaps this was the only chance to fulfill his plan, but the girl only shook her head sadly. Her voice trembled with sadness, and she said that she was very sorry. She could not fulfill his request. Jeffer was shocked. He couldn't believe she had just said that. It was as if a crack had been heard in his heart, The expectation had collapsed, giving way to doubt and fear. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the brink of total destruction. The most powerful of all dragons, Kaisaros, set most of the world on fire. However, a cunning curse deprived him of his mind, plunging the once noble warrior into madness and forcing him to forget who he truly was. The hero became the embodiment of horror. Among the few who could match Kaisaros in strength were Princess Uritica and the knight Georgius. The remaining 11 heroes were forced to engage in a brutal battle against their former comrade in the name of protecting and preserving peace. After a long and painful confrontation, the decisive blow was dealt by Georgius. His sword closed Kaisaros' eyes forever. All this took place in the kingdom of Japhira, where key events unfolded not only in the fate of the princess, but also in the entire era. The cause of the catastrophe were demons who summoned the devil into their world. According to the inviolable divine law, gods cannot descend into worlds that do not belong to them. Thus, the devil Tartaros entered the human abode. His power was in the ability to summon demons of all stripes. With his appearance, a new era of fear and destruction began. His followers, secret cultists, helped him penetrate this world. They founded a cult whose members secretly prepared the ground for the next coming of the demon from the underworld. Aristocrats, priests, influential people, they didn't care what was happening to the world. They only cared about the jingle of coins in their purses. Greed drove them to make a deal with the darkness. Soon, their aid to the demons undermined the resistance. The only ones who stood between the world and Tartaros were true warriors. Japhir, one of them, did not return to the past for a better life. He did so only to fight again and try to change fate. He turned to Princess Uritica for help, the most powerful sorceress in human history, capable of uniting the remaining heroes in the face of new evil. The princess was silent for a long time. Looking at him, she thought how different they were, and how similar at the same time. In the past, her knight Georgius, together with the golden dragon, removed the curse from the dragon's heart. They performed the fusion ritual many times, and he felt stronger after each one. The curse seemed defeated. Meanwhile, the remnants of the demonic army retreated into the desert, but they were watched by the red dragon, whose flaming eyes looked greedily at the lands of men. The heroes still had strength. There was still hope to protect the light, both from the outer darkness and from that which lurked within. Georgius wanted only one thing: to give their daughter a world without war. He believed that he could do it, even at the cost of his life. He was ready to unite with the cursed heart to gain strength. The fateful day arrived. Knight Georgius lay on a stone altar, engulfed in dark magic, screaming in unbearable pain. His beloved tried to run up to him to help, but the maid stopped her, saying that it was dangerous to approach. The knight's body began to disappear, leaving only a skeleton in its place, oozing demonic energy. The princess was horrified to recognize in this magic the same filth that had once consumed Kaisaros. It was a demonic curse. Someone from the shadows stepped forward and mockingly said that she was wrong to think that she had cleansed her heart of filth. In fact, he only created an illusion of hope. He found it amusing to play comrades in arms, and he imposed this role on himself as part of his mission. He snapped his fingers, and a magical seal made in the ancient dragon language flashed next to the girl. It was a spell of silence. From that moment on, she could no longer utter a word, not tell anyone what she had learned. She fell to the ground, mute with despair. And then the stranger said with malicious pity that if they had not hunted for the dragon's heart, they could have lived happy years with their daughter. He admitted that her skill was impressive. She had flawlessly performed the ritual on Georgius and the cursed heart. But now she was destined to silently watch as her beloved, with his limitless power, destroyed all living things. That day Georgius disappeared. Only a skeleton imbued with black magic remained. He picked up an ancient weapon from the ground and headed towards where life still flickered. Uritica saw all this. With great fear she watched as the dragon's heart was torn out of her husband's chest by her own hands. 1,000 years had passed since then. With the curse cleansed, she waited patiently, waited for the hero to whom she could give the dragon's heart. She knew that Jufer had earned it. He had gone through fire, blood, and pain to earn the chance to become the guardian of the dragon's heart. And yet the man was perfectly aware of everything. He knew that the way back was cut off. He had no other options to strengthen himself. He had already exhausted all the permitted means, including potent poisons. But his body couldn't handle another round of toxic infusions without a months-long break. Any mistake and fatal complications would occur. The princess immediately understood what he was getting at. He was going to rely on something that mortals rarely dare to even think about: divine luck. This power could reverse fate, change the course of a ritual, distort the irreversible. If there was even one chance, then with divine luck he could become almost invincible. It was madness and hope at the same time. She had caught the sign he was giving her. He would need divine luck more than once. It could not be wasted. When Jefir realized that she understood his plan, he was surprised. He did not think that anyone else was capable of seeing so deeply through the veil of actions. The princess wanted to say something, but the runes on her neck immediately flared up, the same ones that had been cast since ancient times, the spell of the dragon language. She did not have time to utter a word. Her throat tightened, the magic silenced her, and she began to choke, coughing in pain. Even though a whole 1,000 years had passed, the spell still held. She still carried the golden dragon's tongue within her. And even though magic prevented her from speaking about it out loud, she could still pass on knowledge, in other ways. Now Jefir had to make a choice, a cruel and inevitable one, between the person dearest to him and the fate of the world. The princess offered him a saving alternative. She offered to give him all of her artifacts, accumulated over the centuries, so that he would become stronger. Only then would the dragon's heart be safe for him. But if he decides to take the heart right now, despite all the dangers, if he chooses the path of rage and risk, then he will have to do the impossible. In 1 year, no more. He will have to defeat the 4 great dragons: red, blue, ice, and green. Only in this way will it be possible to pacify the heart and subjugate it to himself. She looked at him with hope in her eyes, asking a silent but clear question. Could he do it? And Jefir, with the eternal insolence in his voice, looked at her. He only grinned. In his opinion, 1 year is more than enough to slay 4 dragons. He promised to show her the world in which Uritica and Georgius once dreamed of raising their daughter. A world without fear. A world in which the dragon's heart would not be a curse, but a symbol of freedom. He said 6 months would be enough for him. Therefore she must entrust him with this mission, and watch him from the side where mortals do not live. And at that moment the princess seemed to realize something. Something heavy, deep, painful. It was a burden too heavy for her to bear. But now, there was a strange, soothing calm in her soul. She felt genuinely sorry to put on him what she herself could not handle. At that moment, one of the ancient tombs next to them began to slowly open up. Magic chains entwined with ancient symbols burst out from it. They rose into the air, carrying between them the dragon's heart, alive, pulsating, surrounded by flames and shadows. It flew straight into the princess's hands, as if it itself felt the call of fate. Jefir understood. This is it, what he had been waiting for so long: power, chance, destiny. The princess looked at him with confidence. She saw in him something that had long since disappeared from the world: determination. A determination worthy of a new hero. And then she began the ritual. The dragon's heart, as if obeying an invisible will, slowly floated towards his chest. And then he activated divine luck, an ancient power that grants incredible luck to anyone who dares to call upon it. This was the 2nd time that Jefir had consciously called upon it. In an instant, the surrounding reality disappeared. Space, light, sound, everything dissolved. He found himself in a void where nothing existed except impenetrable darkness. Jefir realized that he was inside his own mind, in a place where the boundaries between thoughts, fears, and memories were erased. It seemed to him that he had been here before, and he wasn't alone here. There was something else inside this darkness, something huge and ancient. And then, suddenly, a giant scarlet eye opened behind him, blazing with malice and hatred. The next moment, a massive black paw emerged from the darkness and grabbed Jefir in an iron grip. The image of the black dragon appeared before him. It was Kaisaros, the one whose power lay in the dragon's heart. He screamed, loud and furious, accusing Jufer of impudence. How dare he lay claim to his power? It wasn't just a memory, it was a presence, powerful, all-consuming, soul-searing. Jufer could barely breathe. Kaiseros sniffed and snorted contemptuously. According to him, Jafir smelled bad. He felt the imprint of others on him. It seems that those same splinters, those who fight the ancient forces, have sent a puppet to him again. And if so, he would never pass on his power to someone like Jafir. Without hesitation, the dragon brought its paw down on him with unimaginable power, intending to wipe him from the face of consciousness. At the same time, in the world beyond the mind, a nightmare was unfolding. Someone, an unknown, merciless force, was killing warriors one by one, tearing off heads with brutal precision. Aaron and Riona were captured, and the countdown to their final seconds of life began irreversibly. Their death was instantaneous. One by one they fell, and only Lucius remained, the last one who stood between the enemy and the death of the entire squad. Lucius screamed that the same attacks weren't working on him anymore. He was bruised but not broken. He gathered all his strength and launched a fire blast at the demon. However, the demon appeared behind him before the flames touched the target. He was too fast. His claws cut Lucius's back, causing a spasm of pain in him. Matias, who was watching the fight, realized that Lucius was too tired. His reaction was slow. The demonic force was still working against him. Lucius's regeneration was powerful but not perfect. He felt the blows deeper than his opponent. In the midst of the fight, Matias punched Lucius in the face. In response, Lucius drew his sword and charged. But the demon easily intercepted his thrust. While one held the sword on one side, the other on the other. Matias raised his blade and activated the magic ring in front of him. A scarlet fire burst out from the circle, which hit Lucius, sending him flying across the room. Lucius lay wounded against the wall. It was all over. Neither Arno nor Riona were there anymore. There was only one last option left, but using it could cost him his life. The demon sensed it. He knew it was time to finish. A huge fireball appeared in his hand, his final blow. He said goodbye to his enemy, intending to destroy him forever. But at the very moment he swung, a blinding beam of light flashed nearby. The ball disappeared as if it had never been there. Something bright flashed through the flames, something that had destroyed his attack. Snow-white angelic feathers began to fall around Lucius. Light spread throughout the hall, driving away the darkness. And then a tall figure appeared behind him, clad in radiance, with golden hair and a majestic appearance. It was the old Lucius, his heavenly self, his angelic self. He asked the question, how much was Lucius willing to sacrifice this time? The answer was short, 1 month. But the angel shook his head. That was not enough. It will take at least 6 months to defeat this demon. The light flared with renewed vigor. Magic, lightning, and radiance rushed through Lucius's body. His wounds disappeared, energy filled every cell. He stood up as if he had been reborn. The demon retreated. For the first time he felt fear. It was impossible, but it was happening. Now Lucius was his equal. And before the enemy could even understand what was happening, a beam of light pierced his chest. Several more such blows followed one after another, each of which pierced the demonic body through and through, leaving burning wounds and gaping holes. Matias was annoyed. Even at this moment, in the middle of an almost finished battle, displeasure flashed in his eyes. And in all this time, he had never mentioned such power. Lucius, seeing his reaction, spoke calmly. He explained that it was a glimmer of honor, a unique skill available only to those called the sons of God. But there was a price. Using this power took away part of their lifespan. It was an ancient, hidden truth, known only to the Pope and his closest cardinals. No ordinary warrior, even among the elite, knew of it. The temple, guided by its logic and strict canons, sent the sons of God precisely where the chances of survival were negligible, where they were most needed, but from where almost no one returned. Matias listened in silence, breathing heavily. Was he really willing to betray everything for such power? To abandon his friends, to forget the past, to submit to the temple and become someone's puppet? He chuckled, too bitterly for it to be ironic. Was Lucius saying all this simply because he had been chosen? God's chosen son? Wasn't that a little too convenient? For Matias, everything looked different. He believed that the only difference between them was one. Lucius was recognized by the goddess. His life was approved by heaven, and Matias himself remained in the shadows. He was not chosen. He was left behind. And although he was also marked as a child and surrounded by hopes, everything changed. As his body came and went, he reflected. The goddess who gave strength was infinitely distant and implacably silent, as if she enjoyed the fact that her children died, breaking under the weight of her blessing. Meanwhile, across the room, Ned was moving weakly. He lay on the cold stone floor, barely able to lift his arm. Consciousness was returning, but everything seemed muffled, as if the world had slowed down. The silence became unnaturally dense. And what happened to the main monster? He turned his head, and then he saw it. It was still there. At this time, Lucius used the power of the goddess Aria. Magic flowed from his hands in soft golden streams, enveloping the motionless bodies of Arno and Riona. Their breathing gradually became more even. Their fingers began to tremble slightly. They were coming to their senses. Lucius felt relief, but also bitterness. They were alone. The others were dead. The raid was over. It was time to go back while they still had strength and a chance to get out alive. At that moment, deep within Jeffer's mind, the dragon roared again. The roar echoed throughout his mental world. Kaisaros was not just a force, he was an ancient entity that lived within the heart. But this time the demon felt something different, a presence. It was as if the sun had flared up next to him. It was divine luck. She sought to protect him, to keep him from destruction, even if he himself lost control. Even if the ritual had gone perfectly, the dragon's mind could have destroyed him, consumed him completely. Clenching his fists, he grabbed Kaisaros' giant clawed hand, thrusting his blue power into it, the power that awakens memory. He wanted to make the dragon remember who he was, not a monster, but a living mind. He froze, and at that moment, Japir broke free from his grip, landed, his body enveloped in black armor. The power inside him was seething. He rose into the air again and struck the monster in the face with fury. Blood gushed from the dragon's eyes, and he screamed, cursing. Does he really think he's never played mind games with dragons? Kaisaros is the fifth in his line, and all of them only make life more difficult for others and for themselves. He took out the enchanted ball, an artifact of the mind. He still remembered how to use it. After all, dragons, even in death, cling to the idea of power and superiority. But he was not going to play by their rules. The black dragon felt how sharp his tongue was. He lay low, waiting for the next attack. And then Jafir got into a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Ned saw Jeffer lying unconscious to the side. Uritica stood above him, doing something, completely concentrated, not noticing anything around her. It was a chance, a great opportunity to attack. But his body wouldn't obey. He couldn't move. His mana was completely blocked. Then he remembered. Before he lost consciousness, the black hand had sucked all the energy out of him. But he couldn't miss the moment. He had to. He had to. The princess sternly told him that he must not get up. He needed rest. After that, she threw a magical pulse at him, enveloping him in protective energy. However, Ned immediately began to feel sick. He tried to restrain himself, but a clot of blood burst from his mouth, and with it, a white larva covered in demonic signs. He realized with horror that this was the insect that he had once swallowed. Uritica extracted it. Judging by its shape, it was in the larval stage. He almost did not use its devil power, and therefore all its actions were exceptional. However, the larva still managed to damage his body. His organs were slightly damaged, and he needed rest. The girl promised to share magical energy with him to speed up his recovery. Somewhere else, someone was trying to see the purification tools on the 5th floor. However, they were suddenly transported to another room. The layout of the catacombs was completely changed. 2 days had passed since the last battle. They began to worry. Would they be able to get out before the provisions ran out? Aaron turned to the commander and asked, "What are the orders?" Lucius, without hesitation, replied that the coil of faith must first be found. Someone from the team doubted. There were too few of them to take risks. It would be better to look for a way out. But Lucius was adamant. Only Cole could give them a chance to save themselves. He remembered one odd thing. Those who stole the relic behaved strangely. The slaves suspected of the theft were called devil worshippers. They did not engage in combat with Matias, but they still attacked. Perhaps they belonged to two warring factions within the same cult. If so, their mortal combat made sense. The Son of God and Matias's political rival were meant to destroy each other. If Lucius dies, all the years of preparation, a decade of raids, invested resources, magical artifacts, will be in vain. Once the cult has purchased the official rights to the territory, they will reactivate the raids. The two will return, but as part of a new, reorganized expedition. Lucius knew that if they truly had a mission to take the dragon's heart, then the cult had to provide them with an escape route or something that would help them find their way out. In the dark corridors of the catacombs, the Black Knight, the guardian of the last room, appeared on their way. They were overcome with anxiety. After all, according to the ancient rules, the door to the last hall opens only after the destruction of the Keeper. However, the knight was alive, and this meant that someone had cheated or bypassed the system. Who? The guard roared, and the walls shook from his scream. He raised his sword and began to activate magic. Lucius froze. His heart sank with fear and despair. He could no longer use the glimpse of honor, a gift from the Son of God that could only be summoned once a week. The last time he used it was against Matias, just 3 days ago. There were still 4 days left until the next activation. He understood that now perhaps this would be the end for him, and he will never see his wife again. He will never hold his child close. He will never hear their voices. And just at that moment, as if in answer to a prayer, a grinding sound and a light spread from the other side of the massive door. The huge doors began to slowly open. Geoffrey stood on the threshold. Lucius couldn't believe his eyes. He knew that behind this door was the last room. Why was he coming out from inside? Geoffrey looked at him calmly and confidently. He said that they had come just in time. He had been asked to do so, and he would help. He turned to the Black Knight. His voice, deep and commanding, did not sound human. It was the dragon language, the magic of the ancients. He commanded the knight to bow his head. The guard obeyed the order and fell silently, his helmet hitting the stone floor. The power cast by Geoffrey worked flawlessly. Lucius watched in amazement as this happened. The monster, who had known neither fear nor mercy before, submitted to some slave. He could not comprehend what had just happened. Geoffrey, however, assessed the situation differently. He knew that everything happened in 3 seconds. His mind quickly counted. 4, 5, 6, and already at the 10th second the Black Knight, shaking with his whole body, freed himself from the magic and slowly rose. The duration of the dragon tongue is exactly 10 seconds. It is not surprising that after such a powerful mental ritual, he cannot use the dragon's power to its full extent. The heart's response was still too unstable, and to protect himself from the magical backlash, he activated only 1/100th of the real power. Yes, it is a small share, but it is the power of the dragon. Geoffrey's gaze fell on the guard's sword. Graham. A legendary weapon forged to slay asps, fire-breathing monsters. It is especially effective against those who bear the breath of the dragon. And so, without delay, the knight raised his sword and went on the attack. But he met him not with dragon fury, but with light. He drew another weapon, the Sword of Light, the holy bladed embodiment of divine will. This was his first task from the goddess, to save her son. He accepted it and completed it. A swing, and the holy fire split the darkness. A blow, and the guard was incinerated. Hiding his emotions, Lucius watched everything that was happening. He recognized this sword. According to legend, only a chosen priest could lift it. And what did this mean? This slave can't be a follower of the devil cult, but even if he is a priest, he still shouldn't own such a weapon. Something didn't add up, and yet Lucius felt the energy of the goddess of light was coming from Geoffrey, that one, soft and at the same time overwhelming. And not only her, he had already felt such power once. As a child, for the first time when he saw the golden dragon in the royal palace, then he fell to his knees from her mere presence. Now he felt the same force again. The armor clanged against the stone. His body could not withstand the pressure. Geoffrey turned towards the sound and saw 3 priests bowing before him. They did not hesitate. They welcomed him as the chosen one. They recognized him. The ritual battle with Kaisaros, the dragon of his consciousness, lasted 3 days, and in the end he acknowledged his strength. But recognition did not mean submission. Kaisaros continued to watch. Look closely. Test. Opening his eyes, Geoffrey saw Ned lying unconscious and Uritica crumbling to ashes. He thanked her mentally and whispered that she would not regret her choice. Among her remains he found two things: a magical crystal, the grimoire, a crystallized stream of ancient magic that allows one to master skills through meditation, and the master key of Uritica, an artifact that grants full control over all functions of the tomb. The princess left him a message in the crystal. Her voice was calm but sincere. The power of the dragon's heart in him was only 1/100th. But if the power increases, exceeds even a tenth, much less a quarter or a third, physical reconstruction of the body will be required. Without it, the heart will kill him from the inside. She tasked him with finding someone who could replace her. She named him Altair. This child, in her opinion, could help him. However, Jafir was doubtful. The gods, although they had protected him in his previous life, were still unpredictable. And if they decided to use Altair, he would not forgive himself if he was late. He wanted to find her right now, but there was still unfinished business. At this time, Lucius, still shocked, approached him. He asked Jafir to show his shoulders and removed the seal from him. The same one that had bound Ned. Now they were both free. Jafir in turn asked Lucius to settle all his debts. He nodded with determination. He would do everything. After all, Jafir had saved his life. Now he owed him a debt, and he wasn't sure if he'd ever be able to pay it back in full. He couldn't believe that all this time, all these years, they had been at the very heart of the cult, risking their lives to destroy it from within. There were no such ardent opponents of heresy as they were in the Temple of Light. Lucius spoke firmly, revealing neither his resolve nor his past. He said more than just words of gratitude. Ned watched this in silence, his mind unable to help but wonder if Lucius was trying to ally with Jafir, the owner of the dragon's heart, to maintain his position in the power struggle within the factions of the Temple of Light. To people like Ned, Lucius was alien, almost repulsive, a saint forged by the temple from gold and lies created at the expense of men like himself. But even despite the feelings, reason told me, such figures cannot be brushed aside. Every opportunity must be used, and if the power, status, influence, and connections of the Son of God can become a weapon in the war against the cult, they must be used. Besides, it is worth remembering that the devil's followers have already penetrated all levels of the temple, right up to its leadership. In such a situation, it is most advantageous to maintain an even relationship with Lucius, as well as with Jafir. Meanwhile, Lucius, having looked around the tomb and realizing that the conversation was going beyond the bounds of what was acceptable in such a tense situation, suggested that Jafir return with them to the temple. But Jafir only shook his head. His voice was calm, but there was determination in it. The real carnage was yet to come. He felt it in his bones. And while Lucius had hoped to return to the safety of the sanctuary, Jafir knew there were no safe places left. The temple, he believes, has long been a nest of evil itself. Masks have taken up residence there, the faces of servants hiding their devotion to darkness under their vestments. Jafir's words hit Lucius like an icy storm. He was shocked. His faith in the integrity of the temple was shattered. Perhaps much of what he believed in had long since become an illusion. Jafir continued. He admitted that even with the dragon's power, its use was limited. Without proper training, without a deep understanding of this magic, it was nothing more than a curse. After these words, he took out one of the magic crystals and activated it. At that very moment, the space came alive. A tremor ran through the entire room, golden runes ran across the walls, and the stone began to shift. It seemed as if the tomb itself had awakened. From the depths of the hall, panels and bolts emerged, hidden bas-reliefs began to form into new shapes, and a moment later, a secret door opened. Behind it was hidden the ancient treasury of Princess Uritica. Princess Euritica's treasury has not known strangers' footsteps for thousands of years. No mortal has set foot within its boundaries since times long forgotten even by the most ancient chronicles. So when Jafir opened its gates, a real delight flared up in his chest, the excitement of a discoverer, the passion of someone who has touched a legend. Those who stood behind him could not hide their surprise. Before their eyes appeared a shining abyss of magical splendor. Everywhere there were glowing crystals in which, like in amber, artifacts were enclosed. Weapons, armor, amulets, dozens of powerful relics. At first glance, Lucius understood. This is not just a warehouse of valuables, this is a storehouse of history itself, and all this is the legacy of Uritica. Jeffer, without wasting any time, activated his personal magic crystal. One of the artifacts imprisoned in the stone immediately rushed towards him, dissolving the boundaries of the magical shell. Now he knew how to extract the weapon from its confinement. The crystals react to his power, recognizing him as the owner. Lucius, watching this, realized the truth. They themselves did nothing to win this treasure. The victory over the Keeper, the right to these artifacts, all this belonged to Jeffer. And now he, who had once treated the young magician condescendingly, laughed to himself. After all, it was not he who was helping Jeffer, but the other way around. The priests gathered around began using the skill appraisal. The higher the skill level, the more information about the artifacts was revealed. The magic of the ancient state of Medea was not just strong. It surpassed all modern standards. Each relic hidden in the crystal possessed qualities that simply did not exist in the modern world. It was impossible to put a price on such objects. Median artifacts were priceless. Nobody sold them, and that was their eternal value. And suddenly Jeffer's gaze fell on a small bottle standing in the corner. His heart skipped a beat. He recognized it. He couldn't believe that he was here, and from the surprise he even felt his mood rise. He felt truly pleased, as if fate itself had rewarded him for all his suffering. He distributed some of the artifacts to his comrades. Lucius received the precious soul, the catcher's shield, the Pantheon bracelet, and the mirror chainmail. Ned chose the raven robe, twilight tunic, mist bracelet, and mirage sword. For himself, Jeffer kept the legendary sword Graham, which once belonged to the Guardian himself, as well as a plate coat, dragon slayer boots, and a set of gloves worthy only of those who are capable of challenging monsters. They sat down on the ancient chests, resting after the long journey. A conversation began. They had to discuss the inevitable, a clash with Cardinal Alden. Lucius noted grimly that they had no surefire way of detecting followers of the devil cult. They could only be exposed when they used the forbidden power. But Ned interrupted him and said there was something else. He said that after the death of a cultist, a creature bursts out of the victim's body, an insect, a kind of living brand. It is this that allows the demonic power to be used, feeding on its remains. The more the cultist uses his magic, the faster the parasite grows. When growth is complete, unique abilities awaken in the body. Lucius frowned. Even if it was true, they had no proof, and especially not against Alden himself. His family, the Ruskers, wielded enormous influence. He headed the fourth anteroom after his father, and now, having become a cardinal, he took up a post in the central anteroom. Due to his neutrality between the factions, he has no enemies, and no one would dare to arrest him without good reason. Jeffer thought for a moment, then took out a small bottle. There was an eye depicted on the glass. He looked at Lucius and calmly asked, "What do you think I'm holding in my hand now?" At that moment, somewhere else, a man was being held by the shoulders, forced to turn his head left, then right, then to look straight ahead. They asked him what he felt, and he replied that it was wonderful. Cardinal Alden stood nearby and nodded. That was good. It would have been better if he had listened to him right away. Lucius's wife sat on a chair, hugging the child, looking at what was happening in confusion. She didn't understand what Alden was doing and why he was doing all this. He turned to her and gently asked what she would say. He had promised to show her something interesting. And when its growth is complete, the carrier gains abilities that go beyond human ones. The special ability that the parasite inside Alden had was ominously named Hive. The insect that had taken up residence in his body had long since evolved. It had turned into a queen, capable of producing offspring. And the most terrible thing was that each creature hatched from her brood could subjugate the human mind. It was enough to swallow the larva, and control passed into the hands of the cult. Alden approached the young woman holding the child in her arms and asked with cold politeness if she understood why he was telling her all this. His words sounded like a lesson with a malicious intent behind them, and he said that she had to tell Lucius something. The girl looked at him in confusion, unable to understand what he was trying to achieve. She asked the question directly, and at that very moment the baby, peacefully dozing in her arms, suddenly began to cry. Alden leaned over the child, feigning concern. He began to lull him softly, calling him a good boy and asking his name. The cardinal seemed genuinely pleased at the name. His voice became soft, almost playful. Claudia, the child's mother, froze in horror. The man asked the baby if he liked bugs. After all, he had a new friend for the baby. Alden, smiling, took out a small larva and began to hold it up to the baby's face as if it were a toy or a new friendship he was about to force upon it. The baby continued to cry, opening its mouth, and this forced the mother to act. Gathering her strength, the woman grabbed Alden's hand, not allowing the larva to come closer. During the fight, her sleeve slipped slightly, and she accidentally saw what was hidden under the man's skin. Dozens of translucent beetles were moving inside him. Horror pierced her heart. She became afraid to the point of trembling, to the point of numbness in her fingers. And Alden was furious. His face twisted and his voice broke into a growl. At that moment, one of his confidants ran into the room with alarm on his face, saying that they had problems. Alden turned to him sharply. Having learned that Lucius was outside, he went to the window. It was hard to believe that events were developing so quickly. By all accounts, a raid on the cultist's lair should have been underway, and Lucius should have been far away from here. What was he doing here? The cardinal looked out and saw him, shoulder to shoulder with Jeffer and the others, fighting his warriors. Lucius noticed Alden and said loudly that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The cardinal, barely containing his rage, exclaimed, accusing him of treason. How dare he abandon the priests of his own parish and leave the raid for an unauthorized invasion? But Lucius only chuckled coldly. He remembered how, before the battle had even begun, Jeffer had given him a potion called the Eye of Truth, a liquid that could tear off masks, and it was with the help of this potion that he saw the truth. Not only Alden, but also his other warriors were carriers of these creatures. Lucius's smile grew painfully wide, almost mad. He realized how much he had underestimated the enemy's cunning, and yet this knowledge gave him the strength to act. Lucius said that he, the bishop, was arrested on suspicion of collaborating with a cult. Lying and betraying in the Temple of Light is a grave sin. He must atone for it. But Alden just laughed. His skin began to break out in veins, his eyes became bloodshot, his smile became feral. Alden recalled how the cult leader had predicted Lucius's return alive, but despite this, events had developed too quickly. He couldn't believe that Matias had been defeated so quickly, and apparently he had been discovered by the enemy before the final confrontation. But in betrayal, Alden still doubted it. It was too uncharacteristic of Matias. However, it didn't change anything. The most important thing was that Lucius, having crossed the threshold of the temple, found himself trapped. It was at this moment that a tall man appeared from the shadows. The priest was a holy man, dressed in snow-white robes. In a restrained but condemning voice, he declared that accusing the cardinal of heresy and dealings with the devil was an unheard-of crime. It was none other than Lucius's uncle, Bishop Alphonsus. The rest of the party immediately turned to him with pleas for help, hoping for his prudence. However, everything immediately fell into place when Lucius saw the truth. Under his uncle's skin was a centipede, a clear sign of the influence of Alden's ability. Alphonse, despite his connection with Lucius, began to say things that seemed detached from reality, declaring that even God's stepson had no right to cross certain boundaries. But as soon as he started talking about the letters, Lucius found himself in the hands of those very same papers that Alden immediately recognized. Their contents were unmistakable. Correspondence with Matias, full of detail, discussions of the theft of the dragon's heart, confessions of allegiance to the devil, descriptions of plans and intentions. Previously, Lucius's comrades discussed that the Eye of Truth potion should not be made public. Its disclosure would result in the death of those who use it. Therefore, it was necessary to find other more traditional evidence. Their search led them to the tomb of Uritica, a labyrinth that stretched beneath the main temple of the third parish. Through a network of underground passages, we managed to reach an abandoned shelter where the cultists were gathering. It was there that the letters were found, which Matias had kept in reserve in case he was betrayed. He obviously felt duty and danger, and that is why he kept everything. In Lucius's hands were the letters that he and Matias had exchanged, and in them was written a plan to steal the dragon's heart. At first it was prescribed to burn the letters after reading, but it seems Matias decided to leave them in case he was betrayed. Alden just chuckled, discovering how naive Matias was. His face changed, the mask of a priest disappeared, the essence appeared. He hid nothing more. He revealed his true role. He is Alden Rasker, 11th in the hierarchy of the Devil's cult. But even now he did not fear retribution, all because he had the most reliable shield in his hands, Lucius's wife. She and the child were hostages. This constrained all of Lucius's actions. He began to feverishly search for a way to save them, but there was little time. Alden, enjoying the situation, coldly declared that he was ready to kill Claudia before Lucius could blink. Moreover, he had a special insect, a princess, a larva capable of subjugating the mind, especially effectively brainwashing. And now Alden offered to make a choice. Who to feed the parasite to, his wife, his child, or to Lucius himself? The countdown has begun. Without thinking, Lucius decided to take the larva on himself in order to save his family. Alden smiled widely with joy, but it was a trap. Instead of what he promised, he abruptly shoved the larva into Claudia's mouth. At that moment something happened. Ned's sword of illusion suddenly pierced Alden's body. The cardinal turned around slowly in amazement, trying to understand how this had happened. The entire building was protected by detection magic. No enemy was allowed to penetrate. But Ned was wearing the Bracelet of Mist, a magical artifact with the highest level of stealth. Only legendary enchantments could detect his presence, and there were none of those here. Taking advantage of the surprise, Ned deftly cut through Alden's body. The killing blow was precise, giving the enemy no chance to resist. He picked up Claudia, still shaking with terror, and gently told her to hold on tight. Just as Alden's body was pierced by the Sword of Illusion, one of the nearby knights immediately reacted. Without wasting a second, he grabbed his weapon and rushed into battle, trying to stop Ned. From the very first encounter, it became clear that this was the elder of the twins, the very same Iron Knight, one of the 10 strongest warriors on the entire continent. His blows were truly devastating, and even Ned, despite his agility and experience, felt the weight of his opponent. Meanwhile, Lucius, gathering all the strength he had, pointed the blade straight towards the bishop, intending to deliver the decisive blow. But the Iron Knight noticed this movement, and at the last moment shielded Alden with himself, thrusting his sword forward in a desperate attempt to repel the deadly beam. The energy roared through his armor, leaving deep cracks and scars. At the same time, Ned, protecting Claudia, was forced to engage in battle with the second knight. He couldn't afford to linger. The life of a woman and her child was at stake. With desperate determination, Ned delivered a crushing blow to his opponent's jaw, so powerful that the knight's teeth flew out and blood gushed from his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Claudia quickly grabbed her baby and, without looking back, rushed away. Ned took one last look and jumped off the balcony, leading them away from danger. Alden watched the events with a look of complete incomprehension on his face. Everything that was happening was destroying his calculations and breaking his previous picture of reality. He had been certain that the disciple of that mysterious man from the east had either fallen at the hands of Lucius or had chosen to flee. But now it was obvious. He had survived. And if Lucius had entered into battle with the cult before meeting the main monster, then all the events had been planned in advance. It turned out that the man from the east had deceived him. Alden realized that he had been lured into a trap, and that the supposed support had been just bait. Now, without hostages, he was in an extremely vulnerable position, especially if the Holy Sun decided to use his technique, Glimmer of Honor, known for its destructive power. After weighing the risks, Alden realized that the best solution in this case was to flee. While one of the knights retreated, taking the wounded bishop with him, the other, on the contrary, headed towards Lucius. He, like a ghost of war, jumped from the balcony and stood in front of the enemy, blocking his path. Lucius knew immediately who stood before him. Stories came back to him, of twins, forever clinging to each other like lovers. But now there stood one, and that was enough. After all, this knight was not just a fighter. He was the 20th in the cult hierarchy, one of those who stood at the very top. His name sounded like a death sentence, Castor Hugo, the eldest son of slavery. His shadow seemed larger than he was, and the power that emanated from him pressed like a thunderstorm before a storm. Lucius did not flinch. He stepped forward firmly and accepted the challenge without hesitation. He was the first son of light, Lucius Giornetti, representative of the third parish of the Temple of Light. Anxious people began to gather at the main gates of the temple. The insistent cries of the guards could be heard overhead, assuring that everything that was happening was just another training session for the knights. Thick smoke began to rise from the windows and openings of the temple. The air was filled with an alarming smell of burning and magic. A moment later, everyone saw how smoke covered the sky above the sacred building. A group of miners who happened to be nearby also stopped, watching what was happening with alarm. Among them was a nun who suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She could not shake the feeling of impending disaster. The premonition grew stronger with each passing second. She remembered Jepper's words, which had seemed strange to her before, advice to stay close to the slave area. Now it seemed like a prophetic warning. Something in her told her he knew it would go this way, and she wanted more and more to understand what was going on inside. Meanwhile, chaos was happening in the temple itself. Crazed people, infected with maggots who were former priests, attacked Aaron and Riona. The man held back the onslaught using a shield of petrification, casting a curse on the attackers that gradually hindered their movements. Riona, with her stone soul skill, used slow to weaken her opponents, while simultaneously using dispel to reduce their combat effectiveness. Her obsidian bracelet had a side effect of increasing the cooldown of enemies' abilities by 50%, giving her and Aaron a decisive advantage. However, they had a serious moral barrier. The enemies on whom they unleashed their power were their own brothers, servants of the faith, victims of parasitic control. If the commander killed even one, the temple faction would not spare him. The reputation would be destroyed. Therefore, the goal was not to kill, but only to neutralize. He threw it with perfect accuracy, and one of the enemies fell unconscious. Riona, who was amazed by his accuracy, was surprised, but Aaron did not hide the fact that he used to play handball at the academy. And suddenly everyone felt a vibration. A crash was heard to the side. The spire collapsed. This caused real panic among believers. The magicians and priests could not believe their eyes. Powerful protective seals were placed on the temple, which in their opinion were invulnerable. But before their eyes, the ancient architecture, the symbol of faith and the support of the world, crumbled into dust. The temple collapsed. At that very moment inside, Lucius was fighting Castor. The fateful encounter took place against the backdrop of a crumbling shrine. Castor, armed with a spear, was rapidly closing the distance. Usually in such battles, the spear has the advantage. It allows you to attack from a distance, not letting the enemy get close. But Lucius was no ordinary swordsman. He could release the blade's energy from a distance and was able to easily dodge, keeping the enemy at an advantageous distance. However, things turned out differently. Castor charged unexpectedly close, so quickly that Lucius barely had time to react. He only blocked the blow because he was wearing mirror chainmail, which activated Medea's ancient spell, the Black Mirror. It reflected half of the damage dealt back at the attacker. The knight instantly realized that he had been lured. Lucius feigned an opening to provoke an attack and strike back. It was cleverly and masterfully played. Castor, however, proved to be a worthy opponent. He didn't just parry the blows. He understood Lucius's every move, read his intentions, and immediately seized the initiative. His spear met the sword, sparks flying, and at the moment of the next maneuver, Castor deftly intercepted Lucius's blade, trying to deliver the decisive blow. The screeching of metal and magic echoed throughout the ruined monastery. Two titans fought against the backdrop of the temple's destruction, each carrying an ideology. One faith, the other darkness. The battle between Lucius and Castor continued with unabated fury, light and darkness colliding once again, swirling in a deadly vortex. Once on the ground, he still found the strength to raise his head. For him, everything that was happening had a special, distorted meaning. Castor realized that the reason Lucius had never been included in the official lists of the strongest was not a lack of strength, but his nature. Realizing that the battle was approaching its climax, Lucius cast a spell of the highest order, Judgment. Thunder rumbled across the battlefield, and then a monstrous explosion of light and energy shook the earth. The ground beneath his feet split open and part of the holy building crumbled, leaving behind only shattered slabs and clouds of dust. Castor himself was defeated, lying in the rubble, barely breathing. Meanwhile, their commander returned to Riona and Arno, who were fighting the crazed parishioners. They noticed his silhouette, covered in bloody stains, and filled with joy, hurried towards him. However, a cry from afar stopped them. They were ordered to keep their distance. The commander stood, barely able to stand on his feet. His armor was pierced, blood was flowing from under the plates. He was the victim of a backlash while using the judgment spell. His body resembled a broken statue. Damaged limbs, a mangled torso, even his head was damaged. Castor, observing this, analyzed. He realized that the effect of the Black Mirror, Lucius's armor, spread mainly to the torso and mainly reflected damage within 50 to 60%. This was his fatal mistake. He had hoped to delay Lucius, buying time for Alden to escape, but as his wound began to heal, pride got the better of him. He decided not to save himself but to kill Lucius, since things had gone this far. With a furious speed, he rushed towards the enemy, going around him and ending up behind him. Parasitic insects burst from his hands. Worms and larvae, the embodiment of control, obsession, and blind obedience. He was already preparing to deal the fatal blow, sending Lucius to his deity. But suddenly a voice came into his head. Someone was calling him, asking where he was. It was the Queen's Word Transfer spell, a special ability that allowed the owner of the royal larva to establish a connection with the one who carried the princess larva. In an instant, Castor was engulfed in chains. Out of nowhere, they closed around him. Chain prison, paralysis. The chains were magically enhanced, and when activated, they completely paralyzed the victim. While Castor was struggling to escape, Lucius had already finished preparing a new spell. In his hands, a huge ball of light formed, pulsating with the power of purification and justice. The energy sphere shot out from his palms and shot forward, piercing space and incinerating everything in its path. It struck Castor with the force of a divine whip. The light consumed him and his body began to dissolve. In his last moments, Castor thought only of Alden. The bishop tried to convey information about his situation, begging him to save himself. But he began to vomit. His body failed, and suddenly Jeffir appeared before him. He stood there calm and grim. His order sounded like a sentence. He told him to get up because now he was going to get punched in the face. Lucius studied the fallen knight as he approached. He knew very well that Castor thought his master was in danger. But it was different. They had lured the warrior into a trap themselves. From the start, their plan was to separate the three cult leaders and destroy each one individually. And Castor understood it now. His rage was boiling, the veins on his face bulged with impotence. He was used. Everything he believed in turned out to be nothing. In the past, in one of the hidden audiences, a man holding 3 spheres in his hands stared at his interlocutor. His gaze was penetrating, and his voice was cold and calculating. Alden sat before him, confident and calmly laying out his plan. Not to physically transport the dragon's heart, but to store it in the temple, where the transplant would be performed on site. His logic was impeccable. His ability to control consciousness would allow him to quickly take control of the third parish of the temple and even subjugate the Holy Sun. The Lord of the 3 Spheres approved the proposal. He ordered it to be done exactly that way. Everything seemed perfectly calculated then. But now, watching the nightmare unfold, the bishop could not understand how the plan had gone wrong. He planned every detail with the precision of a strategist. He took into account the possibility of the raid failing, the possibility of intervention by Leonardo's son, the disciple of the man from the east. Traps were set. Everything was thought out to the smallest detail. Their opponent could not react so quickly. The only explanation was a mistake which he nevertheless made. This mistake could have been a betrayal by the man from the east himself. His words about the uselessness of the student and the intention to get rid of him turned out to be a lie. Alden couldn't believe that he had been fooled, that the whole scheme had been a trap, and the trust had been just a means of manipulation. Now, standing near the carriage, he was about to leave. Nearby was a man who knew too much. After all, the political mechanisms were on their side. Even the cardinals of the Temple of Light, who were counting on his vote in choosing the next pope, would not dare to speak out against him, even if he led the cult of the devil. Aldine's concern was not politics, but the enemy's capabilities. If a man from the east had gone over to the other side, who knew how many more students he had? But suddenly he stepped into a viscous green liquid, not noticing it as he climbed into the carriage. Looking at his hands, stained with this disgusting substance, he frowned, not understanding what it was. A moment later, a painful electrical sensation shot through his body. His mind seemed to go blind, his eyes widened, his muscles gave out. He screamed and fell, choking with pain. One of the knights rushed towards him, not understanding what had happened. It was poison. Not just any poison, but poison number 68 from Fade's collection of deadly poisons of the world. It was not mortal, but the sharpest, most inhuman pain, tearing you apart from the inside. And then everything became clear. The one standing next to the carriage was not his subordinate. The man took off his hood. It was Jeffir. The real face emerged from under the cloak, and Alden realized that he had made a terrible mistake. He tried to find out who this man was, but he was immediately knocked down by a blow to the face. Jeffir rudely silenced him, and the warrior standing next to him did not know what to do. Alden tried to rely on his last hope, his silver knight. He hoped that Pollux, one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent, would come to his defense. But before he could do anything, a poisonous wooden needle pierced his face. Jeffir contemptuously declared that it would be worth taking a real knight, and not this fake who dies from one needle. Alden, in desperation, begged not to kill him, offering 3 times more gold than his enemy could offer. He didn't believe that even with his regenerative powers, he couldn't cope with this poison. He convinced Jeffir that it would be more beneficial for them to unite. He only asked to buy time, until Pollux arrived or until he himself could at least slightly weaken the effect of the poison. But Jeffir didn't listen. He calmly asked who he was waiting for, and taking out the bloody helmet, he showed it to the bishop. It was the helmet of the real Pollux. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it dawned on the bishop. His protector, his silver knight, was dead. 12 hours before these events at dawn, a group of fighters discovered many bodies. Lucius, despite his skepticism, realized that he really could sense the presence of cultists. Even Cardinal Alden's protector turned out to be a servant of the devil. At the same time, Ned and her companions were preparing a trap. They staged a scene as if they already had the heart. Their plan was simple: subdue Lucius with the Arabic mark, kill him, and, disguised as a silver knight, ensure the success of the operation. Hope was in these people, and it was they who were supposed to help carry out their revenge. In one of his past lives, Ned miraculously managed to escape from the clutches of the Silver Knight. And then, at that fateful moment, his martial arts brother, once a close friend, stole his heart. Deprived of strength and will, Ned was thrown into the depths of a cold cave, where he was left alone, wounded, broken, forgotten. His body, once proud and bright, was mutilated, his soul consumed. Then his wife, standing before him covered in blood, did not recognize in him the man she once loved. Embracing him with all her might, she begged for death in a trembling voice. Her heart was devastated because she had lost both her husband and child. All the madness and monstrous atrocities that took place in that era led to one truth: Alden is the architect of these tragedies. It was he who had forced to kill, to destroy, and now, with a sword pointed into the ether, he was once again about to deliver the fatal blow. But something was bothering him. He felt that the volume of etheric energy was too small. Even with the lightning magic fully activated, its power couldn't be so meager. Something was wrong, and at that moment the space seemed to shudder. A silhouette began to appear from the void. Alden reacted instantly, extending his sword in defense. He laughed. It had been a long time since he had used this form. He usually delegated the right to fight to his twin knights, not out of trust, but for an entirely different reason. He was much stronger than both of them. The reason for his detachment was his reluctance to reveal the true nature of his appearance. Now everything changed. Alden activated his demonic state. After the lightning strike, his body was partially destroyed, but he did not fall. On the contrary, he revealed his true, distorted form. In this form, he had almost completely neutralized the poison. 5 years have passed since Alden used the Revelation Stone, turning into a demonic being. Over the years, he mastered the skill of disguise, allowing him to appear human, and his demonic power became stable and formidable. No one who saw him in this form survived. He was surprised that it was Jeffer who forced him to resort to metamorphosis. However, it was here that Alden made a fatal mistake. He struck the ground with fury, and the shockwave rolled through the forest, sweeping away branches and raising dust. Ned and Claudia stood a few hundred meters from the epicenter. The man immediately understood. It had all begun. Evil had awakened. He looked at the girl and her child. There was no fear in his voice, only determination. He ordered them to hide in the cave, not to come out until he himself gave the signal. As if sensing the scale of the approaching storm, he handed the girl bracelets cast with a powerful stealth spell and insisted that she put them on. She was panicking, worried about how he would cope without them, but he knew he didn't need them. And without saying another word, he disappeared from the spot. His body, like a flash, rushed forward with unimaginable speed. He ran to where the carnage began, to where the monster he hated with all his soul was waiting. It was that day, the day of retribution. Faces floated through his mind: his father, killed without mercy, and family heirlooms stolen by traitors. One of the culprits has already fallen. There are 2 more left. He will not stop until he sends all 3 to hell. At the same time, the Golden Knight continued to attack furiously, raining down streams of flaming red power on his opponents. His movements were swift, striking, and furious, but Lucius, not giving in, stood his ground, relying on the protection of his angelic shield. Despite all the power of the enemy's attacks, his barrier remained impenetrable. It was obvious that the Golden Knight was using a power similar to that of insects, perhaps the same kind that fed the parasites. The blows reached their target less and less often, and they brought less and less pain. Probably the enemy began to get nervous, noticing that his onslaught no longer produced the same results. Realizing the moment, Lucius signaled to his comrade-in-arms, who, without words, instantly understood everything. Following this, he turned to the goddess Arya with a prayer, asking her for strength. The answer was a flash of blessing. He activated his ultimate skill. The light of the battlefield covered all allies, greatly increasing their parameters. Lucius felt the power flow through his body. His wounds healed. He stood up without a scratch, as if the light itself was protecting him. Riona, who stood nearby, also regained her strength, and the spirit she summoned was engulfed in the same blessing. It became much more powerful. Its spikes darkened and sharpened, emitting deadly energy. Powerful combat techniques followed one after another: shooting star, then light chain. They fell upon the enemy with renewed vigor. Castor, who was covering the Golden Knight, found himself under a double attack at once, from the spirit and from the chains. At first he easily parried the blows, believing them to be slow and predictable. But after a few seconds the world began to distort. The environment around him seemed to speed up, and he himself began to move slowly, as if in a viscous dream. He realized that it was not the world that had sped up, and he himself found himself under the influence of a slowing curse. The shooting star ability had placed negative effects on him, slowing down, reducing stats, dulling perception. All of this made him vulnerable. And it was at this moment that Lucius, engulfed in light, quickly approached his opponent. His angelic sword pierced the defense, and a huge explosion of light erupted at the point of impact. The lower part of the Golden Knight's body flew off, torn to shreds. Lucius was breathing heavily, exhausted but joyful. It seemed that victory was near. However, the triumph did not last long. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard behind him. Part of the building collapsed. Riona managed to jump back in time. But Lucius's sword, filled with divine power, struck directly at the ancient temple, weakening its structure. Cracks appeared in the walls and vaults, and debris began to crumble. And then Aaron realized the terrible truth. The Golden Knight's goal was not the commander's head at all. The temple was collapsing. A cloud of dust and debris rose up around it, covering everything in a white curtain. The real target was the temple's dungeons, which hid the bewitched priests, bound by magical chains. Lucius immediately rushed to help them. Among them was Lucius's uncle, a victim of mind control who had been turned into a puppet. And the temple finally fell apart. Castor managed to escape. A third of his larvae were burned, but he managed to reattach the rest of his body. However, the loss of his larvae greatly weakened his fighting power. Despite the losses, he considered the battle a success. They had gained time, managed to distract the enemy and hold them back, both healers and mages with armor that reflected damage. Words from the past came back to him, how he and his brother were told that their sister had illegally taken the title of Count, disinheriting them. They had to submit and serve the priest not because they were weak, but because the world was not fair. The bishop gave them a different path. He promised to change the world where false gods were worshipped and create a new one, under the banner of the one, true deity, whom the righteous would serve. In the forest, far from the collapsed temple, the Golden Knight was running at breakneck speed, leaving flashes of crimson energy behind him. He was in a hurry, hurrying to Alden. He gave him and his brother a new meaning in life, and now he will not allow anyone to harm him. In his thoughts he prayed that the master would wait, because he would rush to help no matter what. But suddenly a bright, shimmering object appeared before him, an indistinct figure as if woven from light. Before he could even figure out what it was, the object cut him in half. It was the Mirage Sword, a mysterious dagger that could form a magical blade whose shape changed according to the will of the owner. Ned, who had been hiding all this time, ruthlessly bided his time. His sword was invisible, and he delivered the killing blow with cold precision. However, contrary to expectations, the Golden Knight did not fall. His body, pierced and cut, began to rapidly regenerate. Muscles grew together, bones connected, charred flesh regained its shape. He realized that this was no random warrior standing before him. This man was clearly a student of one of those who had arrived from the East. In his movements, in his ability to hide, in his cold determination, Ned stood before him, unwavering. His silent presence spoke volumes, more than 1,000 words. It had been 12 years since they had last met, but the face of the enemy who had killed his father. The knight began to rise, grinning. His voice sounded indifferent. He did not even remember the name. There were too many bloody fighters and slain souls. Slowly he removed the damaged armor, shaking off the gold and blood debris, declaring that he was simply too lazy to fight right now. So if Ned retreats right now, he will be granted mercy. He will be able to leave with his limbs intact. The attack Ned used was indeed powerful. He managed to inflict damage thanks to his exceptional stealth skills. But the knight was no fool. He immediately understood that if the enemy decided to separate them from their brother and attack them from behind, it meant that he was not confident of his victory in an open battle. Ned was silent, but he knew he had Castor's attention. It was the right move. He took out a small, carefully wrapped object. His movements were slow, deliberate. The knight froze when he saw this. When Ned removed the wrapping from the object and showed its contents, the expression on Castor's face changed dramatically. What he saw shocked him. Anger and surprise instantly flashed in his eyes. He roared, demanding an explanation. That sword! It shouldn't be here, shouldn't be in the hands of an outsider. But Ned, ignoring his cry, gripped the hilt tighter, smoothly moving into a fighting stance. In his hands was the moon sword, the corrupted, broken weapon of the Silver Knight, which perfectly matched the sword of the sun, the symbol of the Golden Knight. This sword belonged to Castor's younger brother. Ned made it clear that if Castor could win, he would get everything, including the truth, hearing his brother's last words before he died. The knight's reaction was immediate. He became indescribably furious. His eyes were blazing with fire. His body was trembling with furious determination.